Chapter 181. The next morning I woke up to stare at the sunlight coming in through the armored blinds, and just wondering what the hell I had done. I wasn't being sarcastic either. The fact was, going up on stage like that was a fundamental change to what music was to me. Before I had done it purely for my own relaxation, and now? Now it was something more, maybe something I wouldn't be able to control. I shook it off and got up. There was no use in worrying about what was already done. I had a lot of work to do today. Getting dressed, I headed out, and straight towards Lizzie's. While Knox had been at the Red Dirt last night, I hadn't decided whether I would do this or not then. Honestly, after sleeping on it, I still wasn't sure, but I knew I should. That it was silly to be so embarrassed about my playing in front of a crowd. As I pulled up to Lizzie's, I frowned when I didn't see Rita, which wasn't unusual. I would have liked to talk to her about everything though, get some of her big sister counsel. I entered without any trouble, and headed down to see Judy. "You're here early," I commented as I entered into her little sanctum, seeing her working her way on a computer already. Honestly, I had just expected to do another drop-off. Huh? Oh, it's morning. Been here all night. She finally replied, blinking at me with a face that spoke of lack of sleep. Haven't seen you in a while, she offered, and I winced at the judging tone. Yeah, I haven't had any BDs that I could let out. And I guess I've just been focused on my own stuff. How are you? Added any interesting XBDs recently? I asked as I moved into Judy's basement. Settling on a chair, she gave me a look of amusement at my question. None that I'll share with a kid, she offered, and I couldn't help but laugh. True enough. I wasn't very interested in hearing about her weird porn. I have a BD. This one is a bit different than before, so I'm not sure. How much would it cost to have this BD edited, for like personal stuff? How long is it? She asked instantly, all business. Oh. Just over 20 minutes? I offered, trying to think how long each song took. Alright, I'll do it, but it's not gonna be cheap. What's it about? I did a gig, I answered back, and Judy blinked at me. That doesn't explain anything. Oh, not that kind of gig. I did a music gig. I played on stage. It's the BD recording of it. What? Let me see, she demanded, and I flushed at her interest. It's not that interesting. I tried to demur, but she wasn't having it. Sure it is. I liked your other music. I pulled a copy of Inner Universe and listened to it sometimes. She answered back. What, why? I said, almost strangled, and she just laughed at me. 'Cause it's a good song, you gonk. Besides, it's interesting knowing the person who wrote a song. Alright, I'll edit this one. She waved at me, and I pulled the shard free. She took it and quickly inserted it into her system, looking it over. Some interesting emotion patterns on this one. Well, I was pretty nervous. Not really seeing that, emotion profile shifts rapidly. Were you singing the emotions of the song? I guess. I answered, I suppose I had done that. When the song was sad, I was sad, when it was angry, I'd been angry. Huh. Alright, this'll take a while. I won't be good company while working on this. Want me to call you when it's done? Sure. I stood up, smiling at Judy's offer. Thanks, I appreciate it. It's fine. It'll be nice to edit something that isn't hardcore fetish shit, she offered, and I flushed a little at her words. When I got back home, I was surprised to see June and Akari together. Considering the last time I had seen June was with Alice and Rita. But something was wrong. June was brooding in his stupid bad boy way. Something was wrong. Hey Akari. What's going on? You remember Yuto? June asked after a moment, and I felt myself frown. Your chum. The one that got out of prison. He went through with it, June said, as if that should explain anything to me. He tried to murder Kizaru. He flubbed it though, he explained, and I shrugged. Okay? Motoko. I'm his friend. Fujimura is already getting some questions on if I'm involved. Okay? But you aren't. Tell Fujimura he tried to get you to help, but you said no. Motoko. Just being involved in plotting to kill a higher-up in the claws is enough to lose your head. I should have told Fujimura as soon as Yuto asked me about it. I didn't. Which makes me part of it. Shit. Stupid fucking gangster politic bullshit. I cursed, then I realized that Akari was here. And Akari is here to help? I asked, only to get a flinch from the woman, who had kept her face onto June this whole time without shifting. Not exactly. June explained. My confusion must have been obvious as I turned to Akari. I'm Juneboy's guard dog. Bark bark. Akari cut in. Her voice was decidedly flat. If he tries to help Yuto, or I find proof he was involved, I'm his killer. The next moment I realized I had activated my Sandevistan. Without thought, pure instinct, I had moved. A threat to June. I reacted to neutralize it. I slammed into Akari, faster than she could react, knife flashing. It was only the woman's own Sandy activating that kept my knife from plunging straight into her eye. It was the only weak point in her chromed-out skull, to get to her brain and kill her instantly. The mental calculus was processed without a thought, without higher thinking. It was only June that kept me from drawing my barrier and finishing the job as Akari struggled to keep my knife from plunging in. He grabbed me from around my chest, seemingly purposefully holding tight against my holster so I couldn't draw it as he dragged me away. I slumped a bit in his arms, but mostly to make him think I wouldn't struggle. She had threatened June. So she would die. Simple. Life was really simple sometimes. Then Akari started laughing. Oh fuck. I forgot how much of a crazy little shit you are. Is that a Sandy? You got one. Huh. How fun. She offered, despite still being half splayed over the couch. Motoko. Akari doesn't think I'm involved. She told me what she was ordered to do, and we were trying to figure out what to do when you came home. I trust her. She isn't going to hurt me. June whispered to me, but I only had eyes for the threat. Then to my shock, Akari actually raised her hands up into the air. Not about to kill Juneboy. He's too cute to kill. My brother isn't cute. He's a burrito goblin. I told her bluntly, and then wiggled. Let go, June, I won't kill her. I told him, and when he didn't release me, I looked up at him and glared until he finally released me. I sheathed my blade and looked between the two. There was a moment where Akari was staring at me, and we both had a silent understanding. My threat ranking had just gone up substantially in her eyes, and there was actually a bit of fear in her motions now. I wasn't the cute kitten scratching her, I was a big cat with capability. It changed our relationship in a way, but that was for another time. It's not like we were that close. So if you just do nothing and Yuto gets caught? Then probably nothing. June offered, smiling. He patted me on the head. But if Yuto manages to kill Kizaru? I don't know. I told Fujimura I knew about it. I'll probably pay for not speaking up. He mentioned, and I glared. Not acceptable. Stupid Yakuza bullshit. I didn't want June to have to injure himself for these fucks. Then why don't you just hire Section 9 to track him down? I'll even give you a family discount. I offered, and June looked like he was considering it, but eventually, he shook his head. Motoko. I owe Yuto. More than I can say. I refuse to help him with this. But I can't. I don't want to catch him. I know what'll happen if we do. He answered truthfully, even with Akari right there. I hope he realizes this was stupid and leaves. Maybe if he gets out of Night City. I doubt it though. Yuto was always a dumbass. June sounded fond when he said that, which only made this more uncomfortable, 'cause I was honestly considering taking care of this problem. Then June looked at me, and despite being blank-faced, June somehow knew what I was thinking. Motoko. Promise me to leave this one alone. It's fine as it is, and I won't be part of taking him out. I owe him too much for that. Was June reading my mind? I looked at him with an intense stare, imagining throwing out his burritos, and he didn't flinch or glance at the fridge. Yet somehow he knew what I was thinking. Stop looking at me like that. It's creepy, he demanded, and I looked away. Okay, he hadn't gotten mind-reading powers, yet how had he known? You two are still a riot, Akari commented, looking more at ease. Ah, I missed this, little killer, you should join us more often. I'd love to do some work with you again. You little monster, Akari uttered, but I scoffed at her, and ignored her words. Maybe I'll talk to Fujimura about this. I don't like it, I muttered, but June just dropped a heavy hand on my head. Don't worry. That's my job, he said, and then to put word to fact, he turned and settled back on the couch, nearly instantly turning back into his brooding mode. Damn it, now I understood. Akari hadn't been brooding alongside June when I got home. She had been staring at him while he brooded, just enjoying the view. Ugh. June's bad boy vibe was so dumb, 'cause I knew how many burritos he ate in a day. Promise you'll tell me if something happens, I demanded, and June nodded. I promise. Then he waved me off, returning to his brooding over his chum. Ugh. I headed into my room. Judy, don't worry. You won't need to pay. Knox and Mitsunashi both wanted to sell it. It's ready if you want to pick up a copy. I blinked at the message, as I was tinkering a bit with a quick hack. I wanted to try and get more functionality out of my net hacks, so I was tinkering with them. The only reason I was getting anything done was my inspired programmer. I was literally using the inspiration the perk gave me as a distraction from what was going on. Then I read the message and knew something was wrong. Motoko, what? No, I just wanted a copy for myself, it's not for sale, Judy, too late for that. Knox already picked it up, looking eager. Motoko, Judy. Judy, sorry not sorry. It was interesting. I jumped up and called Knox. Motoko. The BD is Nuva, Stop. You can't sell it, I demanded, but then to my horror, Knox scoffed. Sorry. I already got orders from Mitsunashi. Full production is underway. You'll have to talk to her. It's my BD, I demanded. Heh. Sorry Motoko, I agree with the bit Hiromi this time. This has got to get around. I hung up on him and called Hiromi. Motoko. I'm so call Knox and tell him to stop. You can't sell my music gig, BD. Hiromi, the line went silent for a minute. Motoko? But it's amazing. A live concert, BD? Sure, there are a few out on the market, but these are brand new songs, and they're good. Hiromi. Motoko, if you really don't want it to spread it around, I'll stop. Knox. But can you tell me why? I don't want people to see. People already saw during the gig. You did great, But, I stalled out. I didn't have a good reason not to do so, other than I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed because. Why? I don't know, but it still made me uncomfortable. I'm not comfortable. Is there something I can do to make you more comfortable with it? She asked, and I paced around my room for a minute. Then I took a deep breath, and let it out. No. I was anxious about nothing. I took a breath. Instantly, my discomfort disappeared. As I forced myself to feel calm. No. It's just my own anxiety about the whole thing. Music is personal to me playing it I mean. A BD with me murdering scavs, or something I don't mind. Is it weird that's sort of how I want the world to think of me? I asked, almost laughing at the idea. No, it's very you. She said with a laugh. But I think this is a good thing. Motoko, you've got amazing talent. I want to hear you play more. I want to see you up on stage, and have thousands of people cheering you on. I think you can do it, and I'll do my best to help. I want to help. I I don't really see myself as a rocker boy Hiromi. Then maybe you just need to expand who you think Motoko Kusanagi is, because last night, up on that stage, that's what I saw. I didn't have a good riposte for that. Asterisk Motoko, it's just a BD. You've even done music BDs before asterisk. Asterisk it's fine. Go ahead Hiromi. I don't really see any negatives from releasing it. I'm just uncomfortable with the whole thing, but it's nothing but nerves. I've already taken this step onto the stage. I shouldn't run away from the after effects asterisk. Asterisk Nova. Absolutely Nova. I'll take care of it. I'll make sure you don't regret this, asterisk. I already do, I teased, but I honestly wasn't that bothered anymore. I had made the decision, and that was that. Now, I just wanted to get out of the house and do something active. Ending the call after a few moments of goodbyes, I rose up and started grabbing some gear. I fired half a magazine before realizing it wasn't what I wanted. I was at the range, and wanted to shoot some guns to distract me, but the silencer was sort of ruining it. There just wasn't the loud bang I needed. I paused, taking a moment to unscrew the silencer from the Lexington, and then putting it away in my holster, before lining the gun back up and firing. The rapid-fire retort of rounds flying was much better, and I soon fell into the rhythm, using the sound of the gunshots to stop thinking about music. This was the music I wanted to share with the world. Round after round, target after target. Until finally, the alert I was waiting for came through. 100 reflex XP gained. Reflex leveled up. No wait. I had been trying to level my handguns to 8. Not reflex to 9. Not that I was complaining, but that wasn't what I was working on. My own exasperation disappeared in moments as I luxuriated in the feeling. I felt looser, quicker, my body felt more able to respond to what I needed it to do. It felt great. Still, I was pretty close to a handgun level up. I raised the pistol and started firing. When I burned through all of my magazines, I took a moment to reload, and fired again, until they were all empty. With that I ran out of the ammo I had brought with, and went to the owner of the range, and bought more. Fired again. It felt good to let cold blood take over and just feel nothing as I fired over and over. It was interesting that cool was a rather subtle stat. It had been pretty high level for so long I had forgotten how it felt when it changed. Rank 10 cool. It wasn't that I couldn't lose my cool. I could still get upset, I could still get anxious, and not want to deal with something. But the moment I decided to stop letting my emotions control me, it was like everything changed. I was in control. It felt good. One of my favorite things the system gave me, and something I often didn't think about as time went on. It was simply a part of me. Experience, and surety of self that didn't override who I was, but was simply an additive. Something I could fall back on. Just like someone could practice controlling their anger and still fail to follow through with their practice when the moment came. I didn't go home after the range. Instead, I made a call and went to my Netrunner cave. Thankfully the boys responded, and before I even arrived Malcolm and Ichi were both hanging out downstairs. You guys got here fast. I mentioned as the elevator opened, and both of them were camped out in the chairs, food strewn about them. We were already meeting up to get some food. Ichi explained as he stuffed some chips into his mouth. They were definitely chips. Yep, couldn't see what it was exactly, definitely. My eyes could magnify my vision? Don't be silly, why would I do something so simple to look at what Ichi was eating? Well, thank you for showing up. It probably won't be too exciting? I just want to get some more practice in, and maybe offer some services. See what interesting things I can get offered up in exchange. Hey, it wasn't the most thrilling thing I've ever seen, but it was still interesting. Malcolm replied. And I haven't seen the combat zone thing. Malcolm told me about it, but I'm interested. Ichi added. Thanks boys. I said earnestly, and then nodded. Settling into the chair, I closed my eyes, and then opened them on the net. I checked everything as I noticed Tachikoma's digital avatar wandering around, seemingly much more capable of determining if something was new or not. It was evolving. Slowly but steadily. Chapter 182. I stepped down into the bright light of the Netrunner Club, waving a hand at the woman that was seemingly just watching the door. She didn't bother to look away from her file, but I knew she had seen me regardless. Walking inside, I quickly found a booth and accessed the system, taking a look at the battle that was currently being shown. It wasn't anything special, but I knew Ichi would enjoy it as I kept half an eye on that screen, so he could see it, while I opened up another part of the system. A chat layer. There was a main discussion, and then sub-chats, for offers and discussions. Many of them were battle requests, or sales, and purchases of things that were needed. While I waited, I browsed through what was being sold, and what was being asked for. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like anyone really used this place for programming help. But I did see a few interesting offers on netrunning equipment. So who do you think is going to win? Ichi asked me, and I looked over at the battle screen for a moment. Hard to say, I admitted, although I did pay more attention to the battle since it was giving me plenty of ideas on how a normal netrunner battled. It reminded me of why I was really here. I started checking the battle request section, searching. I had just battled whoever I wanted last time, but I was here for a reason. I found it. A netrunner looking for a battle that was well known for using demons. Exactly what I wanted. I smirked as I sent the request, and waited a bit before it was confirmed. Our battle would be 3 more down. I got a match, I told the boys, and settled in to wait. ST-33L sister, huh? This should be fun. An hour later, I left the arena with a bit of a wince. ST-33L sister had not been happy to deal with my sort of netrunner shenanigans. I had gone into this battle for 2 things. 1. Some experience to level up even more, and 2. A test to see how long I could remain completely out of sight against someone that was considered actually skilled. I hadn't kept in mind this was supposed to be a fun game, and what happens when gamers stop having fun. Street 33L had spent the last 2 minutes cussing me out in broadcast over the entire arena before retiring. Definitely going to have to offer an apology to the woman. But on the other hand, I had killed a lot of demons. She had summoned a custom version of the Hound demons, and then backed them up with an array of IMPS and soldier types. She was a one-woman army. Of course it wasn't extremely efficient, she was obviously using the battle as a way to show off her demons. Something I had only realized after I had spent 30 minutes tearing through her summons, and forcing her to keep resummoning them. I had turned the digital jungle into a death trap for anything that walked inside, and ST-33L sister wasn't happy about it. I kinda was though. With my heat bullet hack, I was taking out demons very quickly, with very little RAM usage. The real trick had been keeping out of sight as I continued to mulch her little army. 2 levels. I had killed over 100 demons, and gained 2 levels from this battle alone. When I exited the arena, I looked around for ST-33L sister, but didn't see her unfortunately. I felt kind of bad, but at the same time it had been so incredibly profitable for me, I couldn't help but want to do it again. That was awesome. I sent the boys reconnecting as I once more took a seat around the club. I noticed I had eyes on me, but no one had come to talk to me this time. That was kinda boring to me, but it was still cool. Malcolm offered, trying not to offend. It was cool for the first bit, but eventually it was just kinda there. The other runner got pissed. What happened? Well, normally, you aren't really supposed to just kill the demons over and over like I was. I was sort of being weird. Motoko weird? Never. Malcolm responded back, and I promised myself I would slap the back of his head when I left the server. I considered joining another session, and started looking through the network. There were a few that used demons, not nearly to the same extent though. But as I sent out a request for a match, each of them denied me. I think I might have overdone it a bit. After realizing I wasn't getting any more matches today, at least not without putting up some sort of ante to drag someone into it, I logged out. The boys were happy to eat on my dime, but eventually we split up. I went back to the Netrunner cave while they headed off doing whatever boy things they got up to when Hiromi and I weren't around. I wanted some peace and quiet to get my stats figured out. 2-level UPS was a lot. More than enough to get something good. But I had made a promise, 1 for adaptation, 1 for levels, now just to figure out what I should upgrade. I was tempted to put another point into my ODA neural link, but the first point had cleared up most of the constant issues. Instead, I dropped 1 into my Sandevistan. Despite being such a high adaptation, I didn't really have any day-to-day issues with the Sandy. It was just a chip after all, and I wasn't using it constantly. But turning it on was an issue. If not for my ability to heal so quickly, it might have been dangerous just to use it. Dynalar Sandevistan MK.2 Adaptation Dynalar Sandevistan 1/4. 1 point was added, and then I added the other stat point I had free into my intelligence. Intelligence 13/14. The only issue here was that I was getting close to maxing out my available cyberization. I would need some more chrome that enhanced my net running to be able to level it higher, which only opened me up for more adaptation costs, and the spiral continues. Either way, the points were gone, and I still had lots of skill points. I dropped another point into programming. Programming 13. I couldn't help but hiss as the knowledge flowed into me. It was so much the density of the information actually made me stop and take a moment. There were structures on structures, tricks, and pathways. Digital understanding that could write code in a way a human mind couldn't reach, and I was starting to touch on it. The Tachikoma might be a solid seed for a mortal created AI, but what could it do if I created it fully as a digital entity? Could I ever understand the ocean better than a fish could? Could a human ever understand the digital sea, as well as an entity born into it? But it was possible. I had taken another step closer to being able to do it. Eventually, I shook it off and stood up from the couch, pacing around a bit just to let the feeling of my brain filling up cool down. I walked to the fridge, opened it, ignored the many burritos and grabbed a soda, taking a drink of it, and letting the cold liquid ground me. I was okay, that had just been a lot. I couldn't believe how much more I was gaining in programming. I had thought myself a master when I hit programming 10, but now I think I was only a master of one way of looking at the programs. There was a whole other frontier to learn about. Once my head stopped buzzing, I used a second skill point. Breach Protocol 12. Technically I could level it again, my intelligence was 13 now. I hummed as the knowledge flowed into me. I would take a rest, get some food, do some other things, and then put another point into the skill. I hadn't leveled it up to max like I should have last time I really thought about my stats, and it was too important to not keep maxed out. Satisfied by my improvements so far, I decided to get some other work done. My 3D printer was set up, and I went to work, grinding out some more grenade cases for now. It wasn't anything special, but it would keep me occupied, and help me level up while I let my brain cool down. I got a bunch of crafting and tech ability alerts, but no level ups when I was interrupted by a phone call. Hey Hiromi, what's up? I got it. The armor for Rebecca. I put in an order through the Arasaka channels, and finally got confirmation. Well, technically Papa ordered it, but it's in. I even got an ECM package, although this one is a Kong Tao version, not the Militech system. Will that be okay? She chattered away excitedly, and I felt my own grin spreading at the news. Yes. Finally. I've been waiting forever. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Meet me at the Netrunner cave. I have my equipment here. Have you called Rebecca yet? Okay. No, not yet. Alright, I'll take care of it. You're the best Hiromi. He. We hung up and I made a call to Rebecca. It took a few rings before she finally picked up. Yo. What's up, chum? We got your armor in. I'll need you so I can fit it to you. Wait, what? What armo? Oh shit. I thought you guys forgot. Nope. It's just taken a while to get in. Can you meet me? My brother has the car right now. He's the least known in Maine's crew, so they got him doing supply runs now. Okay. How about I pick you up? Yes. Sure. Definitely. I grinned at Rebecca's excitement, and headed out. Hopefully I could make it back before Hiromi did. I arrived at Rebecca's home, parking out front and waiting just a bit before she came rushing out. Her jacket flaring out behind her, and instantly I noticed she wasn't the exact same as before. New chrome? I asked, and she grinned, flexing her arms for a minute, even if I couldn't really see through her jacket. Got some quick change mounts, she offered, as she pulled down her jacket's sleeve and showed the seam along her upper arm. Something that was familiar to me from her design in the future. Interested in different cyberarms? I asked, smiling despite already knowing the answer. Hell yeah, chim. Gonna get some big beefy fuckers so I can properly control all the kick, she said, holding her hands in front of her as if holding an HMG, and holding the recoil. Preem. You know what you want yet? I have a few ideas. I got my eye on these older Militech cyberarms. They're absolute monsters. Pre-gorilla arm, but they do the same shit. She went on and on, about the chrome she wanted as I started driving back to the Netrunner cave. It was hilarious that I knew exactly what she wanted, and what they would look like in the future. It felt kinda nice as Rebecca and I chatted about chrome and things we wanted in the future. And not once did she bring up Sasha. I wasn't sure if I wanted that conversation or not, but she avoided it. Instead, something more interesting came up. Fucking Pilar, that ugh. If he wasn't my brother, I'd blow both his knees off. So he took the car without even running it by you? He does this shit all the time. Anytime he wants it, he just takes it. Never bothers to let me know. It's not like I didn't put eddies into that thing. Rebecca grumbled, arms crossed as she leaned back in the seat, her feet rising up to barely rest against the dash. Rebecca really was small. Why not just get another car? I asked, I mean. It wasn't like it was hard. Rides cost Eddie's chum. She replied back with a snort, and then I opened my mouth and closed it, and then when we came to a red light I stopped and looked at her. I got this car for free by murdering the previous owner. Hell, we sold dozens of vehicles to Dakota. If you want a car, Becca, we can just go get one. Like. It's easy. And then as my smile shifted into something wicked, I leaned over. The corps don't want you to know this, but the cars in the Badland are free, I said, barely holding myself back from laughing. I have a bunch of cars at home. I didn't actually have cars at home, but a meme was a meme. Rebecca blinked at me with those big red cyber eyes, and then just burst into laughter. What? That's crazy, chum. The nomads get pissy about their rides, you know. Not if you flatline them first, hard to get pissy when you're dead. Well, yeah, they piss themselves when they die, but that's neither here nor there. Heh. Well, if it was that easy, I would totally do it, she said, still giggling at my offer, which is when I decided right then and there that it was in fact happening. As we drove to Straight Lane Apartments, I sent out a text to Hiromi and the boys, letting them know the problem. Pulling into a parking lot down the street, I guided Rebecca inside, all the while explaining to her what this place was, and telling her the story of how it became mine. Wait, your chum bought the basement of this place? Technically? I don't know if she has the actual deed or anything, but I control the elevator access, and no one else can get in unless I want them to. Rebecca looked around in interest as we entered the apartment complex, and headed towards the elevator. I'd appreciate if you didn't tell anyone about this place? The less people that know about it, the less I have to worry about someone trying to kill me while I'm net running. Yeah, course. I won't tell anyone. Promise. Rebecca offered as the elevator doors closed, and I smiled down at her in thanks. Then the doors opened to a party. Motoko. Hiromi cheered as Malcolm and Ichi were already here as well. The three of them already half dug into cartons of food. Hi. I greeted and hurried out of the elevator, heading straight for the case. I flipped it open, and started scanning, checking out the Arasaka armor in the same style that we used. It didn't take me long to go through it, checking it over and noting happily that everything was there. In fact, it was in the same condition our armor had been when we first got it, right out of the box. Satisfied? Hiromi asked, and I nodded at that. Very. Okay, Becca. Before you get comfy, come here, I need some measurements. I called out, noticing that she had already taken a seat and was digging into the food the boys had brought. The fact she looked like she fit into the picture only made it better. Steal the small girl. I grinned at the thought and then stood up holding the chest rig up. Let's see what I need to adjust past what it already comes with. While everyone settled in to enjoy themselves, I went to work. Rebecca really was small, and this armor was not made for someone her size and mind. Even the adjustable straps would have left the armor swallowing her. Not exactly efficient. So I would need to cut it down heavily, and then readjust where the armor padding would cover. But honestly, it wasn't bad. I had a full scan of it from my Karoshi, and a model of Rebecca, and I could easily use the Arasaka CAD software to compare the two, and make the digital adjustments. I even got a technical attribute alert for making the changes. Then I got to work cutting. Between my 3D printer and my own knowledge of crafting, I actually made the adjustments pretty quickly. Under the interested eyes of my chums, I cut and burned, reshaped the armor, reused cut armor to alter the shape, and in the end came out with a chest rig that when Rebecca put it on, it actually fit. I did alter the adjustment straps, so if you need you can mess with it a bit. Also, the arm sections are heavily adjustable, so when you get those new arms of yours, they will still attach. I offered to the girl with a wink as she was checking herself out as shifting left and right, noticing the fit. Damn, this actually fits really good. She whispered out surprised, and I just laughed. Of course it does. I wouldn't make something that didn't fit you. I still need to work on the rest of it, but this piece is done. Mostly. The ECM hasn't been added, or the lights needed to run it. I explained, ticking off points on my chrome fingers for what still needed to be done. Rebecca just whistled, and the rest of the chums smiled. Anyway. That can wait until after though. I explained, and my chums all smiled like sharks as the plan we had been cooking up while I worked was brought forth. Hiromi had called Dakota, and Saul, Ichi, and Malcolm had kept Rebecca distracted, and I made her armor so it would fit. Also that when I was done, the plot could happen. Huh? Rebecca asked, looking around at everyone's smiles that were maybe a bit too shark-like. So Becca, you doing anything for the next 12 hours? I asked, and she blinked a bit in surprise at that length of time I requested. No? Perfect. I added, and then all my chums rushed off. They would have to get their own stuff after all. Time to go Raffen shiv hunting. Poor Rebecca just didn't understand yet. Chapter 183. Ugh. This is why I don't go out of the city. The sand is fucking everywhere. Rebecca grumbled. We had taken a pit stop a few hours into the drive to let everyone hit the bathroom if they needed, and poor Rebecca got the worst of it. Well, you aren't supposed to press your ass into the sand. I joked back, and she glared at me. Rebecca's squeals as she had lost her balance while out squatting in the desert had gotten me to come running, only to break down into a laughing fit when I found her on her back legs in the air after falling over. Fuck off. How much longer anyways? She grumbled at me, arms crossed, but it wasn't very threatening, more cute. Not too far. Dakota gave us the exact info. Seriously, these Raffen should know better. I offered back. The gig was easy enough. A small band of Raffen had kidnapped the daughter of some rich woman in the city. The stupid girl had come out to party in the Badlands, and the Raffen had gone through and took everyone mid-party to ransom them back. But this girl's parents were more interested in sending a message than sending eddies. Which worked for me. I waved at Hiromi, who waved back at me. The whole crew was moving on this gig, just in different cars, but this time Rebecca was with me instead of Hiromi. Ichi once again was stuck driving the truck as we headed out. I wasn't sure how much loot these Raffen would have, but I was going to find out. All done? As done as I can be. Rebecca grumbled as she climbed back into the car. Then we were off. Our little convoy continued on. As we moved, I went over the information Dakota had given me. Like normal, the Raffen had taken over some old buildings in the desert and were using it to hold their hostages. Technically the gig only cared about the one girl, but I planned on cleaning up the entire group, and so I would have to worry about the hostages as well. I had come up with a plan that I think would work, and this time it really would be mostly about me. I would go in first, infiltrate, find the hostages, and then secure them. Then once I was done, I would call it in, and the rest of the team would move in, and all together we would take out the rest of the forces with me working as Netrunner support to ensure the hostages wouldn't be harmed. As we turned off the main road, and onto a dirt path, I kept an eye out for our contact. Dakota had been keeping an eye on the Raffen for the last 3 days after the kidnapping. She had been putting together a team to rescue the hostages, but hadn't taken care of until we had shown up. Seriously, I was going to have to talk to her. She could have let me know about this gig without us reaching out. Or more likely I knew, I needed to talk to Hiromi about setting up a fixer connection. If Hiromi was talking to all of them, or seeing what gigs they needed done, she could poke me about good gigs, and Section 9 could take them on. I was lazy when it really came down to it. I had plenty of eddies, and not a lot of things I was planning on buying, so I kept putting off taking more and more gigs. Which, thinking about it, was rather stupid. I did want to get a full body conversion at some point, even with all the politics involved in that level of cyberware. Stupid full body restrictions. Blah blah, had to have someone vouch for you, blah blah. I'd probably just put in the paperwork saying I worked for Hiromi, and that would be that. One of the benefits of having a chum so into the corpo network. I slowed and pulled off, seeing the man sitting at an old bus stop with a dirt bike that was our contact. "Alright, we're here," I muttered, and Becca perked up, looking suddenly excited. "Finally! I was waiting for this," she cried and stepped out as soon as my car stopped. Really, I was going to have to talk to her about the seatbelt thing. I stepped out and noticed Malcolm's car pulled up behind us. The rocket launchers on the top of the thing always distracted me whenever I saw them. Stupid dibs, that was supposed to be my rocket launcher car. Ichi's truck pulled up behind that, and Hiromi behind him. "You lot. Section 9? The man asked, and I felt my face brighten into a smile before I calmed it, and went stone-faced. "We are." "You are Milton, Dakota's contact." I greeted him in turn as I approached him. "Where is the compound?" "It's an old farmhouse. Just up the road. I've never been in it before, but from what I was able to gather, it has a basement. That's likely where the hostage is," he explained, sending over some fairly basic data about the insides, but brand new pictures of what it looked like from the outside and above. The man must have a drone or something. "Alright. We'll take it from here, unless you have anything else?" Nothing that Dakota wanted to pass along. He offered with a shrug, and then just settled back into the bus stop. Feet up on the bike. Relaxing back as if planning on just waiting to see what would happen. I thought about commenting, but it wasn't worth it, or important. "Alright, suit up," I called out as I turned, and I got nods from everyone besides Rebecca, who looked confused, before I smiled at her, and took a moment to pull out the case of her armor from the trunk right alongside my own. "Suit up," I told her, and she looked a little hesitant as she took it. "Hiromi and the boys can help you get it on," I told her. "Don't stress about it, it's pretty easy once you get the hang of it," Hiromi added as she walked over to help. "Yeah, sure. Can't be too hard," Rebecca admitted, sounding more sure of herself. "Alright, go ahead and arm up as well, I'm going to head in first," I told them already, pulling on my chest rig, strapping it in, as I started securing my weapons and equipment. Everyone got to it. Hiromi walking Rebecca through suiting up, it thankfully let me focus on preparing. Attaching the silencer onto my copperhead, I nodded as it was secured. Time to get to work. I made the call connecting everyone together and then headed out into the desert. These guys wouldn't likely have any sensors in the desert, but I would still be heading in alone on foot, so I could try and find out before we got closer. Stomping through the desert once again, I wanted to laugh to myself at how often I found myself sliding through the sands outside Night City. The Raffen just couldn't help themselves, and I guess they were an easy target considering how rarely they would go into Night City. Low risk, high reward. I controlled my breathing, moved cautiously, and let myself fall into a rhythm, checking everything as I stalked closer and closer. Soon enough I crested a ridge and could see the farmhouse, and the cars surrounding it in the distance. Staying low and hiding in the shadow of a bush, I sent up-to-date information to my team, marking the cars to focus on. More interesting was that I couldn't see any defenses. This place didn't even have cameras set up that I could see. Moving over the ridge after making sure no one had eyes on me, I moved closer and closer, lining up with a section of the backside of the farmhouse that didn't have any windows. I approached closer and closer, until I quietly leapt over the fence that surrounded the property. "I'm in," I confirmed to the team. There was no hesitation, this wasn't my first infiltration. I followed along the back of the house until I was on the shadowed side, then slowly peeked in through the armored windows. It was a kitchen, and it was empty so far that I could see. Taking a moment, I gathered as much about the layout of the house as I could before moving on. I didn't trust the window guards to not squeal if I opened them, so that wasn't my entrance. Everything was so old and rusted that I would have to worry about noise, which meant the front was the best access point. Sliding along the wall, I peeked around at the cars. None of them were on, but with their crystal dome it was impossible to tell if someone was inside them with their doors closed. This would be so much easier if I could get eyes on someone and just ping them. Slipping through the shadows, I crouched and made my way to the front door. It was unlocked, and an old-style door, instead of one of the electrical doors that were so popular in Night City. I crouched up to it, and slowly opened it, peeking inside. The front hallway was empty, but I could hear sounds of a TV playing. Obviously these guys had gotten some power going. I slipped inside, closing the front door silently behind me. I felt the cold flow through me. Time to move and find the hostages. The assumption was they were downstairs, but this farmhouse did have a second floor as well. I'd check down, but have to be careful about what was above me. Sliding along the wall, I came to the first opening. On the right, the hallway opened into a living room, where the sound of the TV was coming from, and there was a small door to the left to the kitchen I had seen before. Further down the hall was a few other rooms, and stairs up. Where was the basement entrance? I prepared myself and peeked around the corner into the living room. Instantly, I engaged my Sandevistan. The couch was facing the doorway, the TV was up against the wall I was against, and there was a Raffen sitting on the couch drinking a beer. I moved, even as his eyes widened in surprise at seeing me. My knife came out, and before his voice could make a sound I checked it. The knife moved through the air like it was in slow motion. Then it crashed into the man's throat. I was right behind it. The metal cut off his cry of alarm, as I grabbed the hilt of the blade and jerked it out, tearing his throat out and silencing him permanently. My sandy turned off, and I pushed the man down into the couch so he would bleed out into it, instead of on top of me. 100 blades XP gained. 500 XP gained. I waited, listening urgently for any noise. A ruffle, a cough, the sound of a boot on flooring. Nothing. I released the corpse and turned up the TV a bit. Unfortunately, I hadn't pinged him before the murder, so I was still going in blind. Idly I noticed my Sandevistan didn't feel too bad. It was still warm, but that was the actual chrome's heat, and not my nerves on fire. I shifted my neck a bit as I checked the room. I felt good. My eyes roved over the room, before I noticed that it had a strange shape. Instead of being square or rectangular, there was a harsh angle in the corner. The same corner that would be across from the stairs up. I think that was where the basement access was. Heading back out of the living room, I moved quietly down the hall, copperhead raised. Knife was quieter, but if things got bad I was ready to fire. There across from the stairs was a door, and as I gently opened it up, I found the basement stairs. I found the basement. Heading down now, move in *. Then I slowly went inside, testing each step to make sure none of the construction creaked as I slipped down. It wasn't dark though. No, the lights were on, and as I headed down I heard it before seeing. The sounds of quiet crying. I slipped farther down and caught sight of the situation. A large basement, well lit, with a pile of teenagers tucked into a corner, sitting on the floor. It looks like they had been given access to a small bathroom nearby, but that was the extent of their comfort. Then there were the Raffen watching them. One guy was sitting at the base of the stairs in a big chair with a tactician. No one saw me yet as I was just peeking through the small gap where the stairs left the ceiling. I quickly breached into the Raffen, and then when that was done, sent a ping through. The golden light branched off and I noticed that he wasn't alone. There was another light leading near him in a corner of the basement I couldn't see. 2 of them. Then another 3 lights upstairs. I connected the information into the network with my chums, so Section 9 would have the information on where the Raffen were. Now what to do? Even silenced, my copperhead would make noise. A bullet smacking into concrete tended to make noise. Then again, the hostages would make noise when I appeared as well. They always do. I gave myself 4 seconds to come to a decision, and in the end got up and moved, bouncing off the stairs, so I landed at the bottom, skipping everything in between, and giving the Raffen no time. Sandevistan activated, and I once again felt the warmth on my neck, but it wasn't as bad. Then I moved. I backflipped, landing on the back of the large chair, behind the first Raffen, my knife slipping into and then out of his throat in a single motion as I kicked off again, bouncing off the wall I saw where the second Raffen was. A couch settled into a corner facing a TV, although it wasn't on this time. He was just starting to react, as I leapt, his eyes dilating, in slow time as his brain registered the movement. Registered that something was there. Something dangerous. The adrenaline spiked, his brain sparked, but it was all far too slow. I landed on top of him, bodily pushing him into the couch for a second before simply stepping away, his throat now ripped open, leading his life to trail out over his dirty shirt. Sandevistan off, a burning fire up my neck told me I was at my limit. 500 XP gained. 100 athletics XP gained. 500 XP gained. I almost laughed at the odd XP. I guess doing backflips counted. Focusing on the hostages, who were also just starting to react, and raised a hand to where my lips were hidden under my helmet. A single finger telling them to be quiet. I didn't move for a few moments, letting them all register what was happening and see my motion. It mostly worked. A few gave squeals of shock at the sudden death, and at my appearance, but the ones that were smart shushed their fellows, and soon the entire room was quiet again. Taking a few quiet steps forward, I returned to the stairs and waited, my directional microphone pointed upwards, trying to catch anything. It was quiet. The 3 lines of light leading above didn't shift. Nodding, I turned to the hostages. That was more people than expected. I had thought we were talking about 4 or 5, but this was more like 20 hostages stuck down here. I ignored them though, instead focusing back up the stairs as I could hear the sounds of vehicles approaching. Section 9 was here. I felt myself grow a sinister grin as I raced back up the stairs, setting up at the entrance to the basement with my copperhead pointing towards the stairs. I could hear the Raffen upstairs tumbling around, hearing the sound of approaching engines that weren't their own. And I prepared myself. Let's go. Ahahaha. A familiar voice rang out, and suddenly a roar started up. I could hear the round slamming into the second floor as Rebecca opened fire with the Itchy special. Itchy had set up the behemoth for a quick mount of his HMGs. So of course that would be where Rebecca ended up. I could hear the hostages below cry out in fear at the sound, but they were completely safe. The HMG was firing up into the second floor. I could see the golden lights flicker out as the HMG rounds punched straight through the old farmhouse. In the end, 2 of the lights flickered before the HMG went silent. You know it's a pain in the ass to reload those things, right? I asked over the line as I raced upwards. *Ah, come on. Do you have any idea how long I've been wanting to let loose with one of these babies? Militeka's Mark 31 is practically my dream. I want to keep firing. Itchy. Reload. Please, asterisk. Asterisk, not a chance. I'm safe in here. Armored cab asterisk. Asterisk, alright, clear comms. I'm going after the last one asterisk, I offered back, fighting my desire to laugh at Rebecca's cherry sweet pleading towards Itchy. Malcolm had rushed in as soon as the gun stopped and formed up behind me as we went upstairs. Might have to talk to him about getting some lynx paws. He was a bit loud, but it didn't matter. We found the last Raffen hiding in a bathroom that somehow had kept the rounds from reaching him. He died quickly enough with a couple shots of the copperhead. 500 XP gained. This is a mess. I grumbled as I grabbed what was left in the fridge the Raffen had stored up and took it downstairs. These kids weren't just from one kidnapping. It was more like 3. The Raffen had the bright idea of setting up parties in the Badlands and then coming in and kidnapping anyone that had eddies. So some of the kids had been stuck out here for more than a week, and the Raffen weren't doing a great job of feeding and watering them. Made worse with the fact those that were still here after a few days meant their parents weren't able, or planning on actually paying the ransom. Why waste food and water on dead kids after all? Fucking scum. Alright, I got some more food here. I called out as I stomped down the stairs. Technically we were only here for one person, but I wasn't so cold that I would leave these people to die. Malcolm was actually doing a damn good job playing hero, having gone downstairs to check on them. He had worked to get them all comfortable, getting them food and water. More than a few of the teens closer to our age were making doe eyes at the big damn hero. It was cute. On the other hand, as I walked down, there was a sudden tenseness in the atmosphere. I guess my cold-blooded murder of the two Raffen had left an impression. None of the teens seemed brave enough to want to interact with me. Thanks. Malcolm offered, grabbing the food and drink from my arms and starting to pass it out. Ichi had already commandeered Rebecca, and they were going through everything they could find for loot. Although I had noticed Rebecca giving the vehicles outside strong looks, I already knew which one she would take too. There was a nice Archer quartz that she had been keeping an eye on. The little two-seater would fit Rebecca perfectly. Either way, I was more focused on helping Malcolm. After the food and drink was handed over, Malcolm continued to act as the face, calming everyone down as he assured them he would get everyone back to the city without any issue. Eventually, everything calmed down. I found our actual target and sent a picture to Dakota confirming rescue. She would be sending a truck to pick her up, and then the rest of the kids were our responsibility if we wanted to do something. I headed back up to check in with Ichi, who didn't look enthused. We aren't getting much out of this one, Motoko. The vehicles, a few things of value inside, what they were wearing, and that's about it. They didn't bother to set anything up here. He explained as I met up with him and Rebecca, searching through the old rooms. Can't win them all. It's fine, we did this mostly for Rebecca anyways. I offered, shrugging, and the girl looked up as her name was called, before looking a little pleased. Thanks, chum. She offered, and I smiled back at her before remembering I was wearing my helmet still. Taking it off, I gave her a smile in return. Alright, find what we can, and load it up in the other vehicles first. I think the behemoth is mostly going to be full of our friends downstairs. Dakota isn't going to take them? Ichi asked, and I shook my head. Apparently she was only paid for the one, and doesn't care. They are our responsibility. I answered back with a grumble. It would have been a lot easier if we didn't have to transport 22 people. Well, at least we'll have room? Ichi said, looking around the room and the complete lack of loot piles. Yeah, alright, you two finish up, I'm going to make sure we have water for our friends on the trip. I headed back out, and went in search. It's not like I could use the taps. The water was awful, so I would have to find something else. There was probably an old SCSM somewhere. Chapter 184. Alright, everyone up. Slow and steady now. I called out as we were guiding the people into the behemoth. There was an understandable hesitation in wanting to enter the massive truck. Hey, it's alright. We'll be heading into Night City to drop you all off. It's not like there are buses out this far, yeah? Malcolm called out, reassuring everyone as he even ran up and climbed onto the back of the behemoth. I'll be in the back with you. Come on. Let's go home. He shouted, and that got them moving. I shrugged. Malcolm had done a better job than I had in getting the hostages to relax. He jumped into the back of the truck with them, to be their contact as Ichi started up the truck. I would drive my Quadra, Hiromi would drive Malcolm's car. And Rebecca? I looked over and blanched. That is not what I expected you to pick. I whispered to myself, Rebecca had not jumped into the Archer quartz, the little two-seater that I thought she had been eyeing. No, she had jumped into a massive Thornton Mackinac. The same truck Panam drove, only Panam was normal-sized. Rebecca looked like a kid while sitting in the driver's seat, but I couldn't deny her massive grin was rather telling. I walked over and climbed up to see what she was up to. And I laughed as she was working on the switches and things on the dash, trying to figure it all out. It's a lot, she argued, flushing a little embarrassed at her confusion. No worries. That one is the crystal dome opacity. That one is the wheel differential. That one's the scanner. I started, and each time I waited for Rebecca to play with the switches to get a feel for what it did. That one I have no idea. Some custom option probably. I offered, and of course, Rebecca flipped the protector on the steering wheel and hit the switch. The roar of 2 machine guns built into the front of the truck went off and absolutely destroyed an old shed next to the farmhouse. We both went silent for a moment. FFFFHHHH. Rebecca broke into horrendous goblin laughter as she realized her new truck had weapons. Of course it has weapons. I mumbled, why did my Quadra not have weapons? I should attach weapons. This is awesome. Rebecca roared out and I couldn't help but smile at her. I was just happy, she was happy. The trip back to the city wasn't too bad. We had to stop a few times for bathroom breaks for the hostages, but Malcolm had stayed with them specifically to be able to reach us in case something like that was needed. Itchy didn't want someone peeing in his truck. When we all reached the city, we released everyone at the first bus stop, which while half were relieved we weren't kidnapping them, the other half complained about us leaving them on the edge of the city and not driving them all home. Pretentious little shits. Luckily, no one pushed past complaining and we were soon on our way. The small bits of loot we had gathered would be dropped off for Hiromi to sell, and Dakota had already taken the other vehicles we had left behind, adding a bit of eddies for the gig. More interesting though was Rebecca. We had given Rebecca a monster truck. I kinda regret everything now. I mumbled, as I watched her drive off, nearly driving over another car that was driving too slow. Rebecca was splitting off to get her car painted and registered. And then she had said she really wanted to show it off to her brother. In the end, I was pretty happy with how everything had worked out. Dropping off the loot didn't take long, and 20 minutes later, we were all gathered up at Lizzie's for an after-gig party. After the party, I headed home, flopping onto my bed and passing out for the night. I woke up the next morning without much to do, so I ended up settling onto the couch and messing around with some quick hacks. There was a lot that I still wanted to work on, my netrunning resources still weren't complete, but the fact was, a lot of the high-end stuff I wanted to do was out of reach still. My mind often ran back to the Laughing Man, from Ghost in the Shell. The ability to in real time hack into someone and change what they were seeing. The Major even used it to make herself invisible in a later episode, but the complexity of something like that was beyond me. If I wanted invisibility, I would need to somehow hunt down some optical camo, which was basically impossible to find. It was a cyberware that was rarely put out on the market, as it was highly coveted. Any stealth solo wanted optical camo. Imagine a thief that could go invisible. Of course they would want it. Unfortunately, I would have to take out some Arasaka ninja, or Militech hitman, to get my hands on it at this rate. So since neither option was reasonable, I was stuck doing something else. Currently I was cleaning up another request from Yoko. Someone wanted a skeleton key to a network. Basically, they didn't have a netrunner good enough to breach into the system themselves, but they still needed to get in. That's where I came in. They sent the data to Yoko, and she passed it off to me, as a test. Well, really it was more that she just didn't want to do the work, I think. But it was alright. She promised me some favors for the work, and it wasn't really hard. I knew exactly where the security system was weak, and with a bit of work, I had a quick hack that was small enough even some Rezer could breach through the system. I sent it off to Yoko, but only after sneaking a little bit of code into it, that would basically blow confetti into her face when she opened the file. She might have thought it was slick to send along a demon into the information packet she had sent me, but I was pretty sure she wouldn't catch my little present until it blew up in her face. I could only hope she was around other people on the net when it happened. Stretching as I rose up from the couch, I noticed June was missing. Him and Akari had been disappearing together a lot recently, but it was all because of that little shit that tried to get June into trouble. June might not want me tracking him and killing him, but I swear if June had any further blowback over this nonsense, I would hunt that little shit down. Old friend or not. I was just thinking about going out and grabbing a bite to eat when I got a call from Hiromi. What's up, Hiromi? Motoko. Okay, listen. You need to turn on the radio. Right now. Go to Growl FM. 89.7. This is huge. Aya, she squealed into the phone, and suddenly I felt a disturbance. Hiromi, what did you do? I talked to a ton of people. Radio now. It's almost time. Ash said it would be coming up next, I blinked, because. What station was Growl FM? I don't remember it from the game, was it gone by then? Then, because I knew what I was going to hear, I glanced over to the radio and flicked it on with a quick breach. Of course, that doesn't mean Biotechnica are innocent in this. The Securison reveal will be a black mark the Corp may never recover from. Or from their last stock prices, they already have. That's the truth of the game, folks. Anyway, here's an amazing amateur track that was played last week at a little dive called Red Dirt. I want to introduce the whole city to Ghost in the Shell, and this will be Smells Like Teen Spirit. I need to sit down. I stumbled over and managed to flop into the couch as my song started playing. I could hear Hiromi chattering away in my ear, but I was too shocked at what was happening to properly hear her. My version of Nirvana was on the radio, and Hiromi had set this up. It was a copy of the BD track. I could hear the distortions of the club, people chattering and talking and singing along in the back. It was like a live track almost. Well, the quality wasn't all there, too much deterioration from the mediums, but it was okay. It was okay. I'm okay. This was okay. Right. If I told myself that, I would believe it. The song finished. So that's the first track that was played, and I'd say the artist Ghost? Ghost in the Shell? Apparently, it's the whole thing? Whatever, it's Nova. I liked it. I'll probably try out the other tracks from this set as well. Quality isn't great, but that's the name of the game with our pirate station, isn't it? Anyway, let's switch over to something a bit older. I flicked the radio off. Believe she agreed. I talked to Judy, and she talked to Rita, and Rita apparently knows Ash, which I guess should be obvious, she is a Mox after all. So Rita put the dash asterisk. Hiromi. Asterisk Motoko. You are still there, I was starting to get worried, you know, asterisk. Hiromi. Yes? Asterisk, I honestly don't know whether to cry or scream at you right now. I'll talk later, asterisk. I hung up. Then I flopped over into the couch and screamed into the cushions. A few hours later, after ignoring phone calls, I had told Hiromi to meet me. The fact was, I didn't wait for her to come up though. The moment she had parked her car and headed to the elevator, I was inside. As the doors opened, she startled for a moment, seeing me right on the other side of the metal doors. We need to talk. I informed her, and then hooked my arm around her elbow and tugged her inside. Well, Motoko, hey. She muttered before realizing I was smiling at her. I'm sorry I didn't ask before going through with it, but I was put in touch with Ash, and it was a 1 in a million chance. I had to accept. I didn't answer as the elevator started up without me pushing a button. As if I hadn't hacked into the building security and had my own overrides by now. The elevator ride was quiet as Hiromi seemed to realize I wasn't responding, and she started fidgeting. Finally, the elevator reached our floor and I dragged Hiromi along, her faint resistance nowhere near enough to slow me down, before I entered the apartment and finally let her go. Then I started pacing, not even heading to the couch. What the fuck, Hiromi? I demanded, and she jerked. Why? I just wanted your song to get big. That's not the problem here. I told her. You know I'm uncomfortable with this. I only agreed to the Red Dirt gig because I think I was ready for that. I was ready to try it and see how it worked, but this. I wasn't ready for this, Hiromi. You pushed past my boundaries and you didn't even ask. She opened her mouth to respond before closing it. I know. I didn't ask, because if I did, I knew you wouldn't be ready for it, and the opportunity would be gone. So I just did it. I knew you'd be mad. But I hoped I could convince you this is a good thing. An opportunity like this was huge. I'm not mad it's on the radio, Hiromi. I'm mad you did it behind my back. I trust you. Completely. You handle all my eddies practically, and I never second guess, or check to see if you were cheating me or something, because I don't have to. Because I trust you. I told her, and my words had their intended effect. Hiromi flinched, her face paling a bit as I stopped pacing and just stood in front of her, glaring at her until the overconfident demeanor shifted into the real Hiromi. I just wanted to. I wanted to be your manager, and get your career started, Anne. I wanted it. She slowly whispered out, and I nodded. I know. Your desire to keep pushing for more is one of your cute points. I admitted, then I stepped in to wrap her in a hug. Honestly, I wasn't that mad. Not really, not about the song on the radio. My words had been the truth. I was more hurt Hiromi would do this behind my back, despite knowing I wouldn't be okay with it. But I also knew that Hiromi wasn't perfect. She made mistakes just like I did, and she wasn't trying to be malicious. She was just fixated on improvements and growth, and sometimes that blinded her. Hiromi. You're one of the few people I trust completely. I won't break that over something like this, but I hope you'll treat my trust with a bit more gentleness from now on. I told her, still hugging her tightly. I will. She whispered into my neck, hugging me back tightly. Great. Good. I nodded and stepped back. You're my manager after all. I don't think I can find a better one, especially one that I can actually trust, so we'll have to make this work. She nodded, her eyes watery, but not quite falling into tears yet. Okay. So, my song. On the radio. I started pacing again. You said they wanted a studio version? Ash? Yeah, she said the live version is okay, but if you want it to really blow up, we need a studio version. Hiromi spoke softly, her voice gaining strength now that I wasn't letting what happened come between us. Fuck. I don't know if I want to do this. I muttered, still pacing. Okay, Motoko, cost benefits. The costs are, people might start knowing me. The benefits? Eddies? Hiromi will get more experience dealing with high-end deals with something I don't really care that much for. If someone tricks us and ends up with lots of eddies or something, I'll just let it go, or kill them, depending on how bad it is. The benefits of my wide range of skills. So, okay. Let's set up an appointment for Denny's studio? I can do that. Hiromi confirmed with a fierce look on her face, excitement filling her now that I had accepted. I watched as her eyes flashed gold as she started making a call, and I kept pacing for a while. I never expected this rocker boy thing to get this big. I was just doing it for fun, and I mean, sure, hearing my own voice on the radio had been, well, it was kind of flattering and cool. If horrifying as well. But was this what I wanted? Rocker boy Motoko? I considered it, cold blood flowing over me for a second. I wanted to think about this without a single emotion getting in the way. I had decided to become a merc because eddies, and because it seemed to be the right path. I liked it. I enjoyed the challenge, and the growth, and the killing. As fucked up as that was. Music? I enjoyed that too. I liked it, it was a rush, and fun, and it was the only way I would be able to hear some songs that I missed. So was I going to try it out as a career? It would take a lot of time away from. Well. I blinked, realizing my schedule wasn't limited by anything. I mean, eventually I was planning on getting a Gemini, and with my healing, and with technology improving, I might end up living for a very, very long time. I looked down at my hands. They weren't shaking or moving. I didn't do that anymore thanks to the Cool Nerves perk, but even without it I don't think I would be showing any signs. I would do this, see how it goes, let Hiromi push it as hard as she could, and in exchange I would spend some time, make some music, and if it doesn't work, I'd just go back to killing like normal. Who cares if I succeed or fail? The fact that it didn't matter, that I didn't need to be anxious about trying out a new career, that its success simply didn't matter? It was kind of freeing. Okay. I got a slot in an hour, all paid up, dash. Hiromi. I cut in, causing her to stall out and stare at me wide-eyed as I looked at her confidently, hands on my hips. I've decided. We aren't going to play around with this. Let's hit this hard. I'll start doing songs, you start pushing it, and I'll even do some more gigs. I want to see how far this rocker boy thing can go. Oh my god. Hiromi whispered, her eyes practically had stars in them, considering how excited she looked at that moment. This is going to be the best. I nodded. Glad I still had my best corpo in my corner. Chapter 185. A denial. I hit the last note, letting it sound clean and clear. Technically, I didn't need to do much work to get a studio clean track prepped for radio release. I had technically done it all before, but if I was going to make an official track, I wanted to spruce it up a bit. This would be the version of this song everyone considered as the official one after all. So I took some time and cleaned everything up, using the instruments in the rental room to make sure all the songs sounded as good as I could make them. Then, with Hiromi watching eagerly, I created 5 copies on 5 shards. There, I told her, as I handed them over. That's the best I can do. It's amazing. You're amazing, Motoko. Now it's my turn. I'll talk to Ash again, but maybe I'll try to contact Moro Rock as well. Okay. Whatever you think is best, I decided, and Hiromi perked up at my acknowledgement. Nope. I wasn't uncomfortable. It was fine. If everyone started noticing me, I'd just change my face or something. Laughing man hack to make myself look like someone else. Boom. Problem solved. Nodding at that, I decided since my job was done to go celebrate. Hiromi and I split up. She was going to track down Ash and try to get the songs on the air, while I decided it was time to do something completely different. I pulled up to the Daravaja dojo and stepped out, nodding at how there were plenty of people around. Walking inside, I headed to the back and found Sensei as usual, standing on the tatami, glaring at people until they did better. He noticed me with a glance, and then I enjoyed the fact he gave me a sort of double take with just his eyes as I approached his side calmly. That corner. Forms. Understood, Sensei. I agreed easily. I was here to grind. Blade 7 was a disgrace, especially since my reflex stat which governed it was already at 9. What kind of ninja was I with a low blade skill? I grabbed one of the shurnai and found the corner he had ordered me to, and fell into the forms, moving through each movement with a cold-blooded focus. 100 blades XP gained. Blade skill level up. I nodded as I finished the forms, taking a moment to breathe deeply. I had earned the level up halfway through, so I had used the rest of the forms that I needed to finish under Sensei's eyes to adjust to the new knowledge. It felt good. Great even. I felt better, just with that one level up, proof that I was improving myself. Blades 8 was a good level. Musashi, you are against Kusanagi. Sensei suddenly called out, and I looked over. The man really did have good timing. I had just finished the warm-up, now time to put it into practice. Huh? I don't see the Oni. A young man called out, looking around in surprise. I took a moment to look him over. He was in a GI, and I could tell at a glance, he was good with the shurnai he held in one hand. He was definitely one of the main students of the dojo. Sensei was talking about me. Motoko Kusanagi, Jun is my brother. I offered as I approached the man, and he looked me over for a moment. I remember now. I've seen you around before, he greeted, as he looked me over. I could tell there wasn't much awareness in his eyes. He knew nothing about me, and didn't seem to care. But a moment later, he shifted, giving me a small bow, which I realized was actually the start to the bout. Musashi didn't care much for talking apparently. I returned the bow, and then he engaged, bringing up his shurnai and moved, his feet barely leaving the floor as he rushed in. Parry guided me in, locked my blade on his strike, and forced it down, away from me. It didn't surprise him, or even make him hesitate. A moment later he continued on, shifting his blade up and in a strike that I deflected back with a firm guard, and gave him my own swipe, which he seemingly disappeared from, taking a few very fast steps back to dodge it. This guy wasn't a joke. He was damn good. Then he was back in, blade swinging, and I let myself go on the defensive. The boy was good. Not overall as good as I was, of course, definitely not as good on the defense especially, but he had a good enough foundation, and a reach advantage. I found myself either needing to take risks to attack, or just falling back on the defense. Stupid tall idiot. Why does everyone have to be taller than me? I wasn't that short to start with. I was going to master the blade and cut everyone down at the knee, so I was the tallest. I shook off the silliness and grew cold to focus on the battle in front of me. Once more his attacks became relentless, using his reach to strike in ways that if I was any less skilled would hit me, but I could hold him off, but couldn't push forward. Then I noticed something amusing. I was in better condition than he was, his relentless attacks wore on him, and his breath was coming out harsher and harsher. If I couldn't defeat this incredibly skilled guy outright, then I would just let him wear himself out and defeat him that way. We continued, and I could watch as his frustration mounted. His continued failure forced him to try new moves, angles. He suddenly shifted, locking blades, and trying a trick to disarm me. It wouldn't have worked, I know how to disengage, but he had made another mistake on top of that, so I decided to punish him for it. He twisted, and it should have ripped the shurnai from my grip, only my wrists were chrome. My entire wrist spun around, and since he had left himself open, I bonked him on the shoulder as I returned to my guard. Musashi. Fight your opponent, not who you want your opponent to be. Sensei called out, and I could see the white-hot rage flow up the young man's face, his neck, then cheeks, then ears all went red. He took a few steps back and shifted back into a stance showing he was ready for another round. You're quite skilled, I offered, and instead of actually being taken earnestly, he very quickly lost his cool. I felt my amusement flicker into irritation, as he didn't even wait for any further acknowledgement before he rushed forward, striking in a flurry, using his height and weight to try and batter through my defenses. He gave up completely on anything but force. But this guy was no Darth Vader. I deflected, and since he was going to be like that, I decided I would purposefully taunt him now. I started getting showy, parrying his blade away with a twirl, my shurnai flashing in front of his eyes, before resuming my stance, to show how little he was pushing me. Musashi, seeing me taunting him as he continued to fail, completely lost what little was left of his cool, and at that moment, I struck. My blade slammed into his wrist, and then I moved, angling my blade in and around, and when we disengaged, his shurnai came flying out of his hand. The same move he had tried against me, but against him it had worked. He didn't curse, or do anything like I expected as I caught his blade and offered it back to him. Just stared at me with a blank face as if everything that he expected had shifted. Kusanagi, forms. Sensei called out and I slumped. He had seen my flourishes and stuff to piss off Musashi and was punishing me for it. I offered the shurnai back again and this time the young man took it, but he didn't thank me for the match when I offered my own. I shrugged and hurried to the corner to get the glare of Sensei off my back. I watched out of the corner of my eye as Sensei pulled Musashi aside, and after a few quiet exchanges, I watched a glare be sent towards my body from the young man. That could be trouble later. Taking a quick shower at the dojo, I was heading back home. The exercise had actually done a good job of taking my mind away from the whole rocker boy drama. Thankfully, I was feeling better about it once I came to the realization that if it failed, it was literally a non-issue. So stopping for food, I headed home and came into the apartment with a bag of takeout, smiling a bit as June was there, along with Akari. I got food. I called out and June grunted from the couch, but did look interested as I walked over with the bags and started putting everything on the table. Hungry? I offered Akari and she looked at me for a minute before breaking out into a smile. Sure, I can eat. Something going on? June asked me and I smiled at him a little. Good and bad I guess. Hiromi went a bit crazy. You ever listen to Growl FM? I asked, and June shook his head. Which was obvious, it didn't play enough us cracks or other pop. Sometimes. Akari added and I settled onto the couch. Hiromi talked to Ash, the host, and she played some of my songs. I explained and June suddenly started coughing, having been halfway into a box of fried rice already that apparently he started choking on. Who? That's pretty interesting. Akari offered, but June, after coughing and banging on his chest, looked to me in shock. Seriously? Yeah. I chewed Hiromi out for doing it without my permission, but it's done. I spent most of the day at the music studio making studio versions of the songs I played during the Red Dirt gig. So Hiromi is probably currently calling up every radio station to try and get them played. Suddenly I was swamped by massive arms as June lifted me right off the couch and started spinning me around. Motoko! That's amazing! He shouted up to the ceiling, utterly pleased as he spun me around over and over. Okay, enough. Put me down. Growling. I growled as June continued spinning me, seemingly refusing to let go. Before I finally started kicking a bit to show I was done, and he let me back onto my feet. will they play your song again? If they do, I want to hear it. June offered and I just scoffed. If you want to hear it, I'll just play it, or give you a shard or something. The current version doesn't sound great, since it's from the live show. I still want to hear it. He argued, going to the radio to turn it on. I turned to Akari and rolled my eyes. Heh. Don't worry, little killer. Jun-chan is just happy. I know that. I responded back, grumbling as I settled in, watching Akari reaching over and snagging all the good stuff out of Jun's meal. I allowed it. Punishment for spinning me around like that. Any news on Yuto? I asked, Akari quietly as Jun fumbled with the radio. His trouble not at all, because I was purposefully fucking with the channel select, making him go past the correct channel every time he tried to go to Growl FM. Definitely not. Oh? Interested in hunting him down, little killer? Want to add another to your score? I don't keep track, that would be tedious. I answered truthfully as I ate some food. But you are still hovering around, and you aren't doing it just to hang out with June, you still have that air about you. Like you are here because you were told to, huh? You have sharp eyes as ever. Yep. I'm still guarding your bro. But I've told Fujimura-sama that nothing is going on, so I'm mostly here to cover June now, in case the sushi shows up and tries to talk to him again. Sushi? I asked, not sure why she used that word. It's what we call guys that are dead men walking. Uncooked, but still dead. Getcha? She asked, and I snorted at the term before nodding. Yeah, I get it. Well, that's certainly a visual. I muttered, but Akari just grinned at me. Motoko. They aren't playing your song. June whined at me, and I gave him a bland look in response. June, my songs aren't the only one the station plays. It should be. I just rolled my eyes as I settled in to finish eating. June spent most of the meal bothering me about my music. Stupid Oni-chan. Wow, you do need practice. I told Malcolm as I stared at his electronic score at the shooting range. Oh, come on. Yeah, Malcolm. You need practice. Hiromi teased beside him as her own score was much more respectable. Yeah, Malcolm. Ichi joined in as well with a smirk that Malcolm almost punched him for. Ichi hadn't even done a round yet. You three are a riot. Rebecca offered, standing in her own lane, her Ajax in hand as she was reloading it. Rebecca had definitely been more eager than even Hiromi, but it didn't mean she was actually more accurate. Of course, Rebecca had also fired all of her rounds in seconds, where Hiromi had plinked down the range. This whole chain of events that led to all of us gathered at a gun range for practice had been simple enough. Malcolm had mentioned to me after meeting up with him for lunch that he felt like he needed more to really act as a solo, so I had invited him for a range day. Then, since range days were fun, I had invited everyone else too. I hadn't intended on inviting Hiromi because of school, but she had found out somehow and had decided this counted as a Section 9 activity, so had joined us. Honestly, I just expected she wanted a break from class, but I didn't call her on it. I could understand being frustrated with a classroom. Rebecca, how quickly can you reload that thing? I mean, fast enough? Get a few mags together and try to work on quick reloading as you run out of ammo, okay? I can give you some tips for faster reloads as well if you want. I offered, miming the motion with my own copperhead as I aimed it down the lane, and then dropped. The mag flipped the other mag on the table into the receiver without any fumbling and mimed firing again. Sure, kitten, I'd appreciate that. She said quietly, then turning it into a smirk as I pouted at her. Yeah, kitten. Malcolm teased, jumping on his chance for revenge. I turned to glare at Malcolm, who just smiled at me, but Rebecca had my back. Don't need to hear that from you, stick. Stick? I interrupted, smiling, because the moment Rebecca had said it, Malcolm went a little red. Oh, he didn't tell you? Rebecca asked with a smirk, and I looked at Malcolm, my face straight, just waiting for the story to come out. Oh no. I'm not saying shit. He grumbled and glared at Rebecca, who just cackled at him, before turning to the group and looking pleased to share. Stick here tried showing off his baby to me, and missed the gear shift, nearly sent himself into a pole. Rebecca explained, and Malcolm moaned as I turned to him to give him a look. Really, Malcolm? Again? Again. Rebecca asked before cackling even louder, and Malcolm's ears were turning red, which meant it was time to stop teasing him. "You've been doing that race practice?" I asked, and Malcolm perked up a bit. "I have. I asked around and got in touch with a guy that sets up some street races. Mostly I've just been checking out the routes they take, and racing through them, getting used to my baby," he explained, and I just smiled at him in turn. "Just make sure you don't miss the stick this time." Itchy razzied him, and then Malcolm actually did lash out, punching Itchy's shoulder, sending the other boy away with a wince as he started rubbing where he was struck. "Ass. You're the ass. Boys, you're both beautiful," Hiromi added, having turned back to the lanes. "Besides Itchy, Malcolm isn't the only one with a new nickname," Hiromi added, and I looked to the boy, who instantly faced away, but I was insistent, and eventually Itchy slumped. Rebecca was too busy giggling into her arms as she was doubled over. "It happened when we were moving stuff, and Rebecca was with me. I was distracted and didn't notice the speed bump," he explained, and Rebecca then finally cut in. "Yep, so he's speed bump, now," Rebecca offered, and I just laughed at his nickname, giving Itchy a commiserating smile, and then whipped them all back into firing down the lane. Chapter 186. So there we are. Pilar is acting like a gonk, and this Borg is just looming over him. Pilar looks down to the electronic key he had to Main's car, and he says, "Well, you can't really blame me for this, your security sucks." And Main just glares. Rebecca spoke standing on top of the couch we were all sitting around at. Somehow after the shooting range, Rebecca had decided we all needed to party some more, and here we were. "Did Main bash his head in?" I asked, and Rebecca started cackling. "No, it's better." Main looks down at the electronic key, and hits my bro where it hurts, he says. "Your toy didn't work, so I can." And Pilar the fucking gonk gets outraged. "It would have worked if it wasn't for that fucking kid." And points at Sasha. I chuckle at the image of younger Sasha being a little shit as Rebecca continued. "So Main basically dragged Pilar to the car and forced Pilar to try again, and it actually worked. Pilar really did make a working hack key for Main's car. So Main decided if he could do that, he could do it for other rides, and so Pilar was brought into Main's crew," Rebecca explained, and I laughed at the end of the story. I looked over and saw that while I was interested in Rebecca's story, the rest of my chums weren't that into it. They were each distracted by their own thing. Hiromi had disappeared at some point, while Malcolm and Itchy had both been distracted by one of the girls on the dance floor. I smirked at their very obvious stares, and the fact she was at least a few years older, and obviously not interested. "How are they doing anyways?" I asked, trying to sound casual, as Rebecca took a sip from her drink. "Same old. Sasha is getting more freedom, things are cooling down. Main even traveled to the afterlife to check in for some work. They didn't tell me if something came up though," she explained, but at the end I picked it up. A hint of bitterness. Rebecca had been a bit squirrely about joining us for range day at first. I looked her over and she noticed, before sighing. "It's nothing. Just pissed that Main is still treating me like a hanger-on, and not a member," she offered, and I nodded at that. It must grind at her, to have us accept her so readily, and Main still hesitates. I would just have to keep offering her honey until she was fully a member of Section 9, and Main could go jump off a bridge. I nodded. Yeah, Operation Steel Rebecca was working out wonderfully. Movement to the side caught my eye, and I looked up to see Judy approaching suddenly. "Hey, I heard you were up here," she greeted, and I offered her a smile and a wave. "Yep. We are doing a celebration day." "Hey Judy, how are you?" "Tired," she decided after a moment, and without a word, she sat down. A drink in her hand earned her full attention for a few moments, and then she sighed as she finished. "I really liked your music, BD," she finally said, and I blinked in surprise at the response. "Oh. So, here," she said, pulling out a shard and offering it to me. I took it and realized with a quick scan that it was just my red dirt gig BD on a shard. I looked at it in confusion and turned to Judy, and she sort of sighed. "Would you sign it?" she asked, and I very slowly blinked. forcing my eyes to close and then open to make sure this was reality. What? What music BD? Rebecca asked, interrupting my own confusion as she stood up on the seat and peered over the table at what I was holding. I did a performance, like up on stage a while back. I explained, a little awkwardly. I just played some songs, but I gave Judy the Ross for my BDs and I scrolled one then. I looked up at Judy. You want me to sign it? Please. She agreed. That thing is going to be worth eddies in a few years. She said surprisingly confidently, and I felt a little odd. What? Judy just rolled her eyes at me. Motoko, you have technical skill, and you're good at writing songs. You sing with emotion, you play well, you've made new songs, songs that aren't corpo trash. People are already starting to like your music. She explained and I just looked away awkwardly, which didn't help, but Rebecca was right there. Okay, this I want to see. You mind letting me see? Rebecca asked Judy, who nodded, waving her hand. Sure, but only if Motoko actually signs it. She said again, smirking at me, as I looked at the shard. I breathed in and out. Sure. I said after a moment. It didn't matter. I took the marker Judy had and signed it, and a moment later, she took the BD and popped it into a BD case, and then pulled out a different one and handed it to Rebecca. Here. She offered and Rebecca grinned as she took it, and grabbed one of the BD wreaths that were all over the bar, and settled in. I watched as she slipped the shard inside and then as she slumped back into the world of the BD. You doing all right? Judy asked suddenly. I looked at her in confusion and she looked a little bashful. Yeah, why? You looked pretty uncomfortable when I asked for your autograph. Figured. Nah, it's nothing. You being careful? New artists can get in trouble in Night City. Especially ones that don't have backing to protect them. I opened my mouth to blow off the question, but instead took it seriously. Breathing in and out, I figured out what to say. I'm not extremely worried. Hiromi has good corpo training. She'll see most of the traps coming. I hope. And it's pretty hard to threaten me physically. I'm confident in killing anyone that tries to make a run for me, unless they are absolutely top-tier mercs. But yeah. I'm still a little uncomfortable with it, I guess. Judy nodded, sipping at her drink some more. Well, I can't offer much. She admitted, softly glaring towards the corner of the room, which I followed her eyes and saw none other than Susie Q. Susie's been pulling back on a lot of our work helping people lately. She'll just say you aren't one of us, so why should she offer to help? I appreciate that you want to help, Judy. You've always been cool with me, even with all my crazy shit. Well, other than when you sold my BD without asking. I said pointedly. Just don't dump another only thing BD on me without a fucking warning, you cyberpisco, she said, purposefully avoiding what I said. But just because the Mox won't help doesn't mean the Mox won't help. Maybe even as an apology as well. She offered, and I nodded. She was basically offering what she could, and I appreciated it a lot. We both went silent after. Judy relaxing and enjoying her drink, and seemingly absorbing the atmosphere of the club, while I went back to watching the boys who had both been shot down by the girl they had their eye on. Both boys had deflated pretty badly when she had gone for some older pretty boy with a fake platinum chain, who was trying too hard to look rich. Which is hilarious, because if the girl was interested in eddies, Itchy and Malcolm definitely had more. My chums were loaded, thanks to me. Well, I looked over at Malcolm. His tendency towards expensive cars might mean he wasn't as loaded as he appeared. Did my chums have money problems still? We hadn't really discussed it much. I mostly let Hiromi handle money, and I expected my choices to be good, but I was also weird about eddies, and Itchy had his grandma, and Malcolm had his family. I moved around the still braindancing Rebecca, and settled in next to the chums. Hey guys. Motoko. Malcolm greeted with a grumble. The boy was practically face down on the table. Don't worry about it, chum. She wasn't the sort of girl you wanted anyways. I offered, but Malcolm just sent me a look. I wasn't going to marry her, Motoko. Malcolm replied, and Itchy and I both snorted at the same time. Itchy's failure as well seemed to weigh on him less as he patted Malcolm on the back. "It's alright, chum," he offered, and Malcolm sighed. "But we both failed. I really wanted to beat you," he whined, and Itchy laughed. "Not all bets work out," Itchy replied, and I blinked at that. "You guys bet on who could pick up a girl?" "Well, yeah," Itchy said, blushing a little. "It was just a bro bet," he offered, and I looked confused as Malcolm sort of faux coughed. "It was just to mess with each other, Motoko. We would have teased whoever lost, but we both did." "Bummer." "Well, I'm kinda glad you did. That girl looks like trouble." "I wasn't going to date her either," Malcolm whispered into a sigh. Looks like Malcolm didn't care if she was trouble or not. We all relaxed, and eventually Malcolm perked up, returning to shooting the shit with Itchy, and girl watching. I mean, Lizzie's was a BD bar, so I wasn't sure if this was really the best place to try and pick up girls, but boys will be boys. Woo! Rebecca suddenly cried out, and I jumped a bit, reaching for my gun before relaxing. "That was Nova," she cried out, jumping up onto the table as she pulled off the wreath. I noticed Judy grabbing it and taking the shard a moment later. Then Rebecca turned to me. "What the hell? You've been holding out on me, Strings." "Strings? Yeah, you definitely ain't a kitten. You played those strings like a pro," Rebecca offered, and I smiled at the fact I had apparently earned an upgraded nickname before Rebecca flopped onto the table in front of me, staring me in the eye. "Why didn't I get an invite, huh? Your chum Becca wants to go to a fucking awesome concert, you know?" "Sorry," I answered back, but I was definitely a bit uncomfortable. Rebecca was a bit close. "I just didn't really want to invite anyone for it. It was supposed to just be a me thing, and someone invited June, and then it spread," I said, giving a side-eye to my chums, who looked away. Rebecca glared at me for a moment longer before switching into a smirk. "Fine, I'll forgive you, but I get free tickets to all your shows," she demanded, and I just laughed back. "Sure, Rebecca. All of my many future shows that I'm totally planning," I said with a roll of my eyes. "How many gigs would I really do in the future? Like 2? I was really only doing this for fun." That night I spent a while working on the Tachikoma, cleaning up more of its code, slimming it down again, making sure what it actually needed to know was saved while junk code was removed. I was basically letting the Tachikoma tell me what it had learned through the day, and then I was cutting or reinforcing the data to make sure it was accurate. "No, Tachikoma-chan, June's head wasn't a good place to place the metal blocks. I literally have no idea where you came up with that idea." "Okay, so I may have saved that particular data and might maybe use it later, but that was beside the point. Random processes could pop up with decisions that I had to remove because they were absurd." And so the night went. Tachikoma was currently inhabiting its actual shell, and I was pruning its decision-making as I also sometimes took control and practiced moving around. It was a good combo, letting me teach the Tachikoma directly what I wanted it to do. I was idly listening to the radio as I worked, my mind a blur of programming, meaning I wasn't really paying attention, until suddenly I heard it. A familiar set of chords. The intro to a song that I was incredibly familiar with, because I had played those chords. I turned away from Tachikoma, as Growl FM began playing The Pretender. To hear Foo Fighters on the radio? It was nostalgic, it was nice. Even if I couldn't stop shivering at the sound of my own vocals. That was me. I listened until the song ended, until it moved on to another song from someone I've never heard of. But that was going to keep happening. I was on the radio now. The sound of something falling over had me turn, and I stared at the Tachikoma. I was still plugged into it, synced in, but I had stopped acting, so it had taken over its controls again and followed through with the instructions I had been giving it. The set of blocks were pushed off the edge of the table. I let myself refocus, smiling at the little bot correctly doing what it was supposed to. "Good job, Tachikoma-chan." The slap of fists into the padding was filling the air as Hayato and I went at it. I had woken up feeling like doing some fist fighting, and invited Hayato for a workout. She spun, letting off a spinning kick which was pretty outside of her normal move set, as she usually didn't like taking her eyes away from her enemies thanks to her Karen giving her increased perception. I could only assume it felt like a long time as you spun around, that you simply had no idea what was happening. I braced, letting the kick land on my forearms, which if not for her shin padding she'd have felt it more than I would before, charging in to grapple. No. She held rapid fire as I grabbed her and lifted her bodily off the floor before slamming her down into the tatami mats. The sound of her breath blown out of her was my signal for victory. I gave her a few moments to catch her breath, before I had to tease her a bit. That was an impressive kick, I offered, and she pushed me away with a scowl. You and your stupid defense. Moron. She yelled at me, and even sent a faux kick from the floor that made me jump up and away laughing. That was a bad time to kick. It should have worked. You don't have a Karen, and you aren't using your Sandy. You practically told me what you were doing. Your eyes kept flickering, and you were light on that leg. It was obvious you were psyching yourself up for a big kick. Ugh. She hissed, glaring, standing up and wiping some of her hair from her forehead, strands sticking with how much she was sweating. We had been at this for a while. The two of us, going at it, and to my surprise, Hayato hadn't cut it short like she had last time. We were just pitting ourselves against each other for the win. You will have to tell me what make of sin lunge you are using, she said, sounding a little out of breath as she stood up and resumed her stance. I don't have any. I'm still using my natural ones, I said as I retook my stance as well. For a moment Hayato looked irritated, before it disappeared. But I still caught tiny snippet of her cursing under her breath. Stupid exercise in it. Hayato? Prepare yourself, she shouted out and then charged, and we were back at it, blows coming in. Once again I was on the back foot from her Karen's speed, giving her so much time to adapt and adjust for each of my blows. Whenever I did go on the offensive, she was frustratingly elusive, slipping and ducking each blow as casual as could be. I jerked back and she got a nice punch through, smashing into my cheek, but I jerked with the hit and retaliated by grabbing onto her extended arm. Not the Sagayagayan, she yelled, as I gave her a nice hip toss, sending her tumbling onto the mat, and once I had her down, her enhanced perception wasn't strong enough to stop me from pinning her again. This is supposed to be a match for good martial arts, not dirty grappling, she grumbled, and I just laughed at her. Grappling happens in every fight once you aren't in a ring. You'd best get used to it. Make sure it doesn't catch you by surprise. Besides, jiu-jitsu is a great martial art. I ignored her grumbling as I let her up, and once again, she rose up to her feet to go again. I laughed, and we went back into it. Whatever had happened in her life to give her this much energy was pretty fun. I just continued fighting, enjoying the slow trickle of street brawling and body alerts I was getting as we smashed into each other. Hayato-sama. Her guard called out suddenly and I pulled back. I saw the flash of fury over the girl's face before it blinked out. I ordered not to be disturbed. She spoke simply, quietly, and actually slow-paced. It told me she was honestly pissed. Forgive me, Hayato-sama. Nakagawa-sama, demanded I interrupt. You are requested at home, he offered apologetically, even bowing to the girl as she glared and just breathed in slowly in and out. Very well. I will have to cut our match short, she told me, and I nodded. Till next time, I offered, and she nodded, seemingly pleased that I wasn't upset at her sudden leaving. I took a moment to put our pads away in the storage chests around the area, and then headed for the showers. A quick shower to wash the sweat away was enough for me to feel better as I left the dojo. I would have to come back again tomorrow for another match with someone. I really wanted to get my blades and street brawling skills up. Relying only on guns was the hallmark of a bad assassin after all. What was the movie again? Leon the Professional? Yeah, that sounded right. Sure, taking advice on assassination from Hollywood was a mistake, but it sounded right, so I was going to go. I stopped. A horde of TC gangsters were sitting on my car. I took it all in, reading the body language, and instantly knew shit was about to go down. What the fuck? Go on. Don't stop walking. A voice behind me had me turn, and there was Musashi, and a few of the guys from the dojo. All of them with live blades at their sides. Well now, this was unexpected. I went to start hacking into everyone around me as I slowly turned to keep both groups in sight as if I was taking in what was happening and not already plotting to kill them all, when I felt it. A Netrunner was in their system protecting them. They hit me with the equivalent of an electronic slap, trying to push me out of the system and give me a warning that they were there. I might be able to break through their defenses and attack, but I had no connection to them, even while they had one to me. I was on the defensive until I could get them in sight. Thankfully they were attacking me, and I could backtrace it easily enough. A line of golden light went through the walls around the dojo. They were there. What's going on? I demanded, trying to get some information about what the hell was going on, but Musashi behind me scoffed. He took a few steps forward that told me he was some sort of ringleader here. That is none of your concern. You will be coming with us. Perhaps if you are quiet, and do not irritate me, I won't get to enjoy showing you true talent with a blade? He asked aloud, looking at the gangsters around us, that were all grinning, amused. I glanced back at him and just had to wonder. What were these idiots thinking? I wasn't important to the TC, but I had connections. You realize my brother the Oni won't take this lightly. Nor will Fujimura-sama. I spoke, and then to my surprise I was slapped. I had seen it coming. Musashi had telegraphed the move just fine, so I jerked my head as he struck to lighten the hit, but he still did it. Don't bring up Fujimura-sama's name so casually. Your brother is one of the reasons we are speaking. You will come with us. Moritaka-sama commands it. He continued calmly, and I realized that Musashi, for all his samurai aesthetic, was a dirtbag. If Moritaka wants to speak with me, there are proper ways to do this. Are you sure this is how this needs to go down? I asked, but I was already ready. You are nothing but a whelp, and Moritaka wants to ensure the Oni knows his place. You will dash. I leapt, bouncing well past Musashi's reach as he tried to reach out. I flipped, landing on the edge of the wall surrounding the dojo, and then flipping inside, out of sight of anyone. So this was about June? What he had done? Who was Moritaka? And most importantly, how many of these fools should I kill for this? As I landed I faced a woman, early 20s probably. She glanced up in surprise at my sudden appearance. And then I leapt forward, pushing all of my power into a punch, slamming her stupid face into the concrete wall behind her. The golden light connecting me to the Netrunner that was trying to protect these fools, cut off. Getting your ass knocked unconscious will tend to disrupt hacking attempts. I watched her slump, blood already gushing down her broken nose. 250 XP gained. So she was still alive. I ignored her and leapt again, this time just avoiding the first gunshot from one of Musashi's goons. Looks like despite carrying blades, they had guns too. Screams of surprise from the vendors that surrounded the inside walls rang out, and suddenly it was a madhouse. But I was leaping up onto the roof of the dojo, and from there I disappeared. Time to get to work. Chapter 187. Musashi Daisuke Smith. Where the fuck did she go? He yelled out as he raced back into the walls of the dojo. Fucking damn it. This was supposed to happen outside the dojo. Sensei wouldn't interfere, but there would be trouble after if they caused trouble here. She jumped on the roof. Misaki is fucked. One of his chums called out in Japanese, looking over Misaki was indeed fucked. The girl looked like her face was punched in. Fuck. Moritaka was not going to be pleased about his Netrunner getting hurt. Find the bitch. Block the entrance, keep an eye on the walls. There is no way out except through here. Watch her car. He called out and the men all nodded. Musashi wasn't the highest ranked member in the TC, but his grandfather was well respected, and that carried a lot of weight. It was why he could take on the name Musashi, and no one argued against it. He would live up to it regardless. Fuck all those fools that mocked him for his choice. He would show the tiger claws his worth. But first he needed to beat this girl black and blue. Maybe take one of her legs. She had already lost both arms, so what was one more limb? If that bitch hadn't tricked him and beaten him in the match in front of everyone, then maybe he wouldn't need to cut her to make sure she understood. He had only lost because they were fighting with stupid shurnai and not live steel. Fucking sensei. That old man didn't understand that a true samurai needed live steel to show his true talent. And fuck that little whore for mocking him. Him. She was nothing. A fucking street rat that was only allowed around because her brother was a weapon for the kamikaze. Find her. He yelled and his men ran off. A few were helping each other to climb onto the roof to find her. He stomped around. Already he could see Sensei coming out to the front of the dojo, but with a look the older man took in what was happening and he stopped. He didn't interfere, but his eyes went yellow as he made a call. TSK. They needed to find her. Now, before Fujimura-sama was informed, and that fucking trash Oni showed up. Moritaka-sama would not be pleased if his desire to have leverage failed. Moritaka-sama's son, Kizaru, had nearly been killed by some trash wannabe, and he was not pleased. The Oni knew the assassin in question. Now Moritaka-sama had plans to force Fujimura-sama into something, but it would all fail if they didn't have the girl. What the fuck was she made of? Who just leapt over 10-foot walls without trouble? Of course she had chrome, her brother was the Oni, but this was too much. Where is she? He yelled again, but received no response. Only confused looks from his chums as they hadn't found anything. She's not a fucking ghost, find her. Is that what you think? He stilled, nearly jumping at the voice in his ear. He glanced around in shock, before calming, realizing what had happened. A call had gone through his agent without even ringing, and the girl was talking to him. Give up. When we find you, I will ensure you will not escape again. Surrender now, and perhaps it will not be permanent. That's cute coming from some nobody. You dare. I am a dead man. Fuck. Musashi. Brian is dead. What? He cut the call and rushed over. Around the corner in the alley was Brian. Brian, who was stupid, but good muscle. Musashi kept him around because the boy had no ambition. He just liked hurting people, and that was good enough for him. He was dead. Throat cut open and left in the middle of the alley. The basement. She went into the dojo. He yelled out, noticing some blood stains on the door. Should we even go in? One of his men asked, and he scoffed. Let me handle the thinking, get the girl. The boys rushed in to find her, and Musashi grimaced. This was already becoming an issue. You won't find me in there. The call hadn't ended. He had ended the call, and yet it was still connected. You're a Netrunner, it clicked, and he grimaced. That was bad. O? You didn't know that? No. No, I refuse to believe you morons didn't do any research into your target before you tried to kidnap me. Maelstrom did more research when they tried it. Are you stupider than a bunch of Maelstrom goons? You're a nobody. You may have some talents, but they don't matter. You won't escape. Escape? Oh, you poor fool. I'm not running. Musashi. Carter. He's fucked. Stabbed through. What? He looked towards his men, the idea of Carter dying. That was impossible. He followed towards the other side of the dojo, and there was Carter. His own katana stabbed through his heart. How is this happening? Musashi. This isn't right. Something's wrong. Shut up. I know that. This was falling apart, and he had no idea how. You should call for help. You'll need more men at this rate. Fuck you. I'll cut off one of your limbs for every one of my chums you've killed. Unfortunately for you, I don't have that many limbs left. So I guess there is no point in me stopping. He blinked at her tone. The amusement was obvious. This fucking whore. He was going to. Musashi. A voice called out, and he looked away. And he already knew what he was about to be told. You're trying to distract me. Keep me from focusing you down. Is that what you think? You really don't understand what kind of situation you're in. Fuck off. He forced the call to end and focused. Stay together. She is picking us off one by one. Move in groups. No one gets left alone. He roared, and then despite himself he did something she had suggested. Moritaka-sama, forgive me for the impudence. We have a problem. He began once the ringing ended, and the call went through. Explain. Now, Moritaka growled, and Musashi felt his status plummet. She's dangerous. She's killed some of my men. I need more people here to make sure she can't slip away. She's a Netrunner, and already knocked out Misaki before we could react. My apologies. Foolish. I should have sent someone competent, if this is the result. I am sending Karibi. Hold her until he gets there, if you can do at least that. That won't be a problem, I have no intention of going anywhere. A voice cut in, and Musashi stilled. The girl. She was on the line. Who is this? Musashi? Musashi tried to speak, but instantly he realized his line was cut off. His voice wasn't going through his own agent. This is Motoko. Musashi is still here, but I hacked into his agent forever ago. So you're the one that wanted to kidnap me, huh? Moritaka scoffed before responding. You are being ordered to appear before me. You could have just called, instead you sent a hit squad my way. I've already killed a few of them. Why should I not continue? She asked, still sounding mocking. Killing a few pathetic boys that can't even complete a task isn't my concern. You will come one way or another. Once this Karibi gets here, you mean? I don't like threats. You wanted to play it this way, so I'm treating it like that. I'm going to kill all the boys you send here. Then, once you stop sending them, I'm going to come for you. The call went quiet for a while, and Musashi eventually tried to continue. Is it working? I hear you, Musashi. Find her. Collect her. Be as brutal as you like. Yes sir, Musashi agreed, and the call ended. Fuck, she had just challenged Moritaka-sama. She was going to die now. Musashi? Just find her already. Moritaka-sama says not to be gentle. Collect her. Are you a tiger or not? He roared out, and his men got back to it. He started looking as well, but as he searched, he only found dead bodies, and the cowering fools that sensei had gathered into the dojo. Have you seen her? He demanded loudly, and no one spoke. Not even sensei, who just looked on with a firm look. Derision evident. Speak. Moritaka-sama has given these orders, he yelled out to the group, but no response came. Just the students who were cowering in fear at the death surrounding them, and those that were calmly sitting Saiza waiting, for they had protection, or had felt danger before. It kept growing quieter. He looked around, checking the room, but found no one. Only Carlos, who had stuck to his side when he ordered everyone to go in pairs. He charged out, but as he went from room to room, he realized with horror. Josh was dead, neck cut, hanging over the railing for the stairs. Mitchell, his partner, had his brains blown out over the wall. Everywhere he went, he found his chums dead. Not a single one of them seemed to have been alive long enough to call for help. Musashi felt fear, and he realized that there was almost no one left. Follow. He demanded, and Carlos did. The half-Mexican boy was quick on his feet, and he had long put away the blades he had handed out for the reassuring weight of a unity. Musashi raced through the dojo for the front, ignoring the look sensei had left him. The man's heavy gaze didn't matter to Musashi. He had outgrown this place. He raced out and then through the gate to find. He stilled, as the loud ringing noise of metal on metal rang out. The girl was here, back to him, and the ringing noise was her cleaning the blade of blood, by placing it into the crook of her elbow and sliding it through. Chrome on blade had left the noise loud enough that no one could have missed it. Carlos beside him pointed his gun. But a moment later she was there, a Sandevistan. She had moved so fast, Carlos had fired twice and missed, and then he was dead. The blade she held cut his head off in a single move as she blurred past him, practically brushing him without actually touching him. He jerked around, almost happy to look away. His chums that had been left behind to watch her car were dead. She had been cleaning their blood off her blade when he arrived. He only had his sword and he drew it as he spun preparing for an attack, but it didn't come. She was standing there a few feet from him. Far enough to give Musashi a moment, but close enough to be dangerous. Her eyes, her face, her body language all spoke of how calm she was. Despite blood splashing across her cheek giving her a sinister edge, she didn't seem bothered, her breathing was even and relaxed, and the blade she held at her side didn't waver. He shivered. Was it cold here? He felt cold. A chill. Was this Saki? The air of murder? He knew some of the true samurai in the tiger claws spoke of it at times. But to feel it from this girl? She was just a kid. This was insufferable. I'll kill you for this. He hissed rage, taking away the fear. He aimed his blade, knowing the girl was at least honorable enough for this. Trash that she was. You know? I haven't actually had a real sword fight before. I wonder. Are you enough to test my limits? She asked, as calm as ever and completely unbothered by the death surrounding her. Say that again when I have your limbless body on the ground. He growled out, but unlike any normal fool that heard his words, she just smirked, seemingly amused more than threatened. Musashi breathed. He had subtle chrome, things that a good swordsman needed. He could do this, he simply needed to surprise her. That shouldn't be hard. He hadn't used his best moves on her during their one spar. He wouldn't waste such things on trash. Not when he wanted to aim for the top. To defeat Sensei. To defeat Noriosama. To defeat them all, and become Musashi. Are you going to stare at me? Or are we? Oh, there we go. She muttered as Musashi charged at her taunting. He would silence her. His blade flashed, calm swipes, gently scraping along her blade, neither of them unskilled enough to have the actual edge of their blades touch, the sides of their swords used to deflect and adjust cuts, keeping the killing blade fresh. Again and again, he swiped in, pushing, trying to use his strength and fury to intimidate, to dominate. Yet it failed. She was like water. Sweeping his blade aside without struggle. And already Musashi knew to his fury that she was actually winning on technicalities. But this wasn't a spar. He locked the blade with her own, trying to catch her off guard, and pushed. He was bigger than her, stronger. He forced her back, and ran with her. While the street behind her was long, there were obstacles, and of course, the dojo wall that he planned on bashing her against. He almost felt victory, but just as she was about to be pushed into the wall, his charge was stopped. That's bullshit. He growled into her mocking smile. She had stretched out, right as she should have been pushed into the wall, and extended her right leg against the wall, and his charge had stopped cold as her chrome arms were more than enough to hold his blade from pushing her back any further. He had her en masse, but braced against the wall, she stopped his push cold. Losers always call bullshit when they are losing. Losing? You are pinned. Die. He growled, throwing a forearm against the other side of his blade to push even harder, as he used his now freed left hand to dig into his jacket. She would die from a gun as easily as a blade. Before he could grab it, she scoffed and suddenly she moved. Kicking off from her leg on the floor she spun, causing his blade to arc through where she had been, but earning her freedom despite his wild swipe. If his other hand had been on the blade, she'd be dead. Instead, her blade flashed. Ah! He shrieked as flesh parted under the blade. He flinched away, forgetting his pistol for a moment as he swiped blindly to force her back as she stumbled away. She cut his cheek. No. No, no. No. He screamed as his face bled. This was impossible. He couldn't be cut by some no-name punk. Oh no, I think I broke his little fantasy. She muttered to herself and then sighed. What's wrong? Did you just realize that things aren't going the way you expected? Fuck you. He hissed once more, reaching for the gun, but a moment later she was there. His arm pinned down and blade against his throat. No. No. Her Sandevistan. She had moved too fast. Now. You're only keeping yourself alive because I'm enjoying something new. She offered as she slowly reached into his jacket and pulled free his pistol, tossing it up over his head over the wall. Then she backed away, adjusting the blade so it was at his throat until it was the very tip, and then he swiped it away, earning space from her. He was breathing heavily. His hands were shaking. He was afraid. This girl. This tiny miserable slip of a girl was going to kill him. He could see it. His arrogance had been cut from him. He was going to die. He was going to die. He was going to die. Oh? She muttered, her head cocking to the side, slightly seemingly amused as she watched him with those unblinking red eyes. Did you realize what sort of situation you are in now? She asked almost mockingly, as if his realization of the danger was funny. But before it could get worse. Before she could finish him, he heard it. Motorcycles. He knew those engines, he just had to keep her distracted for a bit longer. Why, you know what's going to happen to you for this? I'm a Shati. You struck me. Killed my men, you'll be punished, and so will your brother. Unless you surrender now, kowtow thrice. I'll grant you forgiveness if you do. He taunted, knowing she would respond. Come on, just don't kill him, act like the superior bitch you've been acting up until now. Shati? Some bullshit title or something? Whatever, just sounds like I have more people to kill after this. She replied drily and took a step forward. He stepped back, but his back hit the wall. Do you dash? Listen, if you are just buying time until they show up, I don't mind. I'll wait if you like, just shut up. Your voice makes me want to kill myself. She replied back, cutting him off, and Musashi just felt his jaw drop. Was this girl a moron? He kept his blade up, and his mouth shut, and then it happened. The sounds of bikes finally reached them. From around the corner, a small squad of tiger claw killers came around. Engines rumbling as they drove up and parked. Karibi-senpai. Please. She's dash. Silence. The man barked out, cutting Musashi off completely. He looked around, his face covered by his menpo. A sinister grin hid most of his emotion away as he looked from the dead bodies, to the girl, to him. You fucked this one up. She's. He didn't have the words. How could he describe a girl that murdered all of his people? That had proven his superior with a blade? I said silence. You girl. Kusanagi sister. You will come with us. Motoko wants words with you. And I already told your boss that I would kill this sniveling trash, and any man he sends after me before hunting him down. She answered as calm as a summer shower. No hint of fear, despite 4 real tiger claw killers here. Despite Karibi-senpai. The killing flash standing against her. Heh. You got a mouth on you. Your brother isn't here to save you, nor will he. He's in enough trouble. Put the blade away and let's go. I have more important things to do than rescue a fuck-up from his failures. Senpai. Musashi muttered weakly, but no one looked at him, only the blade still pointed at him kept him still. Make me. She replied back just as calmly. Frankly, I was having a nice day until some dumbass with more balls than brains decided to threaten me. I don't react well to threats. So unless someone starts giving me nice apologies, the only thing that is going to happen is me getting in some more fun sword fights. Karibi looked between Musashi and the girl, before nodding. You were in a match. Very well. Go ahead and finish it. Wa-senpai. You can't dash. For the last time. Silence. You fucked up. You even got yourself into a true battle, and you beg for help. Either succeed and get the girl like you were supposed to, or die. Harsh. The girl offered, but then to his horror, she turned her full attention to him. You can't. I'm still a dash. That's true. Karibi-senpai spoke, cutting him off. If you kill him, it'll be trouble. His grandfather has dash. Then Musashi blinked as there was a flash, a cold bite of something, and he blinked as the world around him spun around a few times. Chapter 188. 750 XP gained. I swiped out, cleaning my borrowed blade of blood as I took Musashi's katana in my other hand. Sorry, I'm so tired of hearing people tell me how important they are. You were saying something? I asked the man that oozed danger. Even with the menpo he wore, I could tell his jaw was open a bit as he realized what I had done. This had already gone way too far for me to care about future trouble. Tiger Claws had come to kidnap and harm me. To hold me against June. As far as I was concerned, everyone needed to die. Well, I'll be damned. This might actually be interesting. He offered as he stepped forward, idly pulling off his menpo and tossing it behind him where one of his men snagged it. Karibi Izuku. I have some stupid nickname that I don't care for. He greeted me, slowly drawing a pretty nice katana from his hip. Motoko Kusanagi. I like to go by Ghost in the Shell, but some of the Tiger Claws that know me call me the Onryo, or Yurei I suppose. Heh. Fitting. He agreed, glancing at the dead bodies around me. You certainly are. I'll try not to kill you, but I can't allow you to resist. Those are my orders. When I take your life, I'll ensure your family know you died with a blade in your hand. I responded back just as smoothly, and the man actually looked pleased by my words. Fucking sword maniacs. Then again, I was about to have a katana battle myself, so how much room did I have to talk? I breathed in and out, and settled my stance. I would be on the defensive at first. I had no idea how good this guy was. Luckily, I had 2 blades, and no one really expected the dual wielding to be effective. There was a flash of headlights, a car traveling the street behind us, that set us off. He moved. Sandevistan. I recognized it and activated my own. He was still fast. Definitely a higher-end Sandy, he blurred, but the reaction time I gained was enough. His blade flashed, glowing under the streetlights, and I deflected it off with a twisting parry, and pushing him back with a swipe and turn. He stepped back, both of us turning off our Sandy as it would be needed for the future. The man behind him gasped in surprise. She blocked it. I blinked. Was that supposed to be some super move or something? Like lightspeed flash or something? Oh fuck. Right. These were Tiger Claws. I was dealing with a bunch of weebs. But the 2 of us didn't say anything, he simply went in again. This time he attacked with skill and not just speed, a surprisingly dangerous series of moves. Twice I had to actually step back despite having 2 blades to keep myself from being cut. This seemed to push him on, but as he continued, he quickly realized the truth. He couldn't touch me. My defense was simply better. No matter how hard he tried to batter through, or slip a blade into openings, there simply wasn't enough for him to make the strike. Which is why I was watching calmly and prepared for when he would activate the Sandevistan again. Because that would be what determined the winner here. Who activated their chrome at the right time to slip a wound through before the other could activate their Sandy and defend. We continued our battle, him hammering away, his endurance far greater than Musashi. Either good sin lungs or just trained endurance. But the difference between Musashi and this guy was night and day. Musashi was a skilled arrogant kid to Kamaribi's actual worked in talent. Plus he had good chrome. This was much more fun. I felt myself growing a smile as we battled, a web of steel around us as I deflected and swiped, making sure he couldn't go entirely on the offense. The sing of steel scraping against steel filled the street, the sound of cars and people still all around us. For a moment I wasn't Motoko the merc, I was Motoko the street samurai. Then it ended, not because one of us activated a Sandy, or because a blade found flesh, but because suddenly Kamaribi's eyes went yellow as he stepped back, getting distance before meeting my eyes. Do you mind? Oh no, please go ahead. I offered back just as coolly, neither of us out of breath or even seemingly tired from our match. He nodded and took the call that came in, while I focused on what I had earned. Dozens of alerts flickered through my attention, but the ones that most interested me were ninjutsu of all things. I had felt it while hunting all the boys down, acting as a shadow, killing them one by one. Ninjutsu skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Ninjutsu 10. I had felt it, and used it in the last little fight. There had been no doubt in my mind while ripping these idiots apart that they could find me unless I wanted them to. Now I had an extra perk. To grow even further beyond the skill. I looked through the list while Kamaribi continued to have a seemingly serious conversation. I searched, using the time to try and find the perfect option, considering that there wasn't much else to do. There were a few things that caught my eye, but one of them finally made me lock it in. Ninja running, not being seen is stealth as well. Move quietly, and quickly. I blinked and a whole world of information slipped into my mind. I knew exactly how long it would take to move out of someone's line of sight, and how to move fast enough to escape it. I felt myself smiling despite the situation when I realized that I could go full Batman on people and disappear as they looked away. How fun! I also had a half-dozen blades XP. Which was a lot for just one fight. 100 blades XP gained. Karibi spent a little longer on the phone call, before finally his eyes blinked and the light disappeared. It seems this situation has reached the higher-ups. He offered with a sigh. Looking almost disappointed. Our little match is over. Oh? I asked, not bothering to hide the sinister edge to my words. I had promised to murder anyone that stupid mob boss sent after me. Apologies, but I am being recalled. A meeting has been called about this situation. I no longer need to bring you in. I felt like twitching even if I didn't move. Of course I would find an actual sword battle to the death and it would end early. I wanted it to continue. To cut down this fucking gangster and his men, and then go and assassinate the man that was responsible for all of this. But a moment later I got a call, my eyes turned yellow. I closed my eyes for a moment and when I opened them I offered an apologetic look to the man. Give me a moment? Take your time. He replied back and I nodded. The person on the line was June of course. Motoko. Thank God you picked up, you need to run now. Something big happened, and some of the tiger claws will be after you, I know. I'm fine June, I'm standing across from a Karibi, but he just run. Motoko run right now. Karibi is **. Already leaving, I called out, speaking over June's freakout. He just got a call to head to a meeting and he isn't going to force it with me anymore. What's going on June? I was jumped by a bunch of shitlings, and **. They dared. He roared into the phone, then he went really quiet. I'm sorry. This is my fault Motoko. I'm June, apologize if you need to later, explain now. Please, It's Yuto, he made another attempt on Kizaru. Kizaru was injured and Motoko-sama is friends with. It doesn't matter. Some of the people involved decided to bring me in front of them as punishment, but Akari. She backed me up. Told me what was up, and we got to Fujimura-sama. He demanded a full meeting, and so things should be calmer, but, She okay? I asked, realizing that Akari could be in a lot of shit for going against orders. That's up to Fujimura-sama. I hope so. But this is getting big. They are holding a meeting. Like I said, a lot of the Oyabuns will be there. It's about Yuto, and what punishment I will be given for allowing this to happen. Motoko I got a message from Fujimura-sama, he is saying you need to come to the meeting too. Why do you need to come? I could tell June was talking outside of the call, sounding distracted. Tell him to fuck off, I grumbled still staring at Karibi, who was patiently waiting for my call to finish, his hand near his blade in case he needed to draw again. Motoko. Be polite, then he went silent again and I just rolled my eyes. Motoko. Did you kill some gangers? Yeah? There were like a dozen that went after me. I replied back instantly. Best if June understands. Fuck. Language I instantly teased back, but June didn't respond. Motoko. I'm going to this meeting, and you need to come too. We need to offer an apology for you to the higher-ups so they don't put out a kill order for you. June said, sounding serious, but I just scoffed. I'm getting real tired of tiger claw assholes telling me what to do today, June. I snapped back, making sure my anger and frustration was apparent. Please, Fujimura-sama says we can get this handled tonight, but you need to come. I'd sked, as I considered it, but eventually my desire to not have to fight for my life constantly won out. Fine, I looked around and walked over to Musashi's corpse, pulling the fine scabbard for the katana I had been using out of his belt. A moment later, it was sheathed, and I had to look towards the corpses of the assholes around my car to try and remember which one of them I took the second katana from. I slumped and just tossed it aside. It wasn't high quality like Musashi's anyways. Looks like I'll be seeing you again soon. I called out to Karibi as I ended the call with June and sent a last glance towards him and his chums all standing near their bikes. Perhaps we will get to finish this match another time then. He offered with the sound of someone looking forward to it. Yeah, I'll kill you later. I mumbled back, but instead of offending the man he only grinned at me before turning and climbing atop his bike. This whole situation was a fucking disaster. I looked down at the blade in my hand. Well, at least I got some loot out of all this. Motoko. June rushed me as I parked and practically dragged me out of my car as he pulled me into a hug. June. I whined, but let him check me over. Finally, seemingly satisfied, he looked almost constipated as he tried to find the words. So I ignored him, tilting my neck to look at Fujimura standing behind June. I told Moritaka. Moritaki? I forget, I told him I was going to kill him for trying to kidnap me. I mean it. Fujimura didn't frown or shift at all at my words. Instead, he did something much more powerful. He ignored me. That kinda hurt Fujimura. Motoko. You can't kill Moritaka-sama. Don't say that again, you'll just cause issues. Do I give off the vibe that I hand out death threats and not mean them or something? It's annoying. When I threaten to kill someone, everyone should be shitting themselves. I take your threat seriously. But you will not unless you wish your brother's life to be forfeit. If you wish to protect him, then come. And do little, and say less. Fujimura finally spoke and I scowled at his words. But he hit my weak point, which pissed me off. It's okay, Motoko. Fujimura-sama is angry as well. I'm his underling, and for another boss to try and go after you and me. It's bad. There might be killing tonight. June whispered the last part and I nodded. Great. Yakuza politics. Just what I didn't want to deal with. Slayed a whole bunch of tigers tonight, did you little killer? Akari said as she sidled up to me, now that Fujimura was walking off. A bunch of kids led by a moron, yeah. Musashi. Akari stilled and hissed a bit through her teeth. You don't think it was? She asked June and June didn't react, instead just nodded. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, Karibi said he was important or something. I wasn't listening. The moron threatened me with shit he shouldn't have. I defended myself, and June just wrapped an arm over my shoulder and Akari just ignored me. Great. Come. Fujimura called and I scowled at being called like a dog, but June was moving and dragging me along. I was pulled in behind June on his stupid Mizuchi while Akari got on her own, and we all followed behind Fujimura's car. While we drove, I sent a message to my chums that stuff was going on with the TC. Just as a heads up, stuff might get crazy. The return messages were soothing as I read their outrage and support. Finally, we pulled up to a large skyscraper. Each of us stepped out and into the entranceway and then into an elevator that went all the way to the top. June and Akari both bracketed Fujimura like they were guarding him, which was funny to watch while I stayed aside, giving them all space. I wasn't looking forward to this. Not at all. Just don't talk unless you are asked a question, okay? June whispered to me as the elevator opened to a pretty high-end penthouse. As we stepped out, we walked down a short hall that had plenty of Japanese aesthetic choices, up to a door that was already bracketed by guards. To my surprise, they weren't wearing tiger claw colors, besides a few tiny things I noticed. These were the black-suited Yakuza types instead. They both stepped aside as Fujimura stopped forward. June and Akari on each end, and me taking up the rear, which didn't give me great sight of things, considering Fujimura and June were both big guys. Stepping in, I noticed to my right there was an outdoor area of the penthouse with an actual sand garden, but my eyes were more caught on the security suite that met us. June and Akari began handing over weapons, although Fujimura I noticed didn't have to. You too, Motoko. June offered, and I scowled at the demand. I wasn't about to disarm right now. But Fujimura looked to me, and offered me words that surprised me. Trust me, girl. You and your brother will be safe. Keep the katana, put the rest away. He offered, and I was surprised at the authenticity in his words. I sighed and walked forward, pulling free my barrier and placing it into the small cubby they had opened up to store weapons. Lexington went next, along with my knife after they looked at it, and the second knife I kept strapped to the back of my belt. And the third knife, that was hidden in my thigh ammo pouch. I had found a lot of knives from Raffen over the time. It was funny how I hadn't really needed them until now. I was going to end there, but June nudged me and I glared at him, before huffing and opening some of my pouches. Frag grenade 1. Frag grenade 2. I looked to June and asked him with just an eyebrow if he was satisfied. Then, armed with just the katana, just like June and even Akari, we headed further down the small hall entrance and into the main room. It was set in a very traditional Japanese style, but I could see the modern peek through. But more interesting was the large tiger claw symbol set into the wall. Done up to look more like a traditional emblem than normal, and under it sat a very good-looking older man. He might have gray at the temples, but he wore his age like aged whiskey, a calm air around him and a very expensive-looking kimono. Yukata? I always forget which was which. It looked Japanese and expensive. As we entered, Fujimura walked very slowly and calmly, as if following a path, before stopping before the man and offering him a full bow. June and Akari joined him, although I pointedly didn't. I didn't even know who this was, and I don't bow to some random gonk. The three rose and moved across the room, passing many other men already waiting, seemingly for us, including Karibi, who I recognized, despite the man having changed into a kimono as well. Fujimura guided us over to a section where a few of the traditional cushions rested that Fujimura settled all of us on. For once I didn't fight it, and settled into a seiza that wasn't too bad, and just watched the show. I looked over the crowd, old men in suits or kimono, all looking at the man at the front. Waiting, although a few glanced our way, seemingly irritated. Everything went quiet when the man at the front raised a hand, carrying a paper fan. A moment later, a group of women in fancy kimono came out, passing out a saucer of sake to everyone. Only once the fan dropped did everyone drink. I wasn't sure if it was rudeness that I was excluded or kindness, since I didn't like alcohol. So I decided to not worry about it. Then a moment later, the man at the front started speaking. I have been informed about the situation. Normally such things would not require my direct attention, but the seriousness of the allegations merit my personal attention. Moritaka, how is your grandson? Kizaru is alive. One of the old men spoke, his voice like gravel, and familiar. Considering I had heard that name before I looked over. The old man was grizzled, and had very obvious chrome over part of his face, a neck replacement, and very high-end karoshi as well. Wealthy and old. That's the sense I got from him. But this is the second time my son has come under threat. There will not be a third. He added petulantly, a threat that was eye-rolling. One of the few that didn't look irritated by the threat was a familiar man sitting next to him. Karibi, the tiger claw I had fought, was sitting next to him. Our eyes met and I knew the man wanted to continue our fight. Yet despite the petty threat, the man at the front of the room nodded. I agree. This matter must be put to rest. But first, there is the matter of honor. Fujimura. Yes, Shinobu-sama. Your man was aware of these assassination attempts, before they were acted on? Not as such, Shinobu-sama. Fujimura offered with a bow. While still sitting. Do not lie here, Fujimura. Moritaka interrupted, and Fujimura simply remained bowing as the leader? Was that guy really the head of the Tiger Claws? Well, he just looked on for a while, before nodding. Explain. Junikura knew the assassin from their youth. Before the man was sent to prison while covering for Moritaka Kizaru's actions. My grandson did no such thing. The old man growled, but no one seemed to be interested in that. I guess Yuto was right, everyone knew Kizaru was a piece of shit. Moritaka. Shinobu, I guess his name was, said bluntly, and then he looked back to Fujimura. When Yuto was released, he reached out to Junikura, and did bring up desiring vengeance for the perceived slight. Fujimura added, stopping Moritaka from interrupting again, with a quick addition. The boy was not taken care of? Threatening to assassinate one of my lieutenants was not enough to act. Junikura owed much to the assassin from their youth, and has assured me he denied any willingness to help, and had directed the assassin away from his quest, hoping to stop this entire series of events. Fujimura offered, ending with a bow. And yet my grandson twice now has nearly been killed. Junikura had no involvement in that. So he says. I want the assassin, and I want something done about this. For a member of the Tigers to allow an assassin to continue to act without stopping them. There is no accepting this. He rumbled, glaring with his beady eyes. Junikura, that is true. You knew this man was plotting murder of a lieutenant and did nothing? When Yuto brought it up, he was very drunk. Nakagawa-sama. We were celebrating his release from prison. I denied him, explained to him the foolishness of his words, and instead pressed him to live his life. I even offered him work, as he was once an apprentice to the Tigers as I was. June offered, sounding calm, but there was a hint of nervousness in this voice. So a man calls for the murder of my grandson and you do nothing? Are you a tiger, or some maelstrom plant? Moritaka cut in, and Fujimura twitched as June slowly turned to the older man. I am not maelstrom. I have always been Tiger Claw. June offered coolly, surprising me at how calm he was. That was definitely a targeted insult. So you say. Nakagawa, the man in the front, grunted, and everyone went silent, turning to him. And then, today I am informed that there was more trouble. Moritaka? I sent a group to collect the boy's sister. I wanted to ensure I wouldn't have some cyber psycho breaking down my door to finish what his friend started. My people were killed. He had been blasé about the response until the end, when his voice turned dark. He looked over at me, and our eyes met. I allowed nothing to show, but my brain was processing ways to murder the guy. Just for fun. This wasn't the time or place for it, but I went through all the ways I could end this man's life. There were a lot. Instead of acting on it, I simply continued to stare, eyes promising death. Chapter 189. You had no right to call for the girl's presence. Fujimura interrupted my staring contest with his words, as everyone in the room's attention shifted to him. The girl defended herself from a threat, and was right to do it. Is that so? Moritaka asked, turning to Nakagawa. Is it normal for our men to be killed when demanding compliance from those under us? I turned to Fujimura to see how he was reacting, and he gave me a very tiny shake of his head, telling me to stay out of it. Fujimura? Moritaka demanded as Fujimura didn't speak. There are proper channels if a meeting is needed. Kidnapping the family of our associates at Blade Point is not one of them. Fujimura replied and then looked to Moritaka. In this case, I ask for censure in turn. Going after one of my lieutenants, by targeting their family, can only cause strife in our organization. The girl murdered one of my up-and-coming. Daisuke Smith is the son of Robert Smith, a man you are well familiar with. I had to assure him I would take care of this matter to keep his respect from wavering. Moritaka hissed out. Then pointed right at me. My own man confirms the boy she killed was already disabled. Moritaka hisses back and I felt a few eyes turn to me. I kept silent for now. If someone wanted to talk to me, then I would be happy to explain that I would kill anyone that attacks me. Anyone. Mr. Smith is important to our current production, but he was told when his son was inducted there would be dangers these he now learned. Moritaka, targeting family members is unacceptable. There will be censure for this. Nakagawa replied. I could see Moritaka go a bit pale at the words, but his anger seemed to keep the flush to his skin lively. Then Nakagawa turned towards Fujimura's group, straight at me. And you are Motoko Kusanagi, daughter of Natasaha and Kyu's Kusanagi. That's me. I agreed blandly, looking up at the man and wondering what exactly was really going on. Politics obviously, but I was wondering how much danger I was in here. You killed the boy? Musashi, I believe he called himself? Yes. I said without hesitation, and I could see June wanting to shut me up, but I wasn't about to try and hide it. After all, the reason I was putting up with all this was to make sure I wouldn't have assassins coming after me constantly. But if I was going to have assassins anyways, it was going to be for something I did. He is the son of an important assistant to our work. Nakagawa offered, and I just stared blankly at him, because that wasn't a question or anything I cared to respond to. Finally he spoke again. Do you know the cost of his life? What will need to be paid for his death? Nakagawa-sama the Fujimura spoke, but quieted instantly as the old man held up a fan. I was asking the girl. He said, and there was silence, and so I spoke. No, I just know that I value my life more than his. He came at me with a blade. He wanted to live by the sword. So he died by one. I shrugged. I'm more surprised that him getting himself killed is such a shock to everyone. June sent me a glare at my casualness, and it wasn't the only glare I received across the room. Moritaka seemed to be pissed as well. Fujimura then sat up, a signal that he wished to speak, and Nakagawa lowered his fan. Motoko Kusanagi was involved in this entire situation as an attempt to blackmail one of my men. As you all see, even after this attempt was a failure, I brought both with me for this meeting. If a meeting had been called, Junikura would have come as his duty. The girl is a family member, and not a soldier. She should never have been involved. I ask for acceptance in her defending herself in this situation. You dare? Moritaka called, but Nakagawa raised his fan. Her defense of her life is not my concern. The death of Musashi is. Punishment will be meted out. Nakagawa spoke. But that is still secondary to the problem that brings us here today. Kizaru Moritaka, and the assassin. Nakagawa-sama. I ask that any punishment that would be placed upon Motoko be placed upon me instead. As her older brother, I am responsible for any of her actions. Jun suddenly spoke up as he fell into a deep bow while sitting, and I felt myself frowning. The room was silent for a moment, and I noticed Fujimura didn't look happy either. I think that will be acceptable. Moritaka suddenly said, surprising all of us. The girl's mistake is her brother's in truth. I believe we can convince Mr. Smith we acted appropriately to punish the one that cost him his son's life. What? That made no fucking sense to anyone. Why would June pay for this bullshit? I glanced over and noticed Fujimura looked pissed. The glare that went between Fujimura and Moritaka made me realize what was really happening. Moritaka was trying to hit Fujimura. June and I were just in the crossfire. We were being used as pawns to damage Fujimura, either his reputation or his power base. This whole thing was literally just Yakuza politics. I was going to murder that man, but first I had to figure out how to get June out of this without a punishment he wouldn't survive. I disagree. A voice called and everyone turned to another side of the room. If Fujimura and Moritaka had their own little faction groups, then this guy was in charge of another. But I recognized him? Where did I know this guy from? Okinadano? The boy Junikura and his sister both have proven themselves before. I owe my life to both of them. I believe this situation has gotten out of hand. Perhaps punishment can be put aside as simply the folly of youth. No harm was intended. Only self-protection. The man offered casually, and I could see the heated glare Moritaka sent him. I blinked. Okina? Where? Ah. It was Sushi Boss. The Tiger Claw boss June and I saved from the Edgerunner Borg that we both had to work together to take out. Holy shit. He looked over and gave me a small tilt of his head, and I was actually kind of blown away. A Tiger Claw boss that actually remembers a favor he owed to someone? Completely unexpected. Nakagawa nodded at the man's speech. I will take it under consideration. For now, Fujimura. You were placed to hunt down this assassin. Why is he still at large? Forgive me, Nakagawa-sama. I did hunt him down, but his trail grows cold with a connection to 6th Street. I informed Akita-sama about this just yesterday. We were discussing what should be done, considering the involvement of an enemy. Is this true? Nakagawa asked, turning to one of the men closest to him. Dressed in an actual red suit and not Japanese formal wear. It is Nakagawa-sama. The matter would have been on today's docket. I could practically hear Moritaka's teeth grinding as Fujimura proved he had been doing his job hunting Yuto. Then we will dash. Stand aside. A voice yelled from the entranceway, and everyone went for their weapons before finally a form walked into the main room. I blinked. Dressed in a very fancy kimono, hair done up in an elaborate style, was none other than Hayato. Wow. She cleaned up nicely. I had to admit that the elegant look suited her. Well, maybe not the angry face, but the rest of her sure. Okay, maybe the angry face was cute too. 10 out of 10 angry Yakuza princess. But what was she doing here? Hayato, what is the meaning of this? Nakagawa went utterly silent as not only Hayato entered, but so did Wakako. I blinked. What? What? I had the same feeling you got when you saw your teacher outside of the classroom. Something about this was wrong. Wakako was best when she was sitting in a scummy pachinko parlor, smoking up a storm, and watching midday TV. Father. I demand an explanation for this. Hayato spoke clearly but faster than perfectly normal. She was obviously upset, but while Hayato was talking, everyone was looking at Wakako. Mother? I heard whispered aloud from more than one man in the room. I blinked because the Akita guy had also said something similar. So he was one of Wakako's sons? I blinked, remembering that Wakako had like 9 children. I got the feeling more than a few of them were in this room. And wait. Did Nakagawa just call Wakako mother-in-law? But if Wakako was mother-in-law, what did that make Hayato? I looked at my friend. Huh. That was about the same moment said friend noticed me, blinked once, and a myriad of reactions all ran through her face before she seemingly couldn't stop herself. Motoko, she said in a burst of sounds, talking much faster than normal. I considered what my reaction should be. Polite? Nah. Sup Hayato. I offered with a raised hand. Greeting her happily. I got a report that you caused trouble. Wakako interrupted before Hayato could respond, as she walked over, walking right past the still confused-looking Hayato as she approached me. I just defended myself. I responded back a little darkly. I was getting pretty done with everyone blaming me for not letting some arrogant little shit kidnap me. Is that why my son-in-law dragged you here? Because you killed Daisuke Smith? She seemed to ponder the crowd. Then to my surprise, she reached out and patted my shoulder. I can already see what is happening here. Son-in-law, there seems to be some confusion, so let me clear it. Motoko Kusanagi works for me. Wakako said bluntly, and the room went silent at her proclamation. Moritaka, I noticed, looked pretty irritated, but said nothing in response. The girl works for you? Truly? Nakagawa asked. She does. Wakako said in a tone of voice that was very evident she was wondering why he was questioning her. But that still doesn't explain this interruption. He seemed to grumble, looking at Wakako and Hayato. Hayato, you should have been here an hour ago. I would have been father if not she trailed off in a splurge of word vomit, her face red, telling me she was very irritated. Before she paused, took a breath and continued. If not for the message that I was given that requested my presence at home. When I arrived, there was nothing happening, and I was hurried away by my guards. I called grandmother to try and figure out what was going on. Hayato explained, and Nakagawa looked less than pleased as he turned to Wakako. The message was sent from a burner account. More interesting is where my granddaughter was when the message came. Tell him. Wakako called and Hayato looked confused. I was at the Daravaja Dojo. I was sparring with Motoko. Hayato said slowly, her confusion for once making her speak at a normal rhythm. You were with the girl? Nakagawa demanded, pointing at me, and she nodded. Yes. Motoko is my sparring partner now. John introduced her, and set us together. She challenges me well. Then Hayato looked from Nakagawa, to Wakako, to me. I was with Motoko, and she is now here. Motoko, what happened after I left? She demanded from me instantly. So I shrugged. I took a shower to wash up and left the dojo. On my way out, Musashi and a bunch of his punks jumped me. They were trying to kidnap me. So I killed them. Musashi? I saw Musashi as I left. Are you telling me this message was from him? Did that pathetic fool send me on a wild chase just to get to you? Hayato sounded pissed as she spoke. She turned to her father. Holy shit. That was her father. Hayato was literally the Tiger Claw princess. I mean, I had called her the Yakuza princess, but she literally was. I really hope no one found out that I punched her in the face pretty often. Father. Nakagawa raised a fan and she fell silent. Mother-in-law. This girl Motoko murdered one of my lieutenants. So? Wakako asked in response, seemingly completely uninterested in the accusation. She is one of mine and should not have been bothered with this nonsense from the start. Wakako said, making me look up at her, in a slight bit of relaxation. It was unexpected, but it was flattering that Wakako was speaking up for me. I mean, I didn't even really do many gigs for her. For her to act this way, she must actually secretly in her cruel dark heart care. It was sweet. And terrifying, because I was sure I would be paying for it later. She was going to work me to the bone or something. Then we will speak about the costs of the girl's actions later, mother-in-law. The assassin must die. Fujimura, this is your people's mistake. It is on you to fix it. Understood, Nakagawa-sama. Good. Hayato, come with me. Mother-in-law, please join us. Nakagawa then stood and everyone besides Wakako and I bowed, and then Wakako dropped one more pat on my shoulder before following the man into another room. Only once they were gone did everyone rise. Before anything else, Moritaka stood and walked over. Do not think this is over. Your kamikaze group won't last. Not with the constant mistakes like this. Moritaka said to Fujimura, but the man just looked him over for a moment. Moritaka Dano, my securing of the Japantown projection has already been decided. The kamikaze completed their task as required. And I have few complaints about their after-war actions. Today is a mistake that we will pay for, but it will not stop my work. That you think this is something that will be brushed under the rug shows your ignorance, Fujimura. I will be watching you closely from now on. Any mistakes will not be allowed to hide in the shadows. You have your tasks, Moritaka Dano, and I have my own. Fujimura replied, and I had a feeling a lot of undercurrent was going on, but I wasn't entirely in the know about what the fuck was going on. Was this really all Tiger Claw politics? If it was, I was going to murder some fuckers. Moritaka looked me over a moment later, and scoffed. Wakako will not protect you either. You will pay for your actions today. Murdering a member of the Tiger Claws will not be forgotten, or forgiven. I just stared at the man, and wondered if I was really going to have killed this guy right in front of all of his people, when June stood up. You go too far. My sister is only here because you decided to put her in the crosshairs of loyal men. Tiger Claws doing their duty, trusted by their higher-ups. You forget that Nakagawa-sama already stated you would be censured for this. Fool boy. Watch your tone. He spoke and I noticed Karibi had followed after Moritaka was now close enough to react with his blade. A threat. That's fine, I was about ready to make my own threats. I stood up slowly, wiping my jeans a bit as I stretched my legs. I don't take it lightly when people try to have me kidnapped. Moritaka, right? I asked and June was there, hand on my shoulder holding me back. Don't Motoko. TSK, a child playing at being a gangster isn't anything new, girl. Be silent, or I'll have you taught a lesson. By who? Your guard Karibi? The guy that wasn't able to beat me before, when I was alone facing all the men you sent after me? Heh. Karibi chuckled at that, cutting of Moritaka, who had looked like he was going to demand my head right there. You sure got some steel in your spine. Motoko Kusanagi. I'll remember that. I think I'll end up crossing blades with you again. You won't. June said, then rumbling and furious. None of you will ever touch my sister. Jun took a step forward, but it was Fujimura that stopped him. I agree. You already face censure for getting a family member involved in our business. Perhaps I will push for a more direct punishment. My boy might have made a mistake in not stopping the assassin, but he is just a boy. Well known for making mistakes, what man in this room hasn't when he was that age? But you? Men our age don't make mistakes. You flaunt your disrespect of the rules blatantly. Watch your mouth, Fujimura. Watch it close. You may be high after the tiff between the maelstrom, but you are not at my level yet. The whole place shifted when a door opened and out came Nakagawa. I see my men are getting along. He spoke coolly after a moment, receiving bows from everyone as he walked closer. Fujimura, I want this issue taken care of. Yes, Nakagawa-sama. Moritaka, allow Fujimura and his boys to clean up their mess with no further issue. My sympathy to your son's injuries. I am glad he is still alive. He is strong. An assassin will not be his end. Moritaka said with sudden confidence. For a moment he turned to me with a look, but he said nothing. Instead, he turned to others and began speaking to everyone. Giving them orders, or asking them to assist others. The TC were mobilizing. I guess finding out an assassin targeting a higher UPS kid was with 6th Street would do that. Fujimura Dano, and Jun-kun. A voice spoke and it was Okina. He looked then to me, and offered an actual smile. And Motoko-chan. It is nice to see you. Even in these circumstances. I never got the chance to thank you for you and your brother's actions that night. Ah. I said because he was talking to me. Well, it was nothing, we were involved from the start. Perhaps, but not many would, or could have done anything. These circumstances are unpleasant. He decided on after seemingly tasting the word. But have no fear. Even without Wakako-sama, you and your brother have others behind you. Thank you. I offered, because it was actually an earnest offer. Will you need any assistance, Fujimura Dano? He asked, turning to the older man after. No, Okina Dano. I believe once we decide on a path forward through 6th Street or not, my men can handle this problem. Good. Don't hesitate to call if you need assistance. I stood there for a while as more and more conversations broke out over the room. None of it interested me, instead I opened my agent and made some texts to my chums. Just letting them know I was alive, and that things were okay-ish. As I was responding to the third text from Hiromi in our group chat of her freaking out, I noticed someone approaching. Hey Hayato. Motoko. She greeted back and looked at me for a while before seeming to firm her resolve. Come with me. I looked to June, who was distracted, and shrugged. Following her, we walked into the same room Nakagawa had entered before, and I wasn't surprised to see Wakako inside, already smoking a cigarette while sitting on a couch and looking annoyed. Good. Motoko, come sit. Hayato, child, do not frown so. This situation is irritating but no longer unstable. Yes, grandmother. That's so weird. I muttered, and Hayato turned to give me a glare while Wakako just put out her cigarette. Weird? Just. I knew Hayato for a while, and I didn't know she was your grandkid. And I've known Wakako forever. It's just weird to see you both together, and to know you are related. I answered, and Wakako just scoffed, obviously uninterested in dealing with my nonsense, while Hayato huffed. I told you who I was. You never told me you were Wakako's grandkid. I denied, laughing, 'cause she really hadn't. My name? Hayato Nakagawa. Nakajiewa. She growled out, enunciating each syllable. I looked at her blankly for a minute before I chuckled out a laugh. Hayato, I didn't know the leader of the Tiger Claws was named Nakagawa until like 20 minutes ago? How? Everyone knows that. I just shrugged. I didn't. Then why did you agree to spar with me? 'Cause you're fun to fight? I didn't have a lot of practice against someone using a Karen, and it's kinda nice to fight someone my own age and stuff, you know? My words had an odd effect on Hayato, who looked flushed for a moment, before seemingly growing angry. "You're an idiot. Little rude," I mumbled, but that only set her off more. "I can't believe someone so stupid is able to challenge me. This shouldn't be possible. You're too stupid to be this skilled." "Super rude," I added. "Hayato." Wakako offered, and Hayato went silent. "You are allowing your emotions to overcome you, dear. Breathe, you should apologize. Motoko is an idiot, but it's rude to tell someone that to their face." "Is this gang up on Motoko Day? First Musashi and his group, then this whole bullshit, and now you too?" I grumbled at the two, but Wakako just gave me a look telling me she was very amused to be able to torture me, and Hayato, while not amused, didn't seem to disagree. Fuck, they were related. You really didn't know that Hayato asked, and I just looked at her for a while, and she then scoffed and laughed and just broke into laughter. She has nothing between her ears. Grandmother. She started laughing then, practically dying of laughter as she bent over, and Wakako had to look away to hide her own amusement. "Okay, if everyone is just picking on me, I'll go," I grumbled, because super rude, you know. "Motoko." Wakako spoke, and I stopped my attempt to leave. "There is something I wish to discuss with you. Outside of my granddaughter's realization." I sighed for a moment. "Fine, can we make it quick? I didn't exactly plan to deal with all this Yakuza politics bullshit today." "Yakuza? We are not Yakuza," Hayato snapped, unbending from her laughing fit at my words, but I rolled my eyes at her, and focused on Wakako, but she waved at me, and I sighed and settled into a chair. This wasn't going to be something I liked. Chapter 190. "Hayato, sit down, dear." "Motoko, child. Politics will not go away, take it from me. Once you are involved, you will be so for a long time, despite your wants." Wakako offered, and I grimaced. Yeah, that was what I was afraid of, Wakako. "Now, despite the difficulties it will bring, I wish to hire you for a long-term gig." "Okay? I wish to hire you on a long-term basis, to not assassinate Moritaka Kuwabara." She spoke the words that instantly made me frown. "Okay, one. I've never taken a gig to not kill someone before. It's not so unusual when dealing with a skilled mercenary that has come into their reputation." Wakako answered, and I was frowning because this was weird. Hayato thought so too. "Grandmother? What are you talking about? Motoko is skilled, but she couldn't kill Moritaka Aji." "Aji?" I whispered to myself, but Wakako looked at Hayato for a moment. "It would not be the first member she killed," Wakako said, and I had to use cold blood to freeze myself solid, so I didn't give any tells. Instead, I raised an eyebrow. "News to me." I spoke plainly. Wakako looked to me at my words. At the same time Hayato looked justified and looked back at Wakako as if she was right. "The only thing that is news to you, girl, is that I am speaking of it. Jotaro was cleanly done. To this day only a few select people know about the situation." Wakako added calmly, and I noticed Hayato looking between us in confusion. Her head shooting back and forth rapid fire was pretty funny. "Jotaro? The club owner? Ichi's boss?" I questioned, purposefully acting confused, controlling my emotions to fake it, but Wakako just smiled at me, as if she didn't believe me at all. Hayato though was looking between the two of us confused. "Grandmother? Motoko Kusanagi is a very competent killer granddaughter. An assassin by trade, in fact. If she sets her mind to it, I have no doubt that Moritaka will die." The room was silent for a moment. "I am an assassin, yes," I said, more for Hayato's confused look than anything. "But that has nothing to do with Jotaro, which I was definitely not involved with. I have an alibi. Of course, I am sure it is quite solid," Wakako offered casually. "The issue has long been resolved, and assumptions on who did it have spread. None expect the teenaged assassin I employ from time to time. Nor will they," Wakako added, waving a hand and sending the smoke of her cigarette swirling. "Good. I said back a little defensive, 'cause I really didn't need more shit. You are an assassin? Hayato asked, the surprise in her voice making me focus on her. Sometimes. I answered Hayato's question with a shrug. I mean, technically I prefer to think of myself as an infiltrator. I like sneaking into places, but killing someone after sneaking up on them is kind of Assassin 101. Hayato looked at me up and down, and her face shifted into a look of disbelief. Hey! That's rude. What part of me makes you think I'm not an assassin? Wakako, you tell her. I demanded, getting a little outraged about the disbelief on Hayato's face. Wakako just rolled her eyes, ignoring me, and then snapped. Focus. I am hiring you for a job. I tilted my head at her. One condition. I demanded, and Wakako nodded as if it was expected. Jun stays safe. If Moritaka leaves Jun alone, I'll consider the gig in place. He causes any more trouble for my brother, and the bets are off. I will speak to my son-in-law. Junichiro will face no repercussions for his failure, and Moritaka will settle down from his aggressive actions against Fujimura. He'll likely already be getting a talk about that. Foolish man. Wakako grumbled, and I nodded slowly. I did want the man dead, but doing so would just cause more trouble in the long run. So if we could end any trouble now? I sighed. It sucked, killing leveled me up, but also time gave me time to kill more and get stronger. One day I'd be Atom Smasher. Able to simply kill anyone I please, without considering repercussions, but I wasn't that yet. Okay, fine. Deal. I'll let him live. Let him? Hayato continued to sound disbelieving about my skills, which kind of hurt, but Wakako nodded. In that case, I believe your brother is already leaving. I perked up at that and decided it was time to go then. Alright, Wakako. I'll leave. Thanks for helping out. I was starting to consider drastic actions. I said, and earned a glare at the very idea. Don't be a fool. You are useful, and I will not allow you to throw away your life so pointlessly. Yes, yes. I understand. I have no intention of dying. I said to Wakako as I rolled my eyes, but I did send her an honest thankful smile as I stood. See you later, Hayato. I waved with a happy smile to the girl's irritation as she glared at me at my chipper tone. Outside, I saw that Fujimura was leaving. Jun and Akari at his side, and I hurried over. Good. We are leaving. He said, and just rolled my hand at him, because that was obvious. And we left. I collected my weapons, and Jun was quiet as we headed down the elevator. I wish to hire you. Fujimura said suddenly, and I frowned. What is it with everyone wanting to hire me today? Maybe I'm not in the mood to take gigs for the Tiger Claws right now? Ever think of that? I grumbled, and Jun reached out and cuffed the back of my head. I retaliated with a swipe at him in turn. Fujimura just continued, as if Jun and I weren't being siblings in such close proximity to him. Yoto needs to die, your capabilities in tracking would make this easier. Fujimura-sama. Jun offered a token protest, but it sounded weak. Pathetic. I instantly hated hearing my brother sound like that. Kusanagi. Fujimura snapped back and Jun flinched, and I glared, but I closed my eye and thought it through. I considered it. Just saying yes. I mean, I had offered to do that for Jun before, but this was different now. Everything was different now. The Tiger Claws had made their mark on me, and I wasn't going to let that go for nothing. You'll have to reach out to Hiromi Mitsunashi. She's Section 9's fixer contact. She'll quote you a price. Don't expect any discounts this time. I said firmly. I could trust Hiromi to make sure this sort of thing didn't come cheap. If Yuto strikes again, or in the worst circumstances manages to finish his goal, Junichiro will not be let off. Fujimura reminded me sternly, but I just threw him a raised eyebrow. That argument would have worked better this morning. Before I had people I thought I had some level of trust towards trying to use me as a political piece. I don't take kidnapping attempts as a joke, Fujimura. The elevator was quiet, and I hadn't actually turned to look at Fujimura the whole time. using a piece of the reflective stainless steel in the elevator to get just a bare hint of his face. I understand. You hold me to blame, and there is truth to that. But I wasn't the one that caused this. Your brother is a useful subordinate, I wish to keep him alive. Maybe a small discount then, was what I said as the elevator opened and I walked out. Motoko? I'll talk to you later, okay June? Take care of yourself. I said. I needed some space from all of this. Motoko, Hiromi yelled as I called and noticed that all my chums were already on a line. Hey everyone, sorry about the scare. Everything got crazy for a while. Are you okay? Hiromi demanded, and I laughed as I settled into the quadra and started driving. I wanted to get out of this TC bastion as fast as possible. I'm alright, and unhurt. I'll give you a full rundown, but Hiromi, you might get a call from June's boss Fujimura. It'll be a Section 9 job to hunt down someone. Don't hesitate to grill him a bit, but offer him a discount at the end. A small one. The gig is for June, but I'm pissed with them right now. Got it, but are you all together? Yeah, we met up at Hiromi's place. Considering your warning, Ichi cut in. Alright. Should I head there, or should we go somewhere else? Things are calm now. My rents are out, so come over Motoko. Besides, it's safe here, so I want you here. Alright. Since I'm driving, let me give you a rundown of what happened. Huh, is that new? Yeah, the rents always buy new entertainment systems. I don't use them much. Hiromi said, and I chuckled because they were certainly getting some use now. Ichi and Malcolm were both playing some VR game. I can't believe they would do that. Hiromi vented at me as I followed her inside. How dare they? Well, the gonks that tried it are either dead or in a lot of pain, and the one in charge, well, I can't touch them. So I'm just ignoring it. I got a message from Fujimura already. Hiromi added as I walked over and flopped onto the couch. Well, you know my opinion on it. Yeah. Looks like we'll need to do some hunting, but it's very likely, if Yuto is with 6th Street right now, that we are going to be the ones to take him out. To avoid any TC connections. I just shrugged. We'll kill him then. He caused enough trouble to piss me off. Hey Motoko. Malcolm called as he pulled off the VR set. Didn't hear you get in. Ichi, finish up. Motoko is here. I laughed at the boys as they disentangled themselves from the game they had started. I see you boys kept busy while I was dealing with things. I teased. Nah, we only started after you called. We were worried. Ichi said as he took his headset off. You okay? No injuries? It's fine. Just casually getting attacked by a squad of tiger claw brats, and then sword fighting one of their elite. I'm okay. I bragged a bit before going very, very cold. But I don't take this as a joke. The tiger claws are on my shit list. I spoke practically Arctic air as I looked at all my chums to make sure they understood. Hiromi was the only one who looked as furious as I was on the inside. All this because they wanted June? Ichi asked. I think, I muttered, trailing off as I sighed, letting myself get warmer. I think there is more going on that I can really understand. Wakako specifically wanted me to not go after revenge for this, and I think the fucker that did this got in trouble for it. I think this all stems from the stupidest thing humanity ever created. Politics. Hiromi spoke up then. I don't think we have the clout to really let the tiger claws know our displeasure. Yet. Don't worry Motoko. I'll remember this. I almost felt bad because Hiromi was much more vindictive than I was. I waved it off. That's later stuff. What did Fujimura say exactly? The hit for Yuto Gonzalez. Fujimura wants him found and killed. Proof of death is required. Bring him in bodily or at least his head. They want real confirmation of his death here. I waved it off. I could do that. The problem is where he is. Right, intel that Fujimura provided. Hiromi said, her eyes glowed blue as she started sending me a file transfer request. I of course accepted, but went through the file very carefully before opening it. Only the normal sort of bugs were on the program, and those were zapped. Hiromi wouldn't have even noticed them with her Arasaka soft protecting her. I'd really have to do something about that though. I didn't like how trusting Hiromi was with just taking files. That was for another time though. Browsing through what Fujimura had sent me, I nodded. It was actually not bad. He must have found someone solid to hunt down Yudo, or more likely the TC as a whole were pissed about this and they pulled their serious runners. They knew where in Arroyo he had been hiding out, at least as of the day before he tried again to kill Kizaru. So that meant I would have to check if he was still there, and if he was, finish this. Otherwise start hunting. Alright. This safe house he was at. Ichi, what do you know about the area? I asked, and instantly, as Ichi checked out the cleaned file I sent over, he shook his head. Not much. I sometimes do some stuff in Arroyo, but not up there. Rancho Coronado is Mega 6th Street territory. Anything in the shadow of the dam belongs to them. Then I'll have to go in on foot and check it out. I decided. I tapped at my thigh for a while. I remember how awful hunting shit down in Arroyo had been last time, and that had been in industrial areas. They might have more cameras, but I could guarantee they'd have a lot of Netrunner defenses. I'll head in from the highway. Not a terrible jog over from a good way away. I'll do it tonight. I decided, and everyone nodded. I'll want some backup just in case. And then I actually smirked. I know the perfect thing. Fully equipped, relying on the night vision of my Karoshi, and doing my best to avoid any sensor nets that might be put up. I was slowly creeping down the desert mountain around Rancho Coronado. RC was surrounded by a mountain that a dam was built into, but it meant that other than some drops, there were plenty of places I could sneak into the area from once I was dropped off on the freeway above. The others were close by, including the secret surprise in case I found any trouble, but hopefully that simply wouldn't be needed. I needed this to go clean. The best resolution for this entire series of events was me killing Yudo, Fujimura taking credit for it, which would help balance out Jun's mistake, which was a bullshit thing to blame him for. Then it would be square. Jun could continue his life without this bullshit, while Kako would clear up the issue with Moritaka, at least she said she would, and I could go back to being proud of myself for never really joining the Tiger Claws after all. Because this was all bullshit. I dropped down and used some old shrubs for cover as I noticed a light. Just someone smoking on a balcony, but if they had good optics, or just happened to catch some moonlight, they could spot me. I flipped on my directional mic, just in case anything was spoken aloud, and waited. 5 minutes later, without more than some grumbled curses at some game on their agent. The cigarette was put out, and the person headed back inside their little apartment. Then I double-checked to make sure I hadn't missed anything, and continued on. Slipping out of the shadows like a snake, I continued moving. I hadn't noticed any sort of sensor defenses so far. It was a far bet that 6th Street would bother, considering in turn they'd get hits on their net every time a kid ran around to play, but it was better to be safe than sorry. And this time I was in luck. I made it all the way to the backyards around the ramshackle housing, and from there, it was practically child's play to start slipping into the shadows and staying out of sight. Luckily, Yudo had been hiding out in one of the basement sections along the outer street. At least if the intel was good, and I wasn't going to walk into an ambush or something. While there weren't a lot of people out and about on the streets this late at night, on the floors above there were small gatherings around burn barrels, and kids playing along the rooftops under the watchful eyes of their parents. The whole thing had a very run-down feeling even for Night City. For all the 6th Street gang talked about improving neighborhoods, the fact they had fallen into drug dealing and other gang activities meant any improvement they had made to their homes had eventually dried up. It was sad. I kept moving, making sure to hide not just in the shadows, but behind objects as well. The quality of optics in the area could be terrible, or ex-special forces, depending on who is around. So I took it slow and careful and made my way to the building that Yudo might be in. Crawling on the ground wasn't fun. But it did make use of the 2-foot wall that bordered the building just before Yudo, so I was crawling along when I heard a noise that wasn't odd anywhere else, but was here. A vehicle. I laid lower, blending in with a bunch of garbage, which was gross, but it let me break up my outline even more as I felt something approaching. The noise of the truck marked it as something big. I heard it getting closer and closer, and just really didn't want it to be some pickup for Yuto or something, but then it came right past me, and then kept going, towards the other side of the block. I peeked up and narrowed my eyes as a horde of 6th Street guys climbed out and headed into one of the hab blocks. Eventually, everything went quiet again. Whatever that was, it wasn't for me. I moved on. I didn't head directly for the stairs leading down into the basement area. Instead, I crawled around the outside of the building looking for any windows into the basement, or something. Other than one window that was completely covered, there was nothing. Irritated at the failed attempt, I headed back towards the basement stairs. Giving it a slow approach, I kept an eye on the roofs around the building so no one would accidentally see, and then slowly slipped down the stairs. Brutal concrete stairways were actually good for hiding, as the light that should have shined down on the stairs was long burned out, or broken. I approached the bottom, and there was a monster steel door. Armored and secured, and I glared as I realized this might take a while. I quickly scanned it through and realized with a relief that it had electronic security. If it had been an old-style key, or worse relying on someone on the other side to open it, this could have gotten irritating. I found the security pad and hummed. Militech base, slightly modified, but old even so. With a moment's work I popped open the metal front and looked into its guts, careful not to let it separate too much or else a wire might come loose and send an alert. Carefully taking my knife, I slipped it into the gap, careful not to cut anything wrong, and slipped it in deep. Until the tip touched one of the connections deep inside. With my other hand, I licked my thumb and awkwardly slipped it in, until my thumb touched another connection, and then I tapped my knife against my thumb for just a second. I heard the security lock release and pulled my knife free and resecured the security case. With a bit of work, I quietly slipped the security door open and moved inside. Copperhead brought up leading my way. The hallway inside was dark, but quickly opened into one massive basement that had been converted into a studio apartment. The open space had a few couches around an entertainment system and a bed in the corner, but otherwise it was empty. I hugged the walls before checking the one other door in the room, but it was a bathroom, and was also empty. So where was Yuto? The room had no signs of where he could have gone at a glance. So I started digging. Buck a slice box on the table, along with some half-drained Brozef. No easy laptops or security systems to hack into. I checked around the bed, but didn't find anything obvious. Just old bedding that hadn't been made. I explored the whole room without finding anything. Honestly, it didn't look like Yuto had been here at all. I narrowed my eyes. It was always possible this was a trap, or at least bad intel. I hadn't gathered it myself after all. Finally, I gave up finding any clues and was about to head out when I heard it. Bootsteps on concrete. Looking around, I realized there weren't any good hiding places in the mostly bare room. The entire place was too open. Then I looked up. A moment later, I leapt up into the ceiling, where old pipes and AC vents spiderwebbed across. With a bit of work, I wedged myself inside and went quiet. Time to see who was visiting. Chapter 191. I breathed in and out, utterly silent. As I watched what happened out of the corner of my eye, keeping my body blended with the shadows. The man that opened the door had a Militech Crusher shotgun and was sweeping the room. Obviously concerned. Had I set off an alarm or been seen? After a minute of following a similar path I had taken clearing the bathroom, he lowered his gun and just cursed. "Fucking assholes, not locking the door," he said aloud as he finally relaxed. "Ah, just bad luck then." I would have laughed if I wasn't in complete control of every muscle in my body, keeping myself perfectly still. Even the best infiltrator could be beaten by bad timing. He took a moment to place his gun beside the couch and then headed back to the entrance. A moment later, he came in carrying a bag full of food, and he flopped onto the couch. I wasn't really in any hurry, but I didn't want to be stuck here either, especially since this guy wasn't Yuto. Intel had probably been wrong. Damn it. Maybe another of the buildings or something had been where he is staying? I prepared myself as the man turned on his entertainment system to watch TV. The noise would easily hide me while I escaped, but then I heard him curse a name that suddenly had all my attention. Fucking Yuto. Prick. I told him not to log me out. He grumbled as I looked down a bit and saw what the problem was. Television channels in NC used a subscription service. The ads that played around the system was one of the ways poor people paid for the service, basically making it free if you allowed the ads. Right now, the TV was covered in ads, and I saw that the user logged in was listed as YUTO, which meant I was in the right place after all. I felt my smile tug up into a grin that only grew wilder and wilder as I realized that this wasn't a complete failure. I watched the man work on the system for a bit, but he seemingly couldn't find the remote or access to the account. So he cursed a ton and started searching for a show without it. But more importantly, it meant Yuto had been here, and this guy knew him. Since he was just sitting there, I started breaching. As the man turned on a recording of Watson Horror, Season 1 Episode 6. Which jumped straight into a sex scene. Lovely. I breached into his agent, and quietly stalled out any ability to make calls. Once I was sure, I dropped from the ceiling, and the loud moans from the screen hid the small noise I made as I touched down and spread out to dampen the noise. Then I crept right up. One of the reasons that Fujimura had handed this whole gig to me and Section 9 was because the TC didn't want a gang war with 6th Street, so they wanted this completely detached from them. That was why I had hoped to go through this entire gig without being seen. Well, there were ways around that. I snuck around and disappeared his crusher, and then approached from behind. I waited for it to get loud again and reached out. Chrome arms wrapped around his head and pressed my knife against his throat. Quiet. I demanded, not in my own voice, and while he surged upwards in surprise, I was more than strong enough to ride it out until he had a moment to realize what was happening. He opened his mouth to shout, but sharp was a sensation that tended to quiet screaming. I gave him a few seconds long enough to realize what situation he was in, to realize his gun that was on the other side of the couch was gone. I noticed by the way he slightly twisted his head. And then he relaxed. Good. I'm not here for you. Or for your chums. I told him confidently. Sexy Motoko voice whispered in his ear. So you should know what I am after. Yuto. Where is he? Slowly I eased off enough the blade could still be felt, but that he could swallow a bit. Don't know. Honest. I was letting him crash here for Roger. They met in the slammer. I know the kid met with Captain Sherman, made it all good. So I just said yes. You, tiger? No, I told him truthfully. I'm just a merc. Just doing a job to catch an asshole. Which is why I need to know where he went. I don't know. Roger's the only one that'd know. He and Yuto left yesterday. Haven't seen either of them since. Roger, huh? I spoke as I breached back into the man's agent. Finding a listing under Roger. Roger Almeida? Why, yeah. And you don't know where they went? I prodded, poking a little tighter for a second so he couldn't just instantly respond. Because there are a few ways this encounter ends. One of them ends with me appreciative of your candor. The other doesn't. Then I gave a little, so he could speak again. What's candor mean? I blinked. That was not the answer I was expecting, and I think dipshit realized that too as he went real quiet. Answer my question first. I demanded, cutting to the point with a gentle nudge of the blade. I don't. I swear. Roger's thing with Yuto was approved, but it was his op. They figured, hey, TC knocking off TC's not really a concern, you know? Yeah, well, shit has a tendency to spread. I grumbled a bit as I considered what to do. I had a phone number, which I could track if I went into the net, but that would require the guy to even pick up. Which meant killing this guy was the best bet. But that sort of went against the idea of trying not to cause a gung war. I was about to decide when I noticed it. Pushing my hostage's vision down so he couldn't see, I took note of something interesting. The account on the TV just got kicked off, because someone else had logged into it. I stared at it for a bit long enough my hostage started getting visibly nervous, but a plan was coming together. I breached the TV and confirmed the account details, saved it to a shard, and smirked once more, full of teeth. Well, that just made my life easier. Alright, pal. Here's what's going to happen. We are going to make a call to your chum. Stay quiet, okay? I'd hate to make this friendly phone call a homicide. Sure. I hacked once more into his agent and routed my call through him. A few moments later, the call picked up. Grant, what did you want? Hello, Mr. Almeida. I answered using my sexy Motoko voice. You are currently harboring someone that I would very much like to find. Shit. What did you do to Grant? Huh, you Asian cunt. I'll fucking kill you, currently nothing. Nor do I really have much desire to harm him. I'm a professional. I don't leave a trail of corpses. How much for you to walk away and let Yuto meet his fate? I asked, because as funny as it was to remember from time to time, I was doing pretty well for myself. And Eddie's could save me a lot of time. Fuck you. I'm not accepting shit from some corpo bitch. I'm a freelance merc, Mr. Almeida. Hardly a corp, come on, what's the point? You know Yuto is going to get what's coming to him. Just walk away, you can make some eddies, and go back home to your real chums, and not the gunk wannabe Tiger Claw, fuck. You well, it was worth a try. Just so you know, while I don't kill anyone outside my target, if you are protecting him, that does put you under the scope. Heh. I'm a lieutenant. You want to try and off me? Come and get it, bitch. I have an army at my back. I doubt 6th Street will do much more than a meager amount to protect Yuto. We both know that. Then come and try, bitch. Tell me where you are, and I'll happily do so, I mocked, knowing the coming answer. Fucking find me, and the line went dead. Alright. Grant, was it? That's me. Alright. I've gotten everything I can here, which is disappointing, so it's time for me to leave. Luckily for you, I have nothing against you, so we can make this easy. I have 2 ways to keep you out of the way for a bit. One is painless, but lasts longer, the other hurts, but you'll be good to go in about 10 minutes. Your choice. Painless? He asked, and before he even finished his optics went out, and I rose up. He jerked away and swept his hands around as he realized what had happened, but I was already heading out. It didn't take me long to slip through the security door and lock it behind me. Maybe a bit mean, since with his optics out, there was little chance he would be able to get out without assistance. But I'm pretty sure he had lied to me, so fuck him. With that, I slipped back out of the building. Grant's muffled yells for help, well hidden by the building's thick floors and walls. Without eyes, and without any ability to call someone, he'd be stuck in there for at least a while. So we don't have anything? Ichi asked, and I shook my head. Actually, I think I know exactly how to track Yuto right to his safe house, but it'll take some net running, and maybe some favors. The NCTV service could be protected pretty well. NCTV? Hiromi asked. I nodded, looking around the gas station across the arroyo. We had stopped here to discuss what I had found. Turbo's bright light hung down on us, but thankfully, the place was quiet. Yuto, the dumbass, is still logging into his NCTV sub, wherever he is. I literally saw him do it in real time, because Grant, the guy in the basement, logged in, and it kicked him out. That means he's actively using it wherever he goes. Even if he bolts, I'd put eddies that Yuto is a complete dumbfuck, and so we'll always be able to track him given enough time. If I can get into the NCTV system and track the address. Fuck yeah. Malcolm shouted, startling all of us. That's what I'm talking about. Malcolm whooped as he jumped and cheered. I blinked at him, before laughing. I couldn't help it. All of this shit going on, but Malcolm was just excited to do our job. Alright. I need to go into the net, so I'd like at least one of you with me. Malcolm still needs to put his car away, I said, eyeing the rocket launcher set up on top of Malcolm's car. That was the secret to my exfil if shit had gotten bad. 6th Street would have faced heavy artillery if I ever needed a real escape. Alright. I'll probably catch up with you after though. I'll go with you, Motoko. Besides, I'll be the one to inform Fujimura about when we complete the gig, so it's best if I stay close. Hiromi added with a smile. I'll come with. Ichi offered with a shrug, and with that everything was decided. We drove off not long after, and I sent a text to June to let him know we were on the trail. I'm glad you're safe was all I got back, and I knew from the lacking response that June was still feeling conflicted about this. Yuto was his chum. What if someone told me I had to hunt down Malcolm or something? I'd refuse and start shooting, but I wasn't June. I had no attachment to this guy, and this all could have been avoided if the dumbass had just not decided to get revenge against an important guy in a powerful gang with no backing. Hell, I could have assassinated this guy without any real problem. Yuto just didn't have the skills to back up his actions. I felt a momentary conflict myself. I didn't like the TC. I didn't like killing someone for them, after what they had done. And this was June's old friend. There was a bit of history there with old Motoko as well. What would she have felt? Would she be calling for Yuto's head, or would she be trying to protect him? I shook it off. That was that, and this was this. I was me. Shaking off the moral concerns, I focused on what I was going to do. Which was the job I had agreed to do, and the tiger claws would uphold their side of it. Wakako had my back, and Fujimura. Well, he obviously wanted June as an underling. So Yuto would die, and things would go back to normal. And maybe in the future I would assassinate someone once Wakako stopped paying me to not do so. I could wait. Tomorrow. A year, 10? What does it really matter? That was the thing about revenge, people were always in a rush to get it, but I felt my blood pump through my heart cold. I could be patient when it came to revenge. When I wasn't being paid, and it really didn't matter if they lived or died. A little wait to get them later, when they weren't expecting it? That was no problem to me. As long as they didn't cause any more problems, I was content to wait. I wondered. When they saw me 10 years from now, what would the person I killed face look like? Would they even remember? Would they realize that I had patiently counted down the time? Heh. Hee hee hee. I laughed to myself as I drove through the neon of Night City. Huh? Motoko? Nothing. I assured Hiromi as I waved off her concerns at my sudden evil laughter. I slipped into the web with a blink and let myself adapt for a moment before jumping out into the web and heading towards my first stop. The NCTV services site. Just needed to check its security, and if I could slip in I would, if I couldn't I could always go talk to Yoko. The site was huge, which was well within my expectation. Practically everyone in Night City needed a sub to watch TV. So of course the server would need the capacity to handle all of that traffic. I slipped into the main entrance along with normal traffic. Just accessing the website. Yep, just going to check my bill. Nothing to see here. The server was pretty bare bones visually. It certainly wasn't a site meant to cater to netrunners. So the front page looked like an empty room with a few options to access, symbolized by a terminal, and then doors. Locked doors. I took a moment in the lobby just to feel around. I had no doubt there would be a runner on this server. The question was how active they were, what kind of security they had, and if they'd notice my increased load. Probably not considering how large the server is, but you never know. Some people kept an eye on the smallest of things. Walking around since the lobby was netrunner-less, I pressed a hand against the locked door. This was a login terminal. But instead of even trying to enter credentials, I just started breaching in. It was hard, really hard. Instantly, the security didn't so much fight back, as just act as a nearly impenetrable wall. The login system was the biggest entry point for normal people after all. It had to handle a crazy amount of traffic. Slowly I seeped in tendrils. Bits of data accessing through the login system's UI. The redirect to access the password reset system was where I made my entry point, and a moment later I was in the door and into the main server. Already, my facehuggers were dashing into the server to try and hide me, and I did everything I could to limit my impact on the server. Slowly I let my sense of the server around me grow, and I realized that I wasn't alone. There were definitely netrunners here. I didn't have long then. I quickly started breaching into the admin section of the server. I needed to access Yuto's account data. They'd definitely have the address where the service was going to on the back end. I just needed to find it. I moved, going through a few hallways full of demons that thankfully didn't notice me as I crept through their guard and into another section of the server. I found it. The admin access point. It looked like a cube, with a bunch of chains around it securing a big lock. A bit on the nose, but I started hacking, doing my best to keep it subtle. The security was good, but wasn't the best. I realized pretty quickly it was an old security program. One of those corporate programs with catchy slogans like Ultra Secure or something like that. I cracked it in 40 seconds, taking a look around and not seeing anything paying any attention to this section of the data fortress. I poked my hand in. Finding his account was easy, since I had his information from seeing him log in. A few moments later, I gathered the address data, including the most recent activation. Saved and stored, I pulled free and took 2 steps before I threw up an ICE barrier. The splash of code that sizzled off it was a fairly nasty worm that would happily chew your data into junk. Got you. A Netrunner said, and even as I watched, another showed up, and I could practically feel the attention of more coming. Not bad. I commented in turn as I poked my head out from behind my shield. Let me guess, some sort of additional code required when accessing the admin server? I questioned, realizing the truth of it instantly. That's right. Now you are going to tell me exactly what account you gave infinite access to, otherwise I'm going to trap you here until you squeal. I blinked. What? What do you mean what? What account did you just give an upgrade to? If you make me search through the server myself, I swear to God. The Netrunner growled, practically sending death code at me with just his eyes. Okay, hold up. I didn't alter any account data. Bullshit. No, seriously. That's now why I'm here. Let's talk, yeah? I'm already done, so we can be cool. I stepped out from around my data and held my hands up. Not quite the same thing as it was in the real world, but Netrunners were human. We all understood what it meant. Talk then. And tell me what you did. The Netrunner that caught me glared. The guy had a visor over his eyes, so I couldn't see that. But his mouth was caught in a snarl. Right. I'm a merc. Hunting down a guy that kept trying to assassinate some guy he shouldn't have. I managed to find where the guy had been before, but he was already gone. But he's a moron. He had logged into his NCTV account at his safe house. Guess what I saw while looking for clues? He logged in at his new safe house. I laughed, because it was still hilarious. So I just grabbed the address from his account. That's it. The runner looked to his chums that still looked ready to attack, before he waved them back a bit. Prove it. I rolled my eyes, and pulled up a file of what I had grabbed. It appeared in my hands as a shard and I tossed it over. He didn't touch it at first, letting it sort of hover in front of him as he scanned it down before eventually he risked it and seemed to nod. It checks out? See, not a scammer, just a headhunter. I offered. Listen, I want to go and catch this guy, but I know you guys catching me here is a bunch of work. How about I give you the log of my access points, you can do some cleaning up and you can tell your bosses you ripped the data out of me or something. The 3 men and 1 woman all looked at each other before sort of shrugging. Gonna cost you more than that. The lead runner said after a moment. Alright. How about a code debugging for each of you? I'll give you an RSS, you send me the code, I'll clean it up for you, and in exchange we're square. Seriously? It's something I'm pretty good at. Yoko, from the roundabout, uses my services. I enticed them and that seemed to get them all looking around in surprise. I guess Yoko was known to them. Deal, and I'll be contacting Yoko if you flake on us. She'll enforce the deal. The main runner demanded and I shrugged. That's fine. Here. Use this, send the code over whenever. 1 program each. I offered, flicking some deets, and then I threw my access log over as well. There. We good? It took a moment, but he nodded. Yeah. We're square as long as you leave and don't cause any dash dot. Perfect. Then in a blur I vanished, breach jumping 4 times straight through them and through their security pretending it didn't even exist, until I was back at the lobby and then out. They probably got a huge surge from that move, but I had things to do. I jumped back home. Time to hunt down Yuto. NCTV Corporate Security, Netrunner Andrew Mark 1. The fuck? Damn it. That was a huge surge in traffic. I'm going to need to check the servers. No, seriously, what the fuck, did she just vanish? I think that was. Holy fuck, that was multiple breach jumps through the server and security instantly. She's gone. Long gone. He muttered to himself, staring at the server data and just, glad she didn't fucking flatline us. Yeah. I don't get paid enough for that. Chapter 192. I can't believe this jackass was trying to hide under our nose. Malcolm grumbled. I had been gone long enough for him to catch up, as we gathered in the Netrunner cave. Tell me about it. I hissed. Yuto had been hiding in the same apartment complex that June and I had used to live in. Right in the middle of Japantown. Yuto was lucky that he hadn't actually bought our old apartment. If he had, I would have taken that a bit personally. It made me think back to our old home. I still kinda missed it, but I did like all the extra room in the new apartment, and the nicer building. Dang it. I could never let June know that I agreed with his decision about the new apartment now. We were moving in to take him out. Yuto and Roger were both hiding out inside from what I could gather, so it made things complicated. Would killing Roger cause issues with 6th Street? Would disabling him even be possible? The guy was midway up in 6th Street, he could be Borged out, or just a guy with some army training. So we set up the plan. Ichi and Malcolm would stay at the bottom floor in full rig while I went up to the 2nd floor to find these assholes. I had my quick hacks ready, but I wasn't going to hesitate to fire as well. I'd rather they both be dead and have this issue solved with some Tiger 6th ST issues, than let it continue on. I parked my Quadra while Ichi's van parked behind me, and all 3 of us jumped out with Hiromi staying in the Quadra as overwatch for the boys. Then we charged in. Just as planned, Ichi and Malcolm both took the entrance, one facing out, and one facing inward. While I rushed the stairs, the security remembered its master, and opened without hesitation as I rushed up to the 2nd floor on silent footsteps. Rushing to the room at the end of the hall, I posted up. There was a security pad, but this apartment's entire security system had been under my thumb for a long time. I prepared, and the door popped open as I charged in, rifle raised. Empty? I quickly checked the bedrooms, and even rolled into the kitchen to sweep the bathroom. Empty. I rushed back to the main room and looked around. This apartment was empty. Not lived in. Something was wrong. The address for the access had been here. I looked over at the entertainment system and scanned it. Nothing, but no. There was something. The cable line that ran to the wall. I scanned it and followed it along and instantly noticed it was running into a black box before splitting off. Someone stole cable from this apartment in the past, rerouting everything through. This was old work. So likely Yuto wouldn't have even. The next door apartment. I heard a crash and instantly Hiromi spoke up. Asterisk, I see him. He just jumped out of the 2nd floor window, asterisk. I heard gunfire and cursed as I rushed to the other apartment down the hall. It opened just as quickly. I rushed to the open window and jumped out. A 2nd floor drop was nothing, and as I fell, I caught sight of him across the street. Yuto leapt into a beat-up car, parked down the street. One that I hadn't registered as anything unusual, and started driving away. I hit the floor with an easy landing. Hiromi! I called out, but she was already on it. The Quadra roared to life, and the passenger door opened as she spun the wheels to let me enter. I jumped in, and we were off. I glanced back at the boys, and Ichi and Malcolm were rushing for his truck. Try to catch up, I called to them and heard their acceptance as we were off. I focused on Archer Quartz that Yuto had leapt in that was tearing up the road ahead of us. My Quadra was faster, but I also wasn't driving. I threw on the seatbelt and leaned out the still open door, bracing my copperhead on the edge of the car. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a shot. Hiromi was playing catch-up, and the heavy traffic meant I was being careful with my aim. When Yuto hit the first red light, he just drove up onto the sidewalk to avoid the traffic, scaring off pedestrians, and I winced as one person got clipped. Careful! I called out to Hiromi as she went to chase him. Ahead, Yuto floored into the street and cut off another car. The Galena spun out to avoid him, and Hiromi slowed to avoid it, giving Yuto another lead. I lined up a few times and fired a few bursts into the back window, but it cracked across the armored rear glass, and caused Yuto to drive even crazier. The quartz he was in was definitely modded. Probably Rogers. I growled as the asshole literally just turned off the road and drove straight through a strip mall. Don't follow him. I yelped as Hiromi made to follow, but eventually decided not to, instead staying mostly on the road as she gave chase. I kept my rifle pointed, but between the pedestrian stalls and the chairs and tables sent flying as he rammed them, I couldn't get a clear shot. Try to stay on him. I am. Hiromi snapped back and I nodded, as I watched his quartz hit a set of stairs a bit roughly, but managed to drive up and then skid back onto the road. I glared at the red that stained the front of his car. He hadn't cared about not hitting people. Then he took off, and despite our efforts, he was getting a strong lead as we were stuck weaving through traffic. Slowly though, we started catching up. Yuto faced the same traffic in crowded streets that we did, meant that we were able to make use of the paths he created through the sidewalk or through muscling against cars pushing them out of the way. I brought up the copperhead and aimed. We had a straightaway, and ahead Yuto had to slow to push a Galena out of the way. I fired, then again, and the passenger windshield cracked but held. It also startled Yuto into accelerating and just bulldozing his past a few cars. It wasn't exactly doing well for his car though. And I could see sparks underneath as something was hanging down and scraping now. But I felt my eyes narrow as I realized where we were going. Arroyo. He's making a break for 6th Street territory. I told Hiromi, who cursed. They might interfere if he gets there. Then let's not let him. I took aim again and breathed in and out. I pulled the trigger and his back window gained another spider crack. Just had to keep it up. Every time I got a shot, I took it. Even if it wasn't a good one. I just needed enough to stop Yuto one way or another. He started taking more and more risks, and his quartz suffered from it. His front wheel started rocking badly after he slammed into a concrete barrier, trying to push through a traffic block. The quartz started losing a lot of oil or gas out the back when he hit a curb and he nearly lost control as the quartz bounced around. The Quadra handled it all better even if it was a bigger car, and so it took us time to get through the same spaces he had punched through. The game of cat and mouse continued with the shots of my copperhead weakening the armored glass more and more. Finally Yuto made it out of Japantown and across the bridge to Arroyo, and we chased after him. The roar of the Quadra catching us up much faster than Yuto's damaged quartz archer. Finally we got close enough and a straight enough path. I flipped the selector and braced and opened up. The copperhead roared as round after round smashed into the back of the quartz. More and more until finally the rear windshield broke. It simply couldn't take any more and Yuto jerked as rounds started firing into the cabin and into the front windshield and hopefully into him. I reloaded, but he spun the wheel and took a turn much faster than he should have. He slammed into a wall protecting an industrial park, and Hiromi slowed to keep from crashing, and then we were there. It was time. The Quadra slowed to a stop. I kept the copperhead up as I started walking over to the seemingly disabled car. But before I could get there, cars rumbled down the road and I glared. 6th Street was here. The trucks had men hanging off the side assault rifles ready, and I glanced around realizing what the situation was. Hiromi was here, and while I was kit up. This was a major move from 6th Street. I'd have to take this carefully. The trucks rumbled to a stop before I could get to Yuto, and suddenly I was surrounded. But no one had started firing yet. Howdy. One of them called out as they walked over, and I took in his cocky confident stride and overture on his hip. A cowboy. Great. I tilted my copperhead a bit, making sure to show that it wasn't pointed at the guys. Can I help you? I asked loudly, even as the soldiers turned gangsters approached. Sure, head on out and lose yourself in someone else's turf. The cowboy offered as he settled into an arrogant stance, his thumbs dug into his belt. I'll be happy to leave. Once this one is taken care of. I offered, but from the ways the men continued to approach me, I knew that wasn't the plan they had in mind. Afraid that ain't happening. This is 6th Street turf. If we had random tiger claw fuckers showing up and just let them cause trouble, it wouldn't be our turf for long. I'm not tiger claw. I'm a merc. Just doing a gig. I don't think we have any business unless he's one of yours. I pointed and Yuto was struggling to climb out of the Archer quartz he had absolutely mulched. Maybe we do. You sure? I asked pointedly. Because that gonk's been trying to assassinate a higher up in the Tigers over the last couple weeks. I was told 6th Street had nothing to do with it when I took the gig to hunt him down. It'd be really strange if that wasn't the case. I said coolly, even as I had started working, I needed to disable as many of the weapons pointed at me as I could. Just in case. Well, you heard right. But I still stand by what I said. We don't let other punks show up and murder gonks in our territory. I noticed 2 of the soldiers grab Yuto and drag him out of the car. He was bleeding. I must have winged him at least once. So I think it's time for you to head off. Unless you want trouble. I kept my face blank as I heard Ichi and Malcolm arrive, but thankfully he had been smart enough to park as he turned the corner and not charge in. It added another element into the situation, hopefully a good one. I sent him a quick message to sit tight. No, but maybe an offer. How much to let me take that one? I asked, and that caused the cowboy hat to shift a little. Surprise. He hadn't expected a monetary offer. Yeah? I don't think you got the eddies for it. You'd be surprised. Rogue pays well. I said, throwing out her name to try and keep them off balance. So far, more than half the group's weapons would be disabled at a thought. But the question was if I should even let this come to combat. Thinking it over, I realized that the gig wasn't to shoot up a bunch of 6th Street thugs. At least not this time. Well, I do. Come on, he's nothing to you or 6th Street. The guy is former Tiger Claw. Yeah, maybe. The cowboy said before shrugging. But no matter what he was, right now, the fact is this is Arroyo, and we don't let shit like this slide. It's part of our Good Neighbor program. I caught his eye, staring him down, and knew that this guy was feeding me bullshit. They had been called in to save him, and were throwing their weight around to keep him alive. For some reason. Why does 6th Street want Yuto? Alright then. I'm not paid enough to fight 6th Street over it. I lied, with a smile on my face as I backed up. I could see a few of the gonks wanted to push. To get into a fight, or maybe take us along, but Cowboy just smiled and waved as I slowly walked backwards to the quadra. And slipped inside the passenger seat. Get us out of here. Drive slow, casual. I told Hiromi, who nodded and started doing just that. The quadra slowly backed off and then out onto the street and rumbled past Ichi, who quickly followed us, all of us heading down the street until we once more crossed the bridge out of Arroyo. Motoko? I don't know. I answered back. Well, I knew we would be able to find Yuto again, especially through his NCTV access. That didn't mean this wasn't a problem. We need to tell Fujimura. I'll call him. Hiromi confirmed, and I nodded while still glaring out the window. We didn't head back to the Netrunner cave, instead we headed home. Yuto was injured. He wouldn't be active for a while, likely if 6th Street wanted him alive, they would want to take him to a Ripper and put him back together first. We had a bit of time. That was why June suddenly had 4 annoyed teenagers armed in heavy equipment drag their feet into the apartment and flop around the couch. Hello, Motoko. I'm glad you are having a nice day. Oh, my day? It's been fine. June said after about 30 seconds of all of us flopping around on the couches. We almost had Yuto. I answered back and June flinched. Bad. What? Oh, you almost caught him? Akari asked, almost mocking. He managed to get into a car and made it to Arroyo. 6th Street jumped in just as we had him and protected him. I said, a little annoyed at Akari. Which means that this is even more complicated than we thought. 6th Street are protecting Yuto. What do you think that means? Shit. June curses and stands up pacing. Did you tell Dash? Fujimura was informed. Hiromi spoke up from where she had been laying flat on her back. Finally, she grumbled and sat up, pulling some of the gear free. He isn't happy, and is going to send a few messages to his contacts in 6th Street to try and find out what is going on. It's not a good look, Ichi said then. If that starts spreading, and the low totem tigers start thinking 6th Street is behind the assassination attempts, it means they will retaliate, which will drag everyone into a new war. That's not going to happen, because we are going to catch Yuto, and the whole thing will end with that, I said instead. Jun though was throwing puppy dog eyes at me. He hadn't had the will to tell me to stop chasing Yuto, but he still didn't like it. But while he had tried to get me to promise to leave Yuto alone, I hadn't actually done it. So that means I wasn't bound by it. That's sibling rule number 4. But I had no doubt that if 6th Street wanted him alive, they'd be guarding him. Fuck. What's on TV? Malcolm asked, and a few moments later, June turned on the TV, and everyone seemed to be satisfied to drown themselves in stupid for a while. I closed my eyes, and just let myself process what had happened. Why had Yuto been in the wrong apartment? If he had just been in the right apartment when I came in, that would be it. My frustration at the completely random freak chance of some old apartment dweller stealing cable meant that I hit the wrong place, and somehow Yuto had known. That was the part that pissed me off the most. How had he known? I hadn't exactly been loud when I entered the apartment. I should go check out the apartment. Maybe find out what was going on, how he heard me. Did he have a camera or something? I started to say, but Hiromi waved me down. Motoko, Hiromi said, and I stopped. It was just a freak accident. Fujimura will send people to the apartments to look around. If you want, we can ask them what they find, but it's not your fault. We'll get him next time. I swallowed the words that wanted to bite out of my throat and nodded. Flopping back down. I hate losing. Roger Almeida, I growled, glaring at the dossier that Fujimura had sent over. Turns out the guy wasn't just some off-the-street 6th Street gonk. He was apparently ex-Militech Special Forces. He was the crazy kind of solo that followed Blackhand's words religiously. The whole sleeping in a new location every time, and sometimes that meant sleeping in a cardboard box in an alley. That's even better because people can't track you to it. He's known to us. Dangerous and methodical, Fujimura of all people said. He had arrived at the apartment and handed over the information they had gained himself. How did Yuto of all people meet this guy? I thought they met in prison. They did, Fujimura agreed, and then there was a glare on his face. This is conjecture, but Yuto meeting Roger Almeida in prison could have been targeted. He isn't the first young man in prison that has been filled with poison for his arrest. Yeah, well. Great job, I grumbled as I stared at the info in my agent. The second apartment had been heavily secured, and it turned out Yuto's apartment had been watched by some small spy cameras not in the apartment, but secured to the outside of the building across the street. Roger had an eye on the apartment, and when we arrived it had sent an alert to Yuto, causing him to bolt. Great. I had flubbed it too. Whatever, I decided, shaking it off. I'll find him soon, and this time I'll just put a bullet in him, I said, and Fujimura nodded. Well, we would prefer him delivered to us. I'll accept the contract if you can secure his death. We will still need proof. Does a BD recording work? I asked, and Fujimura, after a moment, a slight twitch to his lips. It does, he finally said after a few moments, and Hiromi snickered as she watched on. All right. Then we are back to waiting a bit to see when Yuto pops up again. I'll keep an eye out, but I'm pretty sure our current way of tracking him will still work, I said, and Fujimura curled an eyebrow at me, but I refused to say more. As it stood, only my chums knew how we had tracked Yuto, and I was going to keep it that way. You should have called an assistance once you realized where he was, Fujimura suddenly said, causing the room to go quiet as everyone looked between us. I sighed, raising my hand up. I ran my fingers across my face, scratching idly against my forehead with my cool chrome. You're right, I acknowledged. This gig wasn't just for reputation, it was personal. I should have brought you in the moment I realized where he was. More people would have kept him from escaping. Then I will leave it at that. In this instance. Kusanagi. I want this completed. No matter what resources are needed. Understood. With that, Fujimura turned away from me and walked over to June. They spoke quietly for a bit, but I purposefully didn't listen in. Time to get back to work. Chapter 193. The next day, I went into the net and checked the NCTV server. Thankfully, thanks to my perk-gained knowledge, I had slipped a few backdoors into the server as I breached it, so the netrunners never noticed me peeking in again. I was able to slip in without issue and double-check the information. Nothing yet. Yuto's subscription was still set to the Japantown apartment. I decided not to waste time trying to find him through cameras, considering the sparseness of good cameras in Arroyo, and instead focusing on other things. It turns out, I had a problem, and it was time to solve it. While at the Netrunner cave, I opened up the batch of files that Yoko had sent over to me, and pulled out a quick hack I hadn't really considered using before. Vehicle hacks. They were different from normal quick hacking, but vehicles did have computers that could be hacked, just like anything else. They just also tended to have much stronger defenses, but almost never outright black ICE. The idea was simple. I was going to take a quick hack that would make the onboard computer think there was an emergency and brake hard. That way no one would be getting away from me like yesterday again. The hack, like most of the stuff Yoko had sent me, was pretty rough. Full of extra data, or just terrible coding cycles. I ripped out the important bit and started rewriting it from the ground up, not in the real world, but in my server lobby. That way I could also sit down and finally do some more work for my Tachikoma as well. I hadn't been giving it the full attention it needed, so I was doing that while programming. Sitting in my server lobby, feet up on the high-end table, one hand programming what I needed my Tachikoma to do, cleaning up junk data, while the other worked on the hack was a pretty fun experience. The cooling cap kept my cyberdeck cool enough I wasn't having any issues, and it felt good to just sit and do some work. Why the hell does this code have data on heating seats? It doesn't fucking matter. I yelled, planning on sending Yoko a piece of my mind for always giving me such garbage to work with. The hack really was simple enough. I would breach in using my own skills, so my knowledge from strong breach would let me just hammer through a vehicle's defenses. This let me slim down the program by removing all the insertion protocols from the hack. Then I would dump it into the car's processor. It would slam on the brakes, thinking the engine was damaged. It created a very slim program in the end, but I continued tinkering with streamlining the process. The many differences in car manufacturers was an annoyance, but even the cheapest Galena had an onboard computer. I just had to adjust the hack to be able to activate regardless of system. Locking down brakes was actually really easy, because anti-lock brakes all used computer systems. I glanced over at the Tachikoma. It was currently set up in a server section. A small maze I had created, and it was navigating it. For the first time, the Tachikoma truly needed to use its intelligence to explore the maze, learning to move in a space that wasn't clear to the poor thing. Well, right now, it was just going in circles, only taking the left path. I sighed and sent an adjustment order, and it stopped letting the process get logged, realizing it wasn't going anywhere. Then it took the left turn again. Well, it was a learning process. I slurped up some noodles, staring blankly at the television that was playing above the ramen bar. Boring news, but whatever, it wasn't like I was actually focused on it. I was just decompressing from staying 12 hours inside the net. It wasn't terrible. And I felt okay, but I definitely felt a little burned out. Sluyurp. I had checked on the NCTV connection again before logging out, but didn't get anything. It wasn't that much of a surprise. He had gotten in a nasty car crash, and I probably shot him at least once. Healing, especially fast healing, was expensive. He was probably put together with tape and spit and left to heal naturally. I doubt 6th Street cared that much about him after all. Whatever plot they had for him was likely purely selfish. Yuto was a dead man walking. I could only wonder if he knew it already. News flicked onto commercials, and I ignored the stupid thing trying to sell me buck a slice and continued to zone out. Stupid Yuto. I could be doing more important things than hunting his gonk ass down. Suddenly notes startled me out of my reverie, and I jerked as I stared at the TV. at the sounds of old brass and thrumming strings. A song I recognized, because the only reason it existed in Night City was because of me. Mr. Stud, all night. Every night. Don't be soft, upgrade to version 2.3 now. I spit ramen. Noodles escaped me, and one particular one went straight up my sinuses and out my nose. No. No, 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 no. Not Tank. They couldn't have. They used Tank to sell cyber dicks. Hey, watch it. The owner of the stand yelled at me, waving a ladle at me, but I was too busy coughing and hacking and pulling a noodle out of my nose. This was. I stood up. Appetite completely killed. Tossing some eddies to the chef, I stomped out. What the fuck? I knew Hiromi wouldn't be entirely sympathetic, so instead I went looking for a kinder touch. It's not right. I whined, and Misty nodded at me slowly, fighting off her obvious amusement as she tried to be understanding. I can understand how it might be embarrassing. Misty added, doing her best to keep her lips from twitching. I'm really not feeling the love, Misty. I grumbled, but her grin just got a little wider. It's not something I have any advice for, but if you want to hear something, let it go. It's gone and done. You already said you didn't feel like you could do anything about it, right? I grumbled, poking at the mystic stuff Misty had on her desk, but in the end she was right. I wasn't going to go killing people for this, and I had sold it. I just didn't expect to hear my song on AI. Shook it off. It just sucks. Well, if you don't like it, you should make enough songs that you never have to mind if one of them is used for something you don't like. Misty offered, almost too casually. I felt my eyes narrow as Misty did her best to continue to look casual. Did Hiromi put you up to this? I demanded quietly, and Misty finally broke, her forced casualness breaking into giggles. No, but she did mention about your big concert and all the songs you wrote. Misty said as she pouted at me. I wasn't invited? It isn't like that. I wasn't planning on inviting anyone. It was supposed to be just me, really, but my chums have no respect for my imminent mental breakdowns. I grumbled, continuing to poke at the golden faux Buddha on her desk. I'll forgive you. If I get invited to the next one. I groaned, flopping onto the table. I'm not sure if there will be another time. This was supposed to be just a one-off thing. Misty very overdramatically hummed as I looked up from the Buddha to glare at her. Stop psychoanalyzing me. Me? Never, but your chakras fluctuate every time. Oh no, you don't. Calling it spiritualism doesn't change anything. I don't need a psychologist. Well, I probably do, but that's another story, and not for this. I just wanted the music I make to not be about dicks. I said, and then sighed. And I only planned on it being a me thing. And if that is all it ever ends up, that's fine. But I did see the concert Braindance. I don't usually like them, but Hiromi gave me one and I checked it out. Ugh. I whined, embarrassed. You had fun. I know, because I had fun. Misty said, and I puffed out my cheeks as I glared at her. I don't know what you were talking about. Okay. You don't have to accept your own feelings yet, but the longer you wait, the more your chakra will be thrown out of alignment. And if you can accept my own thoughts? I think you should explore this aspect of yourself. Instead of trying to hide it away. I'll think about it. I grumbled, but Misty just smiled as if she had already won, which annoyed me, because she was likely right. Fine. I'm going to go check in with Vic, get an exam done while I'm here. I grumbled, and Misty just laughed at me, as I very obviously fled. Maybe Vic would commiserate with me? Then I considered Vic's dad energy, and I felt like he would probably laugh and tease me more than Misty. Best not to mention it. I felt looser after Vic checked me over. Routine maintenance was actually a pretty nice feeling. Well, that and Vic had poked me about how rough I was with my hands. I had worn down my grippers faster than normal. I looked at my new fingertips, plinking them together, enjoying the dull sound as the rubberish tips gave me extra grip. Having fun? A familiar voice called out, and I only took a second before flipping the bird at the approaching man. That hurts, Hermanita. Jackie offered, hands to his chest pretending I had struck him, but his smile ruined it. It's been a while, Jack. Going to see Vic? That's right. Got a delivery for the old man. He said, patting the bag in his hand, and I couldn't help but look at it curiously. Yeah? What is it? Can't reveal that, Hermanita. Jack's on the job. Confidential stuff. He said, waving his eyebrows, and I just quirked my own eyebrow back at him. But if the old ripper opens it, then it's up to him to keep it secret, eh? I smiled as I turned and waved at the steps down to Vic's lair. I followed Jackie down, and Vic looked up at the sudden entrance, his smile turning deeper as he saw me and Jackie. If you broke something already, I'm not fixing it. He said directly at me, and I just huffed as Jackie started chuckling just as loud. The two men's laughter sinking together into a mock track. Whatever. I demanded, arms crossed, and glared until Jackie raised his arms in surrender. All right, Hermanita, put the phasers away. He begged, and then turned to Vic. Delivery for you, you old ripper. Compliments of the Dragon of Dash. Jack, stop making up names for Mrs. Okada. She doesn't like it. Vic cut Jackie off, but took the bag and opened it up. And as always, her contacts are good. Vic said. What is it? I asked, popping up at his side to try and peek in. But despite Vic's flinch at my sudden appearance, the glance inside the bag wasn't fun. Oh, it's just some parts. Heh, certainly nothing that will interest you, Motoko. Just some parts for a client. He said as he placed down the bag and started pulling out pieces. I took note of them, but it really was just civilian stuff. Even a canister of real skin. Well, that's it for me. Jackie offered, stretching out. Don't usually like being a courier, but... Jackie trailed off, shrugging, and I nodded. Wakaka was like that. But considering Jackie was here, and I was still waiting on Yuto's reappearance. Hey Jackie. Want to grab a drink, on me? I asked, and Jackie looked hesitant, obviously, but in the end he seemed to pull himself together. I'm on my way back to the Coyote, meet me there? Sure. So this gonk is being hidden by 6th Street. Heh, you certainly don't have much luck with them, do you? Jackie joked as he tipped back his drink. I guess not. I agreed, remembering the last time I had called on Jackie had been for trouble in Arroyo. Don't suppose you have any 6th Street contacts that could find out why they are protecting Yuto? I know some chums, and some gonks, sure. Jackie said, tipping back another swallow. Don't listen to him, Jackie has chums all over. Peppa the bartender cut in. The man smirked at Jackie's scoffing retort. Jackie is good about making allies out of the strangest people. I said, thinking about V. Yeah, well, this time I can't help. Everyone knows this is a 6th Street and Tiger thing. If I asked around, people'd start asking why I want to get involved. He said to me, and I nodded. Thanks anyway. I said, but then I looked him over and decided to peel off the bandage. You know. You never got back to me about working with me more. I've been busy. He said pointedly, and I just nodded, letting it go. I wasn't here to push anyways, but if Jackie was satisfied doing courier work, which I knew he wasn't, well, if you ever need any backup, don't hesitate to call. But I still need to figure out this 6th Street thing. Wait. He said, reaching out to touch my shoulder, but he didn't actually grab me. Definitely seems like trouble. Gang politics, not just scraps between the pendejos at the bottom? Risky shit, Hermanita. You be careful. Be ready to bail at the first sign something is off. I will, Jack. I got my chums with me too. I'll be careful though. The older man nodded, and then seemed like he wanted to say more, but instead of continuing he just reached over and slapped a meaty hand on my shoulder in goodbye. Motoko, I got him. Going to do some recon, but everyone should get ready. The message was sent. I had checked into the NCTV system again and found that Yuto had once again accessed his TV sub. It's always good that people are too stupid to really keep themselves off the net. I got the notifications back and then I sighed as I readied the next message. Motoko, I got Yuto's current position. Asterisk Fujimura, excellent. I will assist, asterisk. Asterisk Motoko, feel free to send some people to come along if you want, but he isn't in a position to really get. I'm going to have to hit Yuto like this is an assassination. Sorry, you are just going to get a BD of his death. I doubt I'm going to be able to drag him out from where they got him hiding, asterisk. Asterisk Fujimura, very well. Just make sure the kill is obvious through the BD if you can, asterisk. Motoko, that I can do. I rose up and stretched, disconnecting from my Netrunner chair. I had the address, it was time. I headed out to the Quadra, already considering the best way to do this. I'll admit, I was pretty angry about this entire situation. From the start I didn't like it, and this had gone on long enough. I slipped into the Quadra after the short jog to the parking lot I had left her in. My chums had already sent me a marker for a meetup point, but I was going to be a little late. I needed to do some scouting first. Chapter 194. I borrowed a cheap-looking car as I traveled over. I knew my Quadra would stand out, since I had chased after Yuto in it last time. Since I knew where he was, and I knew how hard it would be to get close without being seen, I had come up with a brilliant plan. Alright. Everything looks good. Alright, Tachikoma-chan. We are synced up. Time to see what you can do. I whispered to it as I opened my car door and plopped it out on the dirt. This section of the city was dirty little suburbs of sorts. Run-down houses and apartment blocks packed around the canal, and that was what caused the problem. Yuto was in a house down in the canal, and I couldn't get anywhere near it without someone being able to see me. I scanned around with the Tachikoma as my actual body leaned back in the back seat. I had some practice using the Tachikoma, but this was going to be the first time I had given it a real test drive. I started moving, the Tachikoma's legs mostly noiseless on the grass, besides a few difficulties keeping all four legs in mind. But I quickly got the hang of it, and crawled past the two run-down houses, and looked down. The canal area was more than a 20-foot ramp down into another suburb. And that was where Yuto was. The house he was hiding out in was right there, but I had to get Tachikoma down there without breaking. Nothing for it. I climbed over to the incline and hunched down, and just let gravity take control. My Tachikoma didn't have any wheels installed yet, and so I winced a bit at the noise, but it wasn't overly loud for the area. Cars and people, and music played from radios filled the air, so as my little drone slipped down it only made a modicum of noise before hitting the end and rolling a bit. Using its arms, I flipped it back onto its legs and looked around. Success. I scurried over to a pile of garbage to hide out in for a bit in case the noise had alerted anyone, but after a few minutes I slipped out and started towards the house. Tachikoma stealth. I actually started feeling pretty happy about this. The movement was working pretty well, and I was getting to use a piece of my arsenal that I hadn't gotten a chance to use yet. Crawling up to the back door, I connected into the back door, hacking through and accessing the controls. Unfortunately, it was a closed system, and wasn't connected to anything else, so I ran into the first problem. The Tachikoma was a prototype. And because of that, she had a bit of an issue. She couldn't hear anything. I hadn't actually installed any sort of microphone receiver in the prototype. Something I decided I would have to fix ASAP, but until then I would have to rely on my other senses, and whatever I could hack into. To be careful, I retreated and then had the door open. Waiting for a while to see if anyone came to see why the door opened. A few minutes later, it looked clear and I had the Tachikoma slide inside. Looking over the kitchen I entered, I took in the situation and grinned. With a quick motion, I had the Tachikoma open a cupboard and slip inside, as I started hacking into all the electronics in the house. Most things had some sort of microphone, and so without much difficulty, I hacked into the radio that was on the kitchen counter, and suddenly with a bit of digital work I was able to hear. The sound of a TV blaring in another room made me smirk. I did a quick sweep to check for any cameras or something, but this was just a residence, not a gang base. It wasn't going to be that easy. Now that I could hear, I slipped back out of the cupboard, gently crawling across the kitchen, doing my best to stay in the shadows. Funnily enough, while it wasn't perfect, ninjutsu was transferring well enough I was able to be Ninja Tachikoma. Considering how useful this was, I might have to start running the AI through some stealth programs, teaching it how to sneak around. I peered out of the kitchen into a hallway and realized the sound was coming from my right. A living room space set up with a large entertainment space, and the man I was after sprawled across the couch, along with 2 goons as well. Target confirmed. I considered a few things. Could I hack Yuto right now to kill him? I didn't have anything installed that was lethal though. I grumbled, if I had a more lethal hack, this entire issue could be resolved right now. Shaking it off, I noticed something interesting. The 2 6th Street goons that were also in the room. They weren't there hanging out with Yuto. They were there guarding him. And I don't think it was for his protection. Yuto had the look of someone being held. I don't think whoever was running this little trouble between 6th Street and the TC really cared for Yuto. In fact, considering he had failed twice, he might be on the gonk's shit list. I moved the Tachikoma under a coffee table in the corner and settled in as I started hacking. I knew Yuto's contact was Roger, but I wanted to know what the fuck was really going on. So I quietly slipped into the goons' agents. It was going to take a while, but I wanted all their calls and records. Knowledge was power, and I would like to find out who was trying to cause so much trouble between the gangs. Motoko. Hiromi called as I finally arrived at the restaurant that was in city center, just across the bridge from Arroyo. Hey Hiromi. Sorry I'm late. I thought they'd send someone else. I mentioned looking at June and Akari sitting in the booth behind my chums. I was ordered to come. June offered weakly. Far too weak for the man that I knew. It's fine June and I. You won't have to do anything. I scoped out where Yuto is currently staying, and honestly, neither you or Akari can really help. I pulled up a picture I had taken and sent it to everyone. Instantly Ichi noticed the issue, Malcolm right behind him. June was frowning heavily. That's right in the middle of 6th Street territory. Practically impenetrable. Especially for a couple of very obvious tiger claws. I agreed and everyone was angry to hear it. Rancho Coronado's strange little section that was technically the dam's wash zone, but it had been completely converted into a little suburb. And every inch of it belonged to 6th Street. The place was packed. Massively populated, and nearly impossible to get into without everyone and anyone knowing about it. It was also ironically where Maine had set up his little hideout. There was no easy way to do this without going up close. So that was what I was going to do. So that's the plan. I finished and got nods from my crew, but looks of concern from June and Akari. That's dumb. June finally said. How are you going to get out? You can't do this. I'll have a car parked close by. Malcolm will be my wheels in, Ichi and Hiromi will be parked here. I highlighted the location and sent the update to everyone's agent. If everything goes well, I'll be out before they can do much. If something goes wrong, and I get chased, Malcolm will be racing to meet up with Ichi, and then Ichi and Hiromi will have the heavy weapons ready. This is crazy. Do it. Akari said, reminding me that she was crazy, because this plan was crazy and only a crazy person would do it. Our eyes met, and I nodded. Oh yeah. I was not happy with this situation. Yuto needed to die. Plain and simple. Going in alone is dumb. I'll come with you. June started, but I cut him off. Denied. I refused, crossing my arms in an X. You are too slow, and too obvious. This is absolutely doable. This time, speed will be my advantage. They can't formulate a good escape if I hit them faster than they could hope to respond. I won't fuck up this time. I know exactly where Yuto is. I have a direct camera looking at him. I could acknowledge last time I had been too hot-headed. Rushing in myself instead of doing some searching around before we hit Yuto. But this was different. I had properly scouted the place this time. I looked around at everyone. Any questions? I asked, and only Malcolm raised his hand. Yeah, I think we should call in more backup. Rebecca's a good shooter. Let's do that right now. I agreed with a smile, having once again forgotten that I had more than my small group of chums ready for war. Time to fuck shit up. Malcolm's Caliban got a lot of attention, and that was intentional. I could have used the borrowed car I had picked up before, but I wanted eyes on the ride instead of on me. With the Tachikoma in place, I already had all the control over the situation I could ever need. As we drove up, I reconnected to the signal, and saw that while a few things had moved, the three of them were still downstairs watching TV. It was time. I was in full kit, although I had considered going either way, but this was 6th Street we were dealing with. I didn't want to end up shot and not having something to protect me. Besides, as much as I wanted to do this as a full stealth run, that wasn't likely just because of all the eyes on Rancho Coronado to start with. And there was a part of me that just wanted to send a message. You can't protect some gunk from me. That was what a part of my mind wanted to tell 6th Street. I had pushed it away and ignored it, because getting this done and getting out was more important. But it would always be there. I shook it off as Malcolm hit the point and I nodded to him. Go time. Everyone get ready. Then I opened the door of his Caliban that had slowed to a crawl and leapt. I was up on the upper level above the canal, on a street that had a few run-down houses overlooking the lower suburbs. As I jumped, I raced between two of the run-down homes, and in the backyard was a drop leading straight into the backyard of the house Yuto was in. I hit the canal edge and slid down in an easy motion, riding my momentum until I nearly hit the bottom as I leapt again. 100 athletics XP gained. While in the air, the Tachikoma camera gave me access and I pushed through the hacks. The two gonks with Yuto both went blind and shocked in a few seconds and started crying out as they dropped to the ground. I saw through Tachikoma's feed the moment Yuto seemed to realize what had happened and how much danger he must be in. He rose up and made it 2 steps towards the exit of the living room as he tried to escape. I had activated my Sandevistan as I reached the door. Speed was my ally. I caught him before he even made it a few steps, sliding through the kitchen and into the living room as I brought up my copperhead. I took a moment to really get a good look at him. There was a moment where he saw me. His eyes widened, he wouldn't know who I was. My helmet blocked my face, but for just a second I considered the fact he had a past with who I had once been. Motoko Kusanagi, the wild child. Then I lined up my shot and pulled the trigger. The copperhead barely jiggled in my arms as I watched the bullet shoot out in almost slow motion. My Sandy wasn't that fast after all. A moment later I turned off the Sandy and it was over. Yuto crumpled. I walked over and just to be sure, shot him 3 more times in the head. 250 XP gained. Then I was gone. Ignoring the 2 screaming 6th Street gonks on the floor, I grabbed my Tachikoma and rushed out the front of the house. My escape car already waiting for me. A little Mizutani Cheyenne Reaver. One of the cars that we had stolen from the Raffen. This one was one that Hiromi had nabbed, although she barely used it. But it wasn't my Quadra. I could hear people pointing out my appearance, and I knew I wouldn't have much time. I slipped inside, throwing the Tachikoma into the passenger seat before hitting the gas. I struggled to get my seatbelt on as I floored it down the street. There would be people chasing after me, but I had come up with an exit strategy. I drifted around the corner of the street, avoiding a few civilian cars, with a gentle flick of the steering wheel sending me around them, and then the engine rumbled and I was gone. Straight up the ramp out of the canal and onto the highway. Traffic was pretty bad, which wasn't a good thing, but I wasn't staying on the road for long. The Cheyenne's ending whined as I jerked onto the shoulder, ignoring the honking and angry looks from those slowed in heavy traffic as I hit the gas, and took the first ramp back off. New Pacific Highway was the road that went past the Biotechnica Flats, and out to the customs checkpoint. But it was also a long-distance road that would let me get out of the city and lose anyone following me because without any trouble I hit the gas straight down and flew down the road. I'm out and on my way. Target neutralized. I finally sent over the open line. Great job Motoko, Hiromi cheered. So. Yuto? June asked, suddenly, and I went quiet. I made sure it was painless. I offered back the only thing I could really say to comfort my brother. I checked my rear view, not seeing any 6th Street cars chasing after me. Likely left behind in the traffic if they tried. I shifted gears to get that little bit more speed out of the Cheyenne. I pulled into the parking lot, seeing Malcolm already here, which was a relief. As I parked, I noticed a few familiar Tiger Claw vehicles parked nearby, including Fujimura standing over by June and Akari. I guess he had wanted to come check. Walking over, I pulled out a shard and offered it to him. Proof of the contract completion. BD recording. I explained and he nodded pleased and pocketed it. You solved a lot of trouble with this. I'll make sure everyone knows that Junikura is no longer under investigation. He offered back and looked to June. June that looked tired. I walked over and hesitated. I had killed one of his chums. Should I touch him? Would that be a good or a bad thing? Should I just let him take some time? But it was taken out of my hands as he reached out and gently pulled me into a side hug. Don't overthink it, he said finally. I'm not. I wish it didn't have to go this way, but I don't blame you for doing it, Motoko. Yuto made his choice. Indeed. Fujimura offered, but he wasn't saying it to be gentle to June. Yuto went too far, and he is now an excellent example for the future. He offered, and then looked at June with an almost glare. Ah. I had thought for a moment Fujimura was just being ignorant of June's difficulty here, but that wasn't the case. He was actually well aware, but trying to berate June about it. I felt my own glare towards the man come on, but instead of what I expected, June stood up straighter. Understood, Fujimura-sama. Thank you. He offered back, and then he turned to Akari, and the few other gunks that Fujimura had with him. Some guards of some sort? Yuto is dead. Drinks are on me. He called out, and the gunks cheered, and Akari nodded. I watched June's back as he walked away, stepping into a position of mob leader. My confusion was pretty strong. June wasn't hurt about Yuto? But he just was. Then I saw it. June looked away while in the middle of the group, and his face told it all. Hurt and pain. He wasn't unbothered, he was playing his part. June has to pretend to be okay with this, proof that he wasn't involved. I spoke quietly. That's right. Fujimura spoke back just as quietly. This will get out. Make rounds that the Oni celebrated the death of the traitor. It will be good for his rep, clear him of some of the suspicion. I watched on, and realized I would have to do something. But not here. Not when June was trying to regain his position with the Tigers. The very idea of it sickened me more than before, but that was June's choice, not mine. Instead, I turned away and headed over to my chums who had been hanging back. Hiromi was smiling proudly as I approached, and Malcolm looked very pleased by even the random people stopping at the gas station checking out his car, despite all the tiger claws around. Ichi nodded, but Rebecca pouted. I thought there would be more shooting? There might have been. I offered instead. I was surprised at how well this had gone. I expected a car chase and a shootout and everything too. Come on. We just finished a big gig. Food's on me. I called out, and thankfully that was the right call. Rebecca cheered and Malcolm joined her. Everything was okay. Not great. Not perfect, but this was Night City. Sometimes good enough was good enough. Motherfucker. I hissed as Ichi, Malcolm and Hiromi all grabbed me and held me back as I kicked at the stupid advertisement. Whoa, Motoko. Malcolm called out, absolutely shocked at how I had just been beating the shit out of the advertisement. Calm down. Ichi called out, but I shook a bit. You calm down. I hissed. Unfortunately I wasn't interested in hurting my chums, and so they managed to drag me away a bit. What's got into you? Malcolm asked, and I shook my head, not wanting to answer. Fuck yeah. A moment later a voice called out, and even I stopped pulling to look over as Rebecca drop-kicked the ad as well, laughing hysterically. Rebecca? Why are you trying to destroy it? Hiromi asked, and Rebecca wiped herself down. Huh? Oh, I don't have any reason, Motoko was doing it, so I thought I might as well, you know? She said, looking like she was going to continue smashing the thing, but Hiromi shook her head and looked to me. That was your song, wasn't it? Why are you freaking out? Hiromi asked, and I stopped pulling and looked at her with a glare. I watched as she shifted back a bit. I wasn't angry with Hiromi though. I was just angry. Tank, isn't dickad music? I demanded, and Hiromi just blinked in surprise at my words. Then Malcolm started laughing hysterically. Ichi looked away from me as he let go, and his shoulders were shaking. That was your song? Malcolm managed to gasp out, and I growled, looking back at the damaged ad sign. I'm going to break it. I growled, and Hiromi jumped on me again. Rebecca just started cackling and looked about ready to start smashing again. We have to go. NCPD will be here soon. Come on. Hiromi demanded, and I growled, but when Rebecca hooped and started running, I figured it was fine. To my surprise, I could hear the sirens of the NCPD already starting to come closer. Huh. I guess advertisement boards were something they took seriously. I glanced back and took a moment to hack into the advertisement's camera system and deleted the recording. No reason to let the NCPD target us. Then I started running, and soon I was laughing along with everyone as we ran through an alley to escape from the cops. We ended up down the block and then through a little shopping strip, stopping to let Ichi grab some candy from a vendor and then continued on. I wasn't sure where we were going, as we weren't really going anywhere, but that was okay. The 5 of us were just walking through the city. Rebecca was ahead of us, arms behind the back of her head as she walked along, and all of us were just shooting the shit. Then a familiar jingle came over a nearby ad again. Motherfucker! I yelled as my chums leapt on me to keep me from committing murder on another ad board. Chapter 195. The next morning, I groaned as I sat up. We had all crashed on my couch watching TV and hanging out, and I had definitely not gotten my full 8 hours, but the sun was out coming through the window waking me up. Stupid California sun. I looked around. Hiromi was curled up beside me. Rebecca looked like she had kicked Ichi in the face at some point in the night, as she looked like she was ready to fight ninjas in her sleep. Ichi was on the floor looking a little pitiful, and Malcolm had started on the floor and was happily drooling away. Using ninja reflexes to switch my leg that Hiromi had stolen with a pillow, I got up and stretched. I should get some breakfast for my chums. I headed around the room quietly, making sure not to make a single noise as I got ready, and then while everyone was still sleeping, I slipped out. There was an okay food stall just down the street. I hit the ground level and walked out. The morning was busy. People heading to jobs. Heads down, beaten by the daily grind. I walked over to the food stall and slipped into the line. Yawning a bit as I felt sleepy, not something I usually had to deal with, but that was fine. A bit of more natural sleep every once in a while wasn't a bad thing. I passed over the eddies and started piling skewers of meat into my hands when I heard it. Gunfire. I looked up, as did everyone. 1 or 2 shots was normal, but full auto fire was unusual, especially this early in the morning. I could see tension rising, but no one started screaming or running off. They just hunched in on themselves and got on with their day. As the gunfire continued, I felt a frown growing on my face. Then I heard explosions, grenades if I was right. Something bigger than normal was going on. I took a bite of my meat skewer and chewed slowly. Oh well. I turned and headed back upstairs. Not bad. Rebecca offered as she chowed down on her breakfast after I woke everyone up. Not as good as the old lady that cooks around my place, but not bad. Nah, the old guy around my apartment has the best skewers. Malcolm denied, and I had to jump in with a scoff. No, the old guy around my old apartment had the best ones. I argued, and soon all of us were pointing out where the best meat skewer places were in Night City. There must be drugs in the skewers, because everyone argued that the place nearest to them had the best ones. We were getting rowdy arguing when suddenly June popped out of his room. Already fully suited up in his tiger claw stuff. June? I asked, because it was unusual to see him dressed up this early in the morning. 6th Street just did a raid on one of our distributors. He offered as he hit the kitchen and grabbed a burrito, obviously for the road. Shit. Does that mean there's going to be another gang war? Ichi asked, and June stopped for a moment. Not sure, but we won't just let this one go. He looked at me. This is probably retribution for Yuto. He explained, and I frowned. 6th Street wouldn't react this strongly to just some gonk getting flatlined. Not unless they wanted an excuse to do this anyways. I'm going to call Wakako, I said, and June shrugged before heading out. Motoko? Just give me a second, Hiromi. Wakako will know what's going on. Actually, I'll send her a text, she might be busy. If there was a surprise attack, Wakako would definitely be busy handing out information. Asterisk Motoko, I'd like any information on what is going on with 6th Street, you can give me Wakako. Attacking because of Yudo sounds wrong. I nodded as I sent it off, and I was about to bite into my meat stick when Wakako suddenly called. Wakako? 6th Street are claiming that the multiple dead killed by a Tiger Claw hired assassin are the cause of the attack. At least that is what their lieutenants are saying. Wakako dropped that on me for a second and I could feel my jaw drop. But I only killed Yuto. They are claiming multiple other deaths. I have a BD. I'm aware. Fujimura handed it over right away. I didn't see it myself, but it was checked over. I'm trying to confirm if the two men actually are dead, or are just being hidden as an excuse. You want work? I'll help. Good. I'll be in contact with your little fixer. The call ended and I rolled my eyes as Wakako still hadn't learned how to say goodbye. Motoko? 6th Street is retaliating. They are saying I killed some of their people, trying to frame me. I only killed Yudo and had a BD of it. Something is fishy. Wakako is going to give us some work. I looked around the room. I think we should get suited up. Ichi, Malcolm, and Hiromi nodded right away, but I saw Rebecca looking a little blank at the whole thing. But then she firmed up. No fucking way we just let them blame us for shit. She decided and I smiled at her. Everyone got moving soon after and we started gearing up. Overdressed? Wakako asked me and I scoffed at her. Not with this shit happening. Do as you like. Here. She threw a shard at me, but her words stopped me from slotting it. That's the delivery item. Meet up with Mama Reyes, a fixer in Santo Domingo. Sure. Anything else? Answer any questions he has. It's a copy of your BD. Wakako offered and I blinked, looking at the shard. Letting him see what happens so he can pass the information on? I asked, breaking down what was happening. Exactly. He might request some assistance, that'll be up to you, but he doesn't want a gang war any more than I do. Understood. I'll see what he needs. Good. Motoko. Wakako said as I made to turn away. 6th Street likely already knows you were involved yesterday. Your information has been spreading for some time. Be careful on the drive-through. Perhaps take another vehicle. Understood. Thanks, Wakako. She scoffed, but to my surprise spoke again. Hayato has enjoyed having a friend. The girl is pressured to act a certain way because of her status. Thank you. Honestly, it felt more awkward to be thanked than anything else. It was like the hairs on the back of my neck were rising up, which was impossible since my neural link covered the entire back of my neck. She glared at me suddenly. Don't look at me like a scared cat. Get out of here. Yep. I agreed and quickly ran away. Time to get back to work. Rebecca was driving. We had all piled into her truck as I took Wakako's advice seriously. Since Rebecca's truck was the newest, it would have the least connection to Section 9. I had even swapped out my helmet, and was just wearing my net goggles to hide my eyes as we drove through Rancho Coronado onto an overlook. That was apparently where Mama Reyes the fixer hung out. I vaguely remembered this was where you could find him in the game too. So I guess it was just his favorite spot. Rebecca pulled off the road and onto the sidewalk as she slowed to a stop, and I stepped out. Ho? A whole group coming to meet El Capitan? The man with the goofiest haircut I've seen in a while called out as I approached. Delivery from Wakako. Mr. Reyes. I informed him professionally as I held out the shard. The guy blinked a bit, seemingly surprised at my courtesy, before he just huffed and took it. Interestingly, he didn't check it himself, but passed it off to a woman that was in his car who promptly put on a BD wreath and started watching. So. You're the real hot shot that caused that trouble yesterday. I only completed the job I was hired for. Yeah, well, you are shaking up a real hornet's nest. Offing 4 6th Street goons is really increasing tensions. I only killed one person, Yuto, and he isn't 6th Street. That BD will prove that. He looked over at the woman before looking back at me. If you say so. Then he crossed his arms and reset back against the side of his car and seemed content to just wait. Hiromi joined me and threw me a raised eyebrow, but I just shrugged at her. Not sure what Reyes was playing at. Finally, not long after the woman took off the BD, Reyes glanced to us and then leaned into his car, where the two started talking quietly. I didn't bother to listen in, and not long after he stood up. Well, unless you somehow managed to fake a BD, you're right. Damn it. He cursed as he took the BD and tossed it to me. Wakako said you'd be interested in a gig to help out with this. He spoke and I nodded. That's right. I need to put this into the hands of some people that can do something about it. I'll need some guards, and... Well, frankly, I can't promise you'll be safe, but if you can explain, it'll help. I was about to accept it offhand before I stopped. Motoko? Hiromi asked, but I stayed quiet. I'm not Tiger Claw, and frankly, this entire situation isn't my problem. I did a gig, I got paid. Problem is over. I offered, and Hiromi looked surprised before she slowly nodded, raising her dark chromed fingers up to her lips as she tapped them. You're right. If someone wants to cause a war between the TC and 6th Street, it's not any of our business. She replied, and I nodded as she realized the same thing I had. We could walk away. It was obvious Muammar Reyes the fixer was going to speak to someone big in 6th Street. That could easily lead to a shootout, but for what? I doubt the guy was going to pay us anywhere near what such a thing should be worth. So was I supposed to do this pro bono? Hiromi hounded me about getting paid for things. This was one of those situations. Tiger Claws had tried to kidnap me. Why should I do my best to keep a war from starting? I mean, I would always worry about June, but I was a merc. War would be good for business if I was willing to be mercenary about it. There is something you're maybe forgetting. Ichi whispered as he approached from behind. If 6th Street believes you were responsible for the deaths, then you'll be a target. He added, and I grumbled, and even Hiromi nodded at me. Fine. Hiromi, talk to Mr. Reyes, figure out how much this is going to cost him? On it. Ichi, Malcolm. Just keep an eye out. We are still in 6th Street territory. I added, and both boys nodded. I turned to Rebecca and just threw her a thumbs up, because Rebecca was looking fucking Nova, her arm up on the window of her truck, a big pair of mirrored shades on her face. She threw me a thumbs up back. 10 minutes later we were preparing. We would be working as a guard and offering intel to some member of 6th Street that was showing up. I stared down the road until I noticed a trio of trucks with 6th Street tags heading our way. I glanced over. Rebecca was inside her truck, machine guns at the ready in case of any trouble. The others were spread around, while Hiromi stayed in the truck with Rebecca, and I stood beside El Capitan. I was still wearing my net gogs. Hopefully they would give me enough time to speak before they just started firing when they saw me. The trucks pulled up and out came a half-dozen goons. All armed, but looking pretty calm. None of them seemed to care much about the fact me and my chums were around. All right, then. You called us up here. What is it? The one who spoke wasn't anyone I recognized, and with a quick scan I realized who I was dealing with. Rick Morton stomped up. The man had the physicality of an ex-soldier. Old fatigues, with the red, white and blue, and his jacket had a large eagle on the shoulder. This was the general of 6th Street. The main man. The leader. I was standing in front of one of the most powerful people in the city, and he very likely thought I was the killer of some of his boys. Fucking El Capitan, when this was over, if I was still alive I was going to punch him in the dick. A little warning would have been nice. General. Good to see you are still healthy, I got some intel for you. Preem shit. The man continued to stomp over and glanced me over for a second. Thankfully, his eyes refocused on Muammar instead. You better not be wasting my time. Talk to me. Me? Never, you know I don't waste time. I do real business. I heard about your little issues yesterday. Couple of your men killed in your own territory, Tiger Claw action was it? Get on with it, Muammar, I'm busy. Well, I got the real story of what happened. Straight from the source. He offered doing the one thing I wish he hadn't, patting me on the shoulder. A moment later, guns were up, and I was staring down a man that would kill me without hesitation while I was in a suboptimal position. 2 dick punches, if I survived this. I slowly reached up and pulled the tech gogs up over my forehead so my eyes were clear, staring down the rather large Malorian overture that was pointed in my face. I didn't kill your men, I said firmly and clearly. The silence between the three of us carried on, even as his men continued to point guns at Ichi, Malcolm, and even Rebecca as things grew tense. Hey! Hey now, easy! Come on now, General, you know me. I wouldn't put you in this situation if this wasn't serious. Intel, remember? Muammar called out, hands raised at the angry 6th Street goons that were still very hostile. I hadn't actually expected it. The guy actually stepped in front of me, covering me here. Okay, I'll forgive the dick punches. Explain. Now. Rick demanded, but not to Muammar, but to me. I'm a merc. I was hired to take out Yuto, a tiger claw goon who kept trying to assassinate a member of the TC. Yesterday, I tracked him down to a home in Rancho Coronado, and I took him out. Simple, clean. This morning, I find out that somehow multiple 6th Street bodies were found. You saying that wasn't you? I'm saying I killed one person yesterday. Likely story. How about plain and clear evidence? I cut off as the man looked like his patience was ending. Muammar then came in, holding out the shard in his hand. She's right, General. This is? A copy of the BD that I scrolled yesterday. I scroll all of my gigs. Call it a hobby. I explained, and I could see behind the man's Karoshi eyes that he was considering. Did he want a war with the TC? If he did, killing all of us would give him what he wanted regardless. But I had to hope that the man wanted to know who had lied to him more, because he definitely didn't know that I hadn't killed his men. Carlos! He yelled, and a man ran up. Check this BD. The order was followed, and while guns didn't lower, everyone was more interested in what was going on as Carlos rushed the truck and settled in to check the BD. Our eyes never left, and I made sure to not show a hint of fear. I wasn't entirely confident I could grab the overture pointed at my face before he fired. Not even with my Sandy, he was the leader of 6th Street. No way he didn't have his own speedwear. But I wasn't going to let him intimidate me. A few minutes later, Carlos was out of the brain dance, and he hurried over. The general took a few steps back and Carlos whispered into his ear. I watched on as the man's face remained blank throughout, but when it was done, he waved a hand, and all the guns suddenly dropped. I supposed he got what he wanted. Muammar, you confirmed this? Got it direct from old Wakako. He offered, waving at me. And this was you? It was. And the reason I shouldn't flatline you for coming onto my turf and committing a murder? Yuto was Tiger Claw, and someone in 6th Street was hiding him. Imagine what would have happened if on his 3rd assassination attempt he succeeded. I countered with an arched eyebrow at the older man. If he wanted to play threatening games, I could too. Then the tigers would get sent back to their fucking pachinko parlors in body bags. The general countered to some grumbled appreciation of the men behind him. And some of your men would have gone back to their family in the same. Because someone decided to play games. I don't know if you knew about this. I don't know if this was planned, but frankly, I don't care. I took a gig to kill a man, and I did it. I got paid. Gig over. But I didn't kill your people. I'm a professional. Yet my boys are dead. But not by my hand, and not by the tigers. I argued back, and the men around us were frowning. Unhappy. And I'm supposed to take the word of some Asian kid that it wasn't the tigers? Don't believe your lying eyes? I asked, after a moment. That's not my problem then. I took the gig from Wakako to deliver that shard, and I took the gig from Mr. Reyes to be his bodyguard and explain my side of what happened. If you don't want to listen, that's not my concern. You think you are above this? That I won't send men against you? He asked in turn, almost amused as he questioned me. I think that I've done everything I can to prove that I'm not your enemy, but if you want to waste men on killing some gaunt kid while also starting a war with the tigers, that's your choice. Just don't expect to get those men you send after me back in one piece. Things got quiet for a minute, and I could practically see the thoughts running through the general's head. "You got some balls, kid," he finally said as he came to a decision. "Don't usually see street rats your age pull off actual hits." Thinking about his words and the amused tone he said them in, I shrugged. Hiromi would be happy. I reached into my back pocket and wormed around a bit to find it. Managing to snag it even though the pocket was barely large enough for a finger, I pulled out a slightly rumpled business card. "Section 9 is always looking for more business," I offered and handed the slightly rumpled card. There was a sense of confusion, but eventually General Morton took the card and flicked it over. It was still pretty fancy even though I'd been sitting on it for a while, and I think I ran it through a wash at least once. He showed it to Carlos, the guy he had sent to look at the BD, and both of them chuckled. "You're a funny one," he seemed to decide on, and then turned around. "Let's roll," he called out, and all the 6th Street goons rushed back to their cars, and soon the cavalcade was on its way. "Well, I think that went well," El Capitan said, seemingly pleased, and I shrugged. "We aren't dead or in a firefight, so I guess so." I agreed, and he nodded as I seemed to get it. "I'm out of here too," I decided then. I was sort of done dealing with gang leaders today. Chapter 196. My breath in my ears was all I could hear as I moved. Up and down, over and across. I raced across the city. Legs pumping, and arms pushing and pulling as no obstacle slowed me. I had felt constricted after everything. Between the Tiger's bullshit, and now 6th Street trying to frame me? So once everyone had split up, I had headed outside and just started running. I wasn't sure why I had selected athletics as my grind for the day, but maybe I hadn't. Maybe I just needed to get away. So I ran. Heading through the dense urban jungle, with no direction in mind. I simply let parkour guide me over all obstacles. There were a lot of people I suddenly wanted to kill. I still needed to flatline the stupid old man that thought kidnapping me was acceptable. But I had told Wakako I would let it go. I needed to kill the gonk fuck that had tried to frame me for killing 6th Street goons. Not that I wouldn't have killed them, but I didn't like the fact it seemed planned. Someone had wanted a war between the two gangs, and had done a lot to set it up. Yuto. Then framing the merc that killed him. And I had to consider how much I wanted to get involved. I paused, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down my forehead as I leaned against a wall for a moment. So much trouble, because some gonk wanted to kill another. So much trouble for something I didn't care about, and wasn't even involved with. I wiped my forehead and stalked around a bit, cooling down my muscles as I considered. I hadn't heard anything about the 6th Street and TC thing yet. I would have to stop by Wakako in the morning to find out if everything was back to normal, or if the TC were planning to retaliate back as well. This could easily turn into another gang war. I shook it off. It would become whatever it would become. Wandering over to a few SCSMs, I started browning. I could use something to drink. "Hey chica," a voice called out, grabbing my attention. A teenager was sauntering up to me. A few of his boys that had been sitting on a pile of tables in front of a small food place were sauntering up. "Never saw your chrome down this way before," he offered with a smile that made me realize he was trying to be charming. "Sorry, chum. Not interested," I offered clearly and went back to picking a drink. Ugh. Most of these tasted like cough syrup. Stupid Nicola. I'd kill for just a Coke, or a Dr. Pepper or something. "Hey, come on Herman, you RK." He choked out, his reaching hand had grabbed my shoulder, so I grabbed his throat. With a shift of my hips, I slammed him into the SCSM I was looking through and held him in place. I decided on a grape Nicola. Yuck, and fished out the drink as it came through, still holding the boy against the SCSM. He was scrabbling a bit, but I let him breathe at least. "I'm not interested, and don't touch me," I told him as I slammed my thumb through the top of the can and started drinking. Chugging it down, I crushed the can and forced it into his hand. "Throw that away for me, and next time, take a no." Idly, I noticed his boys were rushing over, but they weren't a threat. I shifted back, turned away, and then leapt. Backflipping onto the SCSM, I let the force push me even higher and jumped upwards again, hands reaching out and grabbing the guardrail of a street that ran over the area. With a quick flip, I was standing on the guardrail a dozen feet above the boys and looking down on them. I spun, and with a bounce of my ankles to start up, I started jogging up the rail. And out of sight, ignoring the calls of surprise from the teenaged boys. I leapt up, jumping nearly on top of a light pole that was lower than me, and hefted myself up. Then I took a few running steps and leapt. The street below me might be filled with cars, but for a moment I felt utterly alone in the entire city. Then I landed, slipped a little as the light poles weren't designed for people to run on then, and ended up spinning down the entire pole to keep myself from falling. I stepped off, and I realized I was actually in city center. Damn. That was a hell of a run. I looked around at the corpo suits that were staring at me in surprise as I had appeared from nowhere. Deciding I had run enough for now, I called for my Kusanagi, and walked over to a bench and took a seat. What a day. Since I had nothing else to do, I went ahead and sent out some texts. Motoko, hey Wakako, you know how the 6th Street and Tiger Claw thing is going? I sent the text and sat back expecting to be waiting for a while, but Wakako responded back pretty quickly actually. Wakako, there has been a meeting called between bosses. Ceasefire has been called until that is over. You should avoid their territory, but neither side truly wishes for a conflict. Well done, Motoko, didn't do much. Wakako, you were targeted by a gang, and stood in front of the leader of that gang. You did much. Speak to Hayato in the morning. She was worried, I laughed at the last bit and couldn't help but respond. Motoko, are you trying to set up a playdate with your granddaughter? You know I didn't know she was your granddaughter, Wakako, I'm aware. It is why I allowed your continued contact. Don't disappoint me, I blinked, because that was definitely a threat. I wisely dropped the conversation there. My bike pulled up a while later and I rose up, sliding onto the seat and throttling the engine. I grinned. It had been a while since I took my Kusanagi out for a spin. I gunned the engine and let the front wheel kick a bit as I took off, quickly blurring into the traffic and enjoying the feeling of the motorcycle cycling gears as I slipped through the city center traffic. I let my body act without thought as I weaved through traffic. I still felt like moving. I didn't head home. Instead, cycling up and heading north out of the corporate district and into Watson. Traffic got worse, but for once I wasn't following laws. I weaved in and out, jumping onto the sidewalk when I needed. I kept moving, ignoring the press of traffic around me. To my surprise, I got an alert. 100 reflex XP gained. That was handy, and I was smiling happily as I finally made it to a more open area. My engine whined and roared as I raced through the emptier streets of Northside. Up and down ramps, through mostly empty streets. I just felt constricted and irritated. I finally slowed and parked on the side of a road overlooking the area. Neon lights in the distance, and farther city central in the far distance sending lights into the night. It was Lucy that thought the lights looked like a prison. I scoffed as I stepped off the bike and jumped up onto the concrete barrier. This place didn't look like a prison to me. It looked like opportunity. The thought made me nod, and I nodded again as I realized it was the truth. Lazy. I was lazy, always had been. But it was time to get some shit sorted. I plotted as I looked over the city until the plan in my mind was at least a plan and not just a thought. The next morning, I sent a text out to my chums asking if everyone minded meeting up for dinner tonight. We had been running around so much together, I wanted to give them some personal time, but I think this was important enough to need a real meeting. I got an agreement and it was settled. But first in the morning, I reached out and set up a meeting like Wakako asked. To my slight discomfort, the meeting place was the dojo once again. Hayato had agreed to a meeting, and so I headed over. I pulled my Kusanagi up onto the sidewalk in front of the dojo, noticing there were plenty of other bikes parked together. I stepped out and adjusted my holster. Mostly just to make sure my guns and knife were still in place. As I walked in, I glanced at the spot where Musashi had died, but not even a blood stain remained. Stepping inside, I found no trouble, which I had almost expected, but as I entered the main room, I did see Hayato, but before that I saw Sensei. His focus shot to me the moment I stepped inside, and there was something in his eyes. For once, he didn't just point and demand, but actually walked over and approached me as I entered. Kusanagi. A moment. He requested, and it really was a request. Huh. I nodded, and he stalked off, back into the office section of the dojo, and I walked with him into what was obviously his business office. He didn't speak at first, instead holding himself solidly and then turning to face me. The attack on you at this dojo was unacceptable. While I was not able to defend you at the time, I have spoken my displeasure, but that means little to you. This place is meant to be a secure location. The sanctity of my dojo was broken. Then he bowed low, and I realized he was being serious. It wasn't your fault. I argued, but I knew that just that wouldn't be enough. I accept your apology, sensei. You've treated me well. I won't hold this issue against you. You will always be welcome here, Kusanagi. He said, and I nodded, getting the feeling he wasn't talking about just coming to train. This was a sort of hideout for the tiger claws as well, after all. With that concluded, I headed back out to finish my actual meetup. To my surprise, Hayato wasn't suited up. When I found her, she was sitting in the main dojo room on a chair that wasn't usually there. In a full kimono? Yukata? One of those. She looked like an actual Japanese princess if I was honest. Although the chrome of her Kerenzikov stuck out and gave her a cyberpunk feel. I approved and threw her a thumbs up. You look awesome like that. I told her as I approached, and her mouth had been half open as she was about to speak, sort of flapped as she took in what I said and seemingly had no response. What? No. No nonsense right now. Silly fulwidoidoi Motoko. She started rambling before shaking herself and stating my name in a serious matter. Hayato. I instead greeted her with a wave of my hand and a big smile that had her once more breaking her serious character for half a second before firming up and glaring. Motoko. I'm trying to be serious. Sit. She demanded and pointed at another chair beside her. I laughed instead and walked over to sit. Sorry. What's got you so serious, Hayato? I need to hire you to kill someone. Sure, who? I blinked as she blinked. Her face cracked once more as she seemed to have no idea how to respond. How are you so calm? I just asked you to flatline someone. Yeah? I do that for a living, Hayato. I'd be weird if I wasn't comfortable with it. You. She eventually decided on and glared before calming, closing her eyes and breathing in and out rapidly, which I assumed was meant to be calming breaths. I thank you for accepting. This is important, and I don't like having to ask AHM for this. She added. And I did my best not to snicker, because that sounded like something she had practiced saying so she could get it right. If you can't ask your chum to flatline someone for you, are you really friends? I asked jokingly, but Hayato just looked blank as her mouth fell open as she once again seemed to fail to find the words. I should probably stop teasing her. Okay, hold on. I'll stop being so casual about this. I'll accept it provisionally. I don't really care much about the eddies, but Hiromi will literally flay me alive with her words if I don't mention payment and stuff. But we can worry about that after. I added as Hayato seemed to pick up on that and looked ready to speak again. Who do you need killed? Kaneda Tsukamura. She said with almost a hiss, saying his name with more real anger than I've ever heard. He is one of my potential fiancés. She admitted, and I blinked, because wow. Wasn't expecting that. She noticed my shock. He has done something I can't forgive. She added after a moment. You don't need to make any reasons to me, Hayato. I said after a moment. I'm a merc. I kill people for a living. If you want him dead because he smells, then that's a good enough reason for me to kill him. I explained, and the idea made her snort into a rapid-fire giggle before she realized what she was doing and gained control of herself. Then, that is it? She questioned, and I smiled, because this was definitely the first time she had ever ordered someone's assassination. That's pretty much it. Other than payment stuff, but bleg. I stuck my tongue out at that. But any information you can give me will make it easier. Where does he hang out? A picture of him would help a lot. I explained and she nodded, her eyes flashed, and suddenly I received a package. A very familiar style of information packet. Wakako's work? Eh? Yes. Grandmother helped me put this together. How did you know? The way the information is structured is her style. It's a good thing. Wakako's gig info packets are pretty clear. I explained, and that had the girl relax. I took a moment to look over the information and whistle. He's a big shot, all right. He is. She added after a moment, with a disgusted look. I spoke with grandmother and I want this done without any question as to what this was. I need everyone to know that it was me that caused his death. That's complicated. You realize that doing it that blatantly will make people look at me? Do not worry about that. If he is dead, I will make sure it is known that it was my hand that called for his death. She said, and I looked at her. And smirked a bit, because she was once more saying something she had practiced. She noticed and looked away with a glare, but it made me laugh regardless. Okay. Then Hayato Nakagawa, you've hired yourself an assassin. I confirmed for her, and she looked surprised at my words. This is actually going to be fun. I've never done a really blatant assassination before. I think it'll be a good thing for me actually. Maybe I'll finally convince the Tiger Claw goons to stop poking me if I prove I can eviscerate them? I wondered, and Hayato did a little scoff laugh. I believe that no matter what you do, someone will still think they can poke you. She said with a grumble that told me she had experience with this. Fair enough. Any particular death you want for this guy? Gun, blade, bomb? I asked, and she flinched at the question that apparently came out of nowhere. Whatever you think is best. Okay. I'll figure out something with a statement then. I assured her, and she nodded. Then she got quiet like she didn't know what to say. Want to be involved in the whole thing? I asked suddenly, and she jerked like I had struck her. What? You mean? Well, I'll be calling in my chums to get this done. Everything is easier with a crew, and it'll probably be an all-day thing before we get everything locked down. So, do you want to come with? She blinked, and then her head, surprisingly slowly, nodded up and down. Yes. Preem. Come on. I was already planning on meeting up with everyone for dinner, but for a gig that changes things a bit. Sorry about calling you all in early. As I said, we got a surprise gig offer. I said as Ichi and Malcolm both arrived first. We were at my apartment, since I didn't think I would need to do much net running, since Hayato knew where the guy's house was. No problem. I was just hanging out with the folks today. Malcolm offered, and Ichi shrugged. I was going to mow the grass. I paid some kid up the street to do it instead. So I can't complain either. They both offered, and then as they came around, they noticed my third guest. Hayato was sitting a little stiffly on the couch, still in her fancy kimono. The fact there was a tiger claw guy in the corner that I had kindly offered a seat to when I realized he was going to just stand there was the next thing they noticed. Motoko? Right. So meet Hayato. She's our client for this gig, and a friend of mine. We punch each other. I explained happily, and the two boys looked at each other before shrugging at my statement. What Motoko means is that she is my sparring partner. Hayato cut in a rush of speech, before slowing as she realized what she had done. Makes sense. Motoko is a gorilla. Malcolm offered, and I scoffed at his words, and watched as he came in and settled on the couch without a care. I'm Malcolm, and that one is Ichi. Nice to meet you. He greeted Hayato with feigned casualness. Hayato Nakagawa. She greeted, and Malcolm twitched and practically jumped off the couch in shock like he had just been burned. Holy fuck, you're the Tiger Princess. Malcolm. Language. This is our client. I grumbled, and he looked at me, and then at Hayato, who wasn't looking very comfortable. How do you even know her, Motoko? Why didn't you tell us you know Hayato Nakagawa? The second. Malcolm, you say her name like I should just know anything about what that means. I only found out she was important during the whole kidnapping attempt. I waved it off, and then Ichi was there beside me. Hiromi is going to kill you for never explaining you knew Hayato Nakagawa. He whispered to me, and while I felt an uncomfortable premonition go down my spine, I still jabbed his ribs a bit. It's just Hayato. Stop saying her name like she's a thing. I whispered to them, and then looked to Hayato. Don't mind these gonks, they act like morons, but are actually surprisingly competent. I said, lying through my teeth, which I happily noticed both boys had picked up on, and threw me a betrayed look. I see. Anyway. To business. Hayato needs someone killed. I explained, and she did sort of wince at my blunt statement, but a moment later the boys nodded at that. Well, that's something Motoko can do. Ichi whispered, and then Hiromi entered the apartment. Hey, I'm here. We have a client? Hiromi asked, looking excited but keeping her pace and speech calm as she entered. Yep. Hayato needs someone killed. I explained once more, being blunt about it. Section 9 specializes in asset removal. Hiromi said, as she settled onto the couch near Hayato, and to my amusement offered her a card. Have no fear, we will ensure complete customer satisfaction for your needs. Hayato took the card almost without realizing it and then blinked as she looked it over, and then at me. Section 9 is our merc company. Hiromi is our corpo, don't mind her corporate speech, it's just how she is. Rude. Hiromi whispered under her breath, and I flashed her a smile in apology. Very well? Hayato added, still looking a little confused. But then she straightened up. I understand that you are the one Motoko said would handle payment? That's me. Hiromi said cheerfully, and then pulled out a shard and handed it over. And here is our pricing and plan structure. She said just as cheerfully, and I rolled my eyes as Hayato now looked a little uncomfortable. I walked over and bent near Hiromi's ear and made a little cough. Friendship discount. I whispered and then moved over towards the boys. Both of them looked to Hayato, to me, and then to Hiromi. Hiromi has no idea who she is talking to, does she? Malcolm whispered to me, and I shook my head. No? Why would she? You realize, no, you know what? It's better this way. Malcolm said, smiling as he turned his attention back to Hayato and Hiromi hashing out things. To my surprise, while Hayato had looked uncomfortable at first, she was easily keeping up with Hiromi and arguing back just as easily. They were getting along surprisingly well. Chapter 197. Kaneda Tsukamura. I started off. Eventually, payment had been decided and Hiromi looked pretty happy about everything, even if I had to nudge her and remind her about the friendship discount. With that, Hayato had left, having other things she had to do, and left the gig to us. We were officially on the job. Rebecca had arrived after a while, looking pissed at first, but as soon as she found out what we were doing, she had laughed and lost most of her irritated frown. I guess flatlining a gonk brought a smile to her face too. What do we know about him? Malcolm asked, getting to the real point. Not much. But we know where his house is, and I don't think he has any girlfriends, or kids, considering he is trying to get with Hayato. Wait. This guy is trying to. Holy shit. Malcolm whispered, and Hiromi looked confused about the whole thing before I just shrugged. It's not relevant except that he'll likely be alone, but that's part of the problem. Client wants this to be noticeable. So I think I'll check out his home now. If he is home, then we can track him somewhere. If not, then we just wait for him to come home and do the same thing. I figure we stake out the garage of his building, place a tracker on his car. I said, looking to Malcolm for that, and he nodded. Great idea. Then we just follow him to somewhere busy. Goal is to make his death very poignant. Rebecca, I'm not sure how much shooting we will do, but I'll probably rely on you as part of my escape plan, okay? Heh. Sure, I'll cover you strings. She said with a smile that I quickly returned. Ichi and Hiromi will be our exits, with Malcolm as cover as well. But I don't want to overplan yet. So let's go find this gonk's house and sneak around. Hell yeah. Rebecca cheered. Well, Kaneda is a wealthy guy. I spoke over the line that everyone was connected to, not that they didn't already see that. Asterisk no kidding. That's a hell of a building, asterisk Ichi added. I was looking straight up the very ritzy skyscraper, from the rear loading dock. It was funny how often I infiltrated apartment buildings from the rear, but it really was useful. I could easily move a camera into not looking at me, and electronic locks were meant to keep out drunk, or high-gone goons, or street kids. The security simply wasn't capable of stopping a real Netrunner. I left the others in the alleyway. I would code them into the garage area, but first I needed to infiltrate in. As soon as I was inside the small back door, I shuffled out of sight. There was a hallway leading straight from the front entrance beside the teller desk to the back door. It was also thankfully where the elevators were, but that wasn't what I was looking for. I slipped across the hall and into the door that had an employee-only sign. It was thankfully empty, first leading to a small storage room, which I noticed was full of supplies the front desk would need, including extra security shards for new renters, but I wanted all access. I slipped into another small security door, finding the small security room running along. I flopped into the seat and started breaching. Okay, you'll all have garage access. Get down there. I heard some returning confirmation as I worked the system. They would find someplace close to the entrance and keep an eye out for our target. My goal was uploading a picture of the target I added, and then went on to search the camera records to see if I could find if he was here. No, I shook that desire off, and placed an access shard into the system in a slot, and then hurried back out of the security room. While my net-running instincts told me to stick to the security center, ninjutsu reminded me that keeping control wasn't the goal. I had access to what I needed, now I needed to get out before someone noticed. Slipping back out the way I came, I continued to work through my agent, before just walking to the already opening elevator and walking inside. The door shut instantly, and started taking me up. From there I accessed the camera system again as I waited and found my target. Asterisk Kaneda left his apartment this morning. He's driving a yellow Cheyenne. Sending a picture, asterisk I uploaded it to our network and then smirked as the elevator opened to his floor. I didn't whistle, but I was tempted, as I walked down the hall. Mostly to keep anyone from wanting to check out who was whistling. He wasn't a penthouse gonk, but his apartment was definitely the more expensive units. The entire place reminded me of June and I's apartment. It was clean and had a certain level of expense in the flooring and walls. His door slipped open without hesitation as I approached, and I walked in and ducked to the side, in his little nook he had set up to drop off shoes. I started scanning. Had to make sure whatever security he had himself wouldn't catch me. Rebecca. Damn, she's fast. Rebecca muttered as they headed into the garage. Malcolm asked as he looked up from checking his gun. The two of them were stuck in the back of Ichi's truck, the two HMGs ready for their use if they needed. Sasha, the runner that Maine uses? She's good, and likely would have gotten access just as fast. But only with prep beforehand. I've never seen her actually sneak into a place without prepping the place first. Malcolm was quiet for a minute before he nodded. Yeah, I guess it is kinda weird. Motoko is really good at sneaking around though. Has she popped up behind you yet? No? Yeah, she does that. You'll be hanging out and all of a sudden you'll have her hand on your shoulder or she'll crack a joke right behind you. What a bitch. Rebecca said laughing and Malcolm smiled along with her. These kids were so weird. The lack of constant ego trips was pretty intense. That she was the oldest out of all of them, even if she was the shortest, also meant they treated her differently. Sure, Ichi and Malcolm both had done the teenaged boy thing and checked her out, but Rebecca was fine with that, and wasn't really interested. Neither of them were really her type. Which was a shame, 'cause finding a cute merc boy was harder than you'd expect. Most of them were jerks. Like Pilar. Fucking Pilar. She was still pissed at him, how dare he say that shit. That she was playing with kitty shit, and she'd never make it onto Maine's crew if she didn't stop playing. Agitated, she rolled her legs as she grit her teeth. Swapping what leg she was holding herself up with as she flashed back to her brother's stupid fucking mocking voice. Saying she would never amount to anything again. Well, not in so many words, but she knew that's what he meant. Just because she fucked up a few gigs by being late. Or that time she saved that stupid sad puppy-eyed gonk, even though they were supposed to flatline him. Hey Unova? Malcolm asked, and she almost lashed out at him, but there was a weird culture with Motoko's crew. They didn't do that shit. Teasing was always light, and often if Motoko did go too far, she'd apologize after, which was fucking weird. I'm just dealing with shit, she decided. And so sitting here without anything to do is shit. Ah, gotcha. Why don't we step out then? There's some food places out of the garage. Aren't we supposed to be keeping watch? Malcolm looked at the nearly closed truck rear door that he was sitting nearly flat enough to look out. Can't see much from here. Ichi and Hiromi are still on duty, and we are just waiting for the guy to show up. She hesitated before shrugging. Sure, I could use a bite. Cool. I think there was a buck a slice down the block. Gross, I'm not eating that slop. I think I saw a Kabayan's. I guess that'll work. Hold up, let me ask if anyone wants anything, he said before his eyes flashed yellow. Hey, Chum's gonna go on a snack run, Kabayan's looks like. You want anything? Rebecca relaxed when nothing disparaging came through. Just a few requests, then to her surprise, Motoko cut in two. Ramen if they have anything good? I'm in the mood for some noodles. Sure. I'll look. Malcolm said with a roll of his eyes. Motoko always wants noodles. She'll offer other things, but don't ever offer a ramen place, or that's what she'll jump on. Good to know, Rebecca said, then she couldn't help but laugh at the silliness of it all. They took this work seriously, but they weren't uptight? No, it was more that with Maine everything had to be done like the big guy wanted. Everything was meant to make them look like edge runners. Section 9, for all they dressed up in armor and high-end equipment, were so much calmer about it. Ah well. Fuck Pilar. She hopped out with her much smaller legs and put her hands behind the back of her head as she followed Malcolm out of the garage and onto the street. Just a bit more, and she'd have the eddies for her chrome. The problem with stakeouts is that they were boring. I was currently watching Kanata's TV while slurping my ramen bowl that Malcolm had delivered. I had sneaked a peek at the cameras and noticed my chums had all set up a cute little picnic in the back of Ichi's truck as well. Once more changing the channel, I sighed as there was nothing on. Kanata's apartment was now completely subverted. Not that he had much. Just a security system on a separate system from the main buildings. Slurping up the last bit of broth, I sighed. Waiting around for people was so boring. Since my meal was finished, I went ahead and dumped it into a trash can that wouldn't be noticed if he returned, turned the TV back to the channel it was on, and switched it back off. With a soft leap, I climbed into the space I had found that was perfect to hide in. Pretty sure it wasn't supposed to be there, but the guy had definitely had an entranceway modified when he moved in to have a small area to take off shoes and things, but it had left an empty space above that entranceway. So I climbed up there, and laid flat staring at a ceiling in boredom. I idly switched between some programming that I was tinkering with and checking all the cameras as I waited. A long time passed and I was definitely bored when finally I got a message. Yellow Cheyenne just pulled in. Ichi's voice was excited and I checked the cameras. Well, hello there, Kaneda. Once he is clear, place the tracker. I reminded them and got a few affirmatives from my chums as Kaneda came up to his apartment. I watched through the cameras as he slumped in grumbling about something under his breath. He threw his jacket over a chair, grabbed some food from his fridge and threw it in his microwave. It would be stupidly easy to kill him right now. Unfortunately, client wishes come first. Hayato wanted his death to be public. So I waited as he made himself a meal and settled on the couch for a while. Finally something happened. He got a call. I quickly hacked in and listened. What is it? Kaneda demanded, and I noticed the call. Idaho registered the call coming from Hiko. Nothing big boss, but we had an issue with the delivery. Some product is missing again. Cuso. I told you to keep an eye on it. I did. You have my word, I did. I think the product is going missing upstream. I swear I've been with the package from when it was delivered until we opened it. Fine. Keep an eye on it, and get the camera records ready. I want proof it wasn't us. I'll go talk to Moritaka-sama. I blinked at the very familiar name, and then felt myself smile. Oh. Oh, this was an opportunity. Kaneda got up and got ready, grabbing his jacket and keys. Slowly he put back on his shoes, and I grinned at what was happening. He's coming down. Everyone get ready, we're going to leave first and follow. I called out, already knowing exactly how to get ahead of him. He left the apartment, and I slipped off the hidden area and waited at the door for the elevator to come. I had actually called up both elevators, and when he stepped inside, once the door closed, I was out and moving. The second elevator opened and I was inside, the doors closing and sending me down to the garage as Kanada's elevator made a few extra stops. Once out, I raced across and leapt into the back of Ichi's van, which closed just after me. Motoko? Just got great news, Malcolm. Kaneda is about to go visit an old friend, one that I would very much like to make a point to. I said with a grin as the truck started up and pulled out. The sound of a Cheyenne engine starting up behind us meant it was right behind us as we started out of the garage, and then he was gone, but easily tracked. We tracked him just a few blocks away to some business that was definitely owned by the TC. Plenty of people going in and out meant it was impossible for me to just stride in through the entrance. Got it. It's an upscale bar, second floor is VIP seating, Hiromi added into the calm, and I grinned. While it wasn't anything I couldn't have gathered from a bit of net running, Hiromi was much faster at getting basic information about a building or business. Second floor, huh? I glanced up from a ways down the street and took in something interesting. That was a mighty large window you had there. A quick scan told me it wasn't bulletproof. Okay. I know how this is going to go. I said aloud and looked to my chums who were all sitting around the back of the van looking around just like I was, and with a smile I told them my plan. I waltzed inside without any hint of fear. The bar was upscale, all metals and glass. The sort of place that I didn't really enjoy, but no one stopped me. Why would they? I walked in and glanced up. The VIP area was a second-floor ring that ran around the sides of the building, leaving a large space they could look down onto the people below. I already knew where everyone was, and I knew where my target was standing. A camera was pointing right at him, and with the ping I had on him, I had his position. I had a katana on my hip, the same one that Musashi's goons had tried to kill me with. I had pulled it out of the quadra as I called my car for an update to my armory. This was meant to be loud, but it was meant to be a statement. I still had my professional pride. Quick and clean, and very poignant. I stepped forward a few steps and loosened up my shoulders. I lowered myself and leapt. The second floor was well within my reach, as I leapt up and grabbed onto the guardrail and threw myself over. I activated my Sandevistan to make sure everything went smoothly, and as I landed I could already see people sitting around the boss Moritaka rising up in shock, reaching for weapons. None of which would fire, but my target was too slow. My katana was unsheathed, and before he could turn, before anyone could shout a warning, I was there. Kaneda Tsukamura gasped, a weak-sounding wheeze as my katana slipped in, cutting through his heart, and with a gentle move I made sure to cut his spine quite badly, even as I let my momentum carry me on as I pushed him straight forward until I simply stopped, letting my katana slide out of his back as he slammed face first into the glass and out. The crash shattered an entire pane and glass splattered all around me, but through the whole thing my eyes were locked onto Moritaka Kuwabara. I held my dripping katana even as my eyes remained locked onto the man, just to let him know I had seen him. I didn't move. This wasn't just a statement for Hayato, but one for me too. Gongun stood up and raised weapons that clicked or simply refused to fire. I gave it long enough for the realization set in, and then I finished what I was here for. With a gentle sweep I completed a chiburi. A blood shake. Moritaka flinched at the motion, and then I sheathed my blade. Hayato Nakagawa sends her regards. I finished and I saw the flinch through the crowd as I simply turned. The massive glass window was now open and clear, and I stepped out. Ichi had pulled the truck up as the glass shattered and I stepped off, basically onto his truck, as he started driving off. Kaneda Tsukamura is dead. I sent the text to Hayato. Gig complete. Chapter 198. Hayato wanted to meet up for the completion of the gig. So rather than party, or split up, we all headed across Japantown, back to the expensive high-rise where the TC bosses had their meeting. Taking the elevator up with the entire crew was interesting. I could feel the tension ratcheting up from Hiromi and Ichi, while Malcolm was more calm, and Rebecca was expecting trouble, and seemingly happy to pull her gun. The door opened to the same hallway, and as we stepped out the TC guards in suits seemed to make a call, and before we reached security, Hayato was there stepping back through dressed up as fancy as I had ever seen her. "Motoko?" "Hey Hayato." I greeted back as I pulled up the net gogs from my eyes. I was still mostly fully kitted out, just the helmet left behind. She took a moment to look over me, and the rest of my chums, before seemingly smiling instead of looking uncomfortable. "Good, you will make an impression," she said and made to turn away, but I coughed, grabbing her attention. "You didn't tell me why we were here?" "When I told father I was responsible for Kanata's death, he wanted to speak to me. You are here as I explain my actions, and prove to father that I am not without my own assistance now," she told me, and I quirked an eyebrow. It was as Hayato moved forward, and we were about to go through security when a strong hand clamped down on my arm. I followed the pretty chromed fingers to Hiromi, who was looking as jittery as I had ever seen from her. "And Motoko?" "Yeah, Hiromi?" Is that Hayato Nakagawa?" "Uh-huh." I confirmed, looking at her, and then watching as Hiromi just stilled and obviously short-circuited. "HHH Hayato and Naka. Why didn't you tell me?" She suddenly came to and started hissing in a whisper as she grabbed me and shook me harshly. "It didn't really come up? It's the heir to the tigers. The Tiger Princess. Hayato Nakagawa, the second. And you?" Hiromi backed away and started rubbing her face. Did she finally figure it out?" Malcolm asked, and Hiromi stilled as she turned to him at his words. "You knew?" "Yeah, she introduced herself. You weren't there yet though." "Ichi. I owe you 20 eddies." Malcolm called out as Ichi was disarming to get through security. "Nice. BB butt." "Don't worry about it, Hiromi," I said, deciding to take a bit of action. "Hayato is a friend, and so we are going to just treat her normally. She's our client right now, so that's that." "Yes, but I didn't know." "Well, you do now." I laughed and guided her forward, watching the rest of my chums hand over their guns and weapons. Soon we were through and into the large meeting room. I noticed it was much emptier than before, but some of the people sitting in the front were people I recognized from the last time, as well as another familiar face. "Hey Wakako." I greeted reflexively, and she turned and gave me a look before nodding. "Motoko. Everything went well, no further bloodshed than what was expected?" She asked me loud enough that everyone was looking towards us. But I had no shame. "Tisk," I offered her in turn, actually still annoyed. "As per your instructions." "Moritaka is someone I can't target, as much as I might like to finish that loose end. He's still alive, and I'm a professional." No one else besides the target was touched. "See?" Wakako said, turning to a bald man covered in tattoos beside her. "The girl is competent, and does not allow foolish things to interfere in her professionalism." "As you say, mother." I blinked because the big tatted-out TC guy didn't look anything like tiny Wakako, but then again, that fit as well. Hayato did her own fake cough and glared at me, and I noticed that while I had wandered off to see Wakako, she had gathered the rest of my chums behind her. Nodding, I waved goodbye at Wakako and headed over, earning a particularly amused scoff from the woman. "Try to stay close," Hayato whispered to me, and I nodded apologetically. Then suddenly, as if a switch flipped, everyone stopped talking and in came Shinobu Nakagawa, Hayato's dad, and the leader of the TC. Which was still weird to think about. He entered without a word and took his seat, and instantly got down to business. "Hayato. You had Kaneda Tsukamura killed." "I did," she said without hesitation, confident as she offered a bow in her kimono? "Yukata?" "Okay, seriously, one of these days I was going to have to spend a few minutes and learn which was which." "Explain." He responded instantly with a bit of harshness. While you were fond of Tsukamura the elder, his son is not the same man. She argued instantly, and I watched as she straightened her back and continued. The power went to the boy's head. He spoke words that should not be spoken. That he would be the fourth shinobu. She offered, and there was actually a flinch among the room at her words. You have proof? I do, recordings of him saying it to his soldiers while they played. It was his intention to marry me, and attempt to take over. The room was quiet, and then the man looked at Wakako with an upraised eyebrow. Don't look at me. Hayato came to me requesting an assassin, and I provided. I am simply here to see the after effects. She offered as catty as ever, and then continued to watch over the proceedings. Mother-in-law. Shinobu started wearily, before shaking his head. Please do not give Hayato access to an assassin. The old man actually pleaded. I did nothing. Hayato created her own contact, I simply reminded her of the fact. Wakako denied any wrongdoing, with a smirk. The girl. Kusanagi is one of your mercs. Yes, but the meeting between Hayato and her was not my doing, and was actually a pleasant surprise. Motoko is rough around the edges, but is a professional within Hayato's peer group. It's good for them both to meet and create connections. Wow, that was almost a compliment from Wakako. Otusama. You called me here to discuss why I had Kaneda removed. I have. And this evidence wasn't given directly to me because? He asked back with a glare, and Hayato almost wilted, before firming up. Because I am Hayato Nakagawa, and I can handle business for the family as well. The older man sighed, rubbing at his salt and pepper temples that once more made me stare at his face. He was crazy handsome, and it was cruel that he was like an evil gang boss. Then again, he was probably crazy handsome, because of all the eddies he had, because he was an evil gang boss. Then the evidence for Kanada's death will be handed over. Unless mother-in-law has already? It's real. I confirmed it myself. Wakako offered, and the men around the room all frowned, looking pissed. Yeah, I guess if some early 20s gonk went around saying he was going to marry the daughter of the leader, kill the leader and become the next one, and I was one of those leaders already, I'd be pissed too. Then the assassination will be condoned. Forgive me, old friend. Nakagawa whispered aloud, and many of the men bent their heads. Tsukumura's pops must have been important. It seems you have an assassin on hand, Hayato. Make sure to use such a thing sparingly. The old man added, and Hayato practically buzzed. I will take that into consideration, Otusama. But I will not hesitate to call upon skilled mercenaries when needed. Papa Nakagawa sighed again at Hayato's words, and I had a feeling she might be using her newfound freedom and connection to an assassin to remove a few more people. Which was nothing but an awesome thing in my book. Wah, I can't believe we were just standing in front of Shinobu Nakagawa. Ichi whispered once we had left the building proper and stepped into the garage. Nerve-wracking. Malcolm agreed, but he stretched and seemed less bothered. Ugh, I'm just glad we got out of there. Talk about tense. Rebecca added as well, before slapping Ichi on the back. And don't think I didn't notice you practically shivering as you stood there in your armor. I didn't. I have a contact with Hayato Nakagawa. Hiromi whispered as she followed robotically behind us all. She had been doing that since she had worked up the nerve to speak to Hayato on the way down and mention she was the one in charge of setting of gigs. So Hayato. How'd we do? I asked. She had followed us down and seemed set on speaking to me about something but having difficulty beginning. You were perfect. Grandmother will ensure word gets around that you were operating under my orders, so no one will cause any issues for you. I'm more irritated that more people are going to know what I'm capable of. I hate people that don't underestimate me. It's so much easier when they think I'm just a brat. You will be known as working under me personally. That will do a lot for your rep, isn't that a good thing? 50-50. It means I have a better chance of being known while doing something, which is good or bad. Being able to intimidate is useful. But being unknown or underestimated is often better in my view. But it's nothing to worry about. I continued on when I noticed her frowning. It was inevitable, and getting known as working for you is a good thing. It means the tigers should be less of an issue in the future. Are we often an issue? She asked me with an honest curiosity in her voice. I would expect, with your brother and legacy status. You should be treated well? Not really. I offered back. June's rep helped, yeah, but most tiger claw guys at the bottom are jerks and don't really think before speaking. I looked back and saw her frowning. That is not how it should be. They should have nothing but respect for you, since your parents and brother were tigers. In a perfect world. I replied back with a smirk, saying obviously that the world wasn't perfect. Besides, I know my way around a blade and more. Indeed you do. Hayato confirmed, actually smiling, which was a rare sight on the serious girl's face. I will have to face you with Shernai again next time we spar. If you were able to stand against Karibi, then you were holding out on me. She said, suddenly going on the attack and pushing at my shoulder with a finger, but that didn't do much, thanks to my chrome. Hey! I wasn't. Not really. I had 2 blades when I faced him and I'm good at dual wielding. I'm ambidextrous. TSK. I will test that myself. She argued back and I just laughed at her eagerness for more spars. Then we stopped. We had wandered off a ways farther from the rest of the group, as I let Hayato guide us, and it seems we were far enough. Hayato? Motoko, you did a favor for me that I will not forget. Freeing me from that filth, Kaneda. It's not like I did it entirely altruistically. I explained, but she shook her head. You did it when I had no one else to do so. And grandmother has already denied me her own contacts for this business. I was stuck attempting to find my own. I will owe John Sensei much for letting us meet. Well. Glad I could help. I know. Which is why I feel cruel for speaking further. I need to solidify my place in the Tigers. I am a daughter, and while we are not Yakuza, few would see me rise up to be the next Shinobu. I blinked because I thought Shinobu was his name? It was a title? Never mind, I decided I would ask Ichi later or something so that Hayato didn't start trying to slap me again. You need more help. I would like to continue our relationship. As client and mercenary. Hayato confirmed, sounding very official. I don't mind. I decided. If you need someone killed, rescued, something torched, or just a big gun fight, you know how to reach me. Maybe we'll talk to Hiromi to set up some for a retainer? Is that a thing? Hayato looked very pleased for half a moment, her smile bright and happy before she instantly shifted back to her official face. I look forward to your future performance. She spoke and I shivered because I had a moment where I felt like I was working an actual job instead of doing whatever the hell I wanted. Sure. I offered, deciding that was the correct response, and she nodded. Unfortunately, Hayato needed to head back up, so once she was gone I jumped into Ichi's truck and we all took off. Time to celebrate. Woo! Rebecca cheered as she showed off with her Ajax. I had intended on going to Lizzie's or something, but Ichi had made a good argument. It wasn't a good idea to party at Mox HQ after doing work for the Tigers. Even if it had been an assassination of one of them. So instead, we were out at Turbo's of all places. Rebecca had suggested it, and since we didn't really have a hangout that wasn't just go home, or Lizzie's, I had no reason to argue. It turned out to be a good idea in the end. Ichi and Malcolm both quickly fell in love with the attention, as Rebecca was a familiar enough face since this is where Maine celebrated. She was able to start the process of a party, as everyone gathered around as Rebecca regaled them of the most recent gig. With lots of extra bits added on. I certainly don't recall her gunning down the security guards, for instance. But I guess that was half the fun of being a merc. The tall tales. I blinked surprised as I noticed Hiromi walk over to the Turbo's little attendant, and not long after come out with a few packs of Brozefs. She walked over to Rebecca. Hell yeah! Free booze for everyone! Rebecca cried out, and everyone cheered as the crowd Rebecca had gathered turned into an actual party. I didn't expect that. I told Hiromi as she wandered over and sat on the seat beside me. A small cost for a post-gig party. She said confidently, and then stilled a bit and sent me an honest smile. Rebecca suggested it. Apparently, if you turn this sort of thing into an open party, it helps with your rep. Tomorrow everyone here will be talking about the cool merc party the night before and telling everyone what we did. I nodded at her explanation. I guess that all made sense. For a group of mercs, normally their rep was their guarantee, their hope of future work depended on it. I was just so weird, and we had built up enough of a nest egg thanks to the helpful contributions of Scavs and Raffen that I never worried about where the next chunk of eddies would come. Do you or the boys worry about eddies? Like, do we make enough? I asked, and Hiromi hummed. Not recently. There was Ichi's thing with his grandmother, but since we got the big truck, his morning job has paid out well. Hiromi mentioned I could see the way she was looking through me, that she was doing calculations in her head. Before all this happened, I wanted all of us to have a meeting. I mentioned, and Hiromi blinked at my words and nodded at the memory. That's right. Anything in particular? Us, our future. I mentioned as I stared off. What our relationship will be like in a few years. I glanced over and Hiromi looked super red. Before I could ask her what's wrong, she spoke. Are you sure it's tea time for that? Are we ready? She stuttered and I laughed a little and nudged her. Section 9 has grown so much already. I think it's time we start formalizing things. It's nothing to worry about. I explained, looking over at Malcolm, who was actually seeming to get some attention as he held a brozef in one hand and talked about some adventure he had. Section 9. Of course. Right. The future of Section 9. That future. I asked and Hiromi shook her head wildly and then ran a hand over her face. Right. That makes sense. We've been growing a lot. The behemoth. The minotaur. Rebecca joining more full-time. I'm glad she wants to work with us. I said as I turned to look where she was. Rebecca was throwing her weapon, grabbing it and throwing a mag into the rifle, looking pretty cool while she did so. You know, you never did tell me why you wanted her to work with us so much. She's admitted that she's barely got any experience with her current crew, but you threw her into a solo position. I just know she has it in her. I admitted, purposefully not meeting Hiromi's eyes. Plus we needed more people. I had met her, and I knew I could steal her away from Maine and his crew. She's also a lot older than us. She's pretty. Mature. I don't know of anyone that's ever called that gremlin mature before. I whispered back and Hiromi snorted and slapped my shoulder. Don't call her a gremlin. I say it like I see it. But yeah. Rebecca is cool, and I think she's perfect to balance us out. A bit older, but that's not a bad thing, even if she doesn't look it, which sort of ruins the chances of her doing any infiltration we can't handle because of our age. I'll just have to dress up again. Dress up? Hiromi asked, and I realized I fucked up. Nothing important. I think it is. Hiromi argued with a grin, and I was quick to jump off the bench and make a run for it, Hiromi right behind me shouting for answers. Chapter 199. I woke up the next morning feeling well rested and ready to take on the world. A full 8 hours and I was ready to hammer life. I hit the gym first. That final level for body would mean I never have to stop at a gym again in my life. Which was a temptation that was too strong to put off. The weights let me push, and I found a good chunk of the morning disappear in a haze of aching muscles and willpower overriding my tired body. No level ups, but it was all about the slow, inexorable grind. I spent most of the morning after that doing some cleanup for the Tachikoma. Their brain was growing well, if slowly, but they were at the point where it was easy for them to follow a thought or assumption and come to incredibly wrong conclusions. I considered calling for that meeting between my chums that I had planned, but honestly, we had been working for days straight. Today was a rest day for sure. Plus Hiromi had school, which I really should try not to interfere with all the time. Better to give her some school time before I finish calling the meeting and get everyone on the same page. Of course, I wasn't really feeling like putting my feet up and wasting the day. So instead, I pulled out my laptop and started working on some design work. The initial use of the Tachikoma had been an amazing success, but I still needed to get their mobile function working. Getting them capable of climbing walls was going to be complicated, although the tech definitely existed out there already. I remember the flathead was easily doing it. But for now I needed speed. Wheels. Tachikoma were supposed to have wheels on their legs, and that was a skill they would need to learn to use. Adding wheels was easy. Adding wheels into their already packed together legs, while somehow powering them, was harder. But it was the fun kind of harder. When the door opened and June wearily stepped into the apartment, I was still a long ways from completing a working design. So I happily pushed it away and looked over at my brother. "You look tired." "Yep," he muttered and stomped over to the fridge. "Any reason why?" "Been busy," he finally offered after grabbing an XXL and throwing it in the microwave. But he wasn't going to elaborate. "Okay?" I mentioned, realizing June wasn't in the mood for conversation. A minute later, he settled on the couch and chomped into his burrito, and life seemed to return to him. "I've just been busy, Amuto. A lot of issues came up, and I wasn't able to handle them because of Yuto." "Ah." I looked away. We hadn't really had a conversation about this yet. The room grew a little awkward and I considered what to do. For Jun, Yuto was a friend, a companion, a brother in some ways. And I had killed him. "Hey Jun? Do you want to set up a space in our shrine for Yuto?" I asked, and Jun definitely wasn't expecting that as he choked a bit on his burrito. I patted his back a bit and he got himself under control again. "What? You heard me. Despite everything. He was a chum, right?" June blinked and just looked over to our shrine. We didn't use it much, it mostly stayed in the corner and we just left it as is. Finally, June nodded slowly. "Yeah. I'd like that." I smiled as June's mood improved and we made plans to head out to get everything we would need. I might have zero connection to the man, but to June, this might be the way to get over the guilt he obviously felt. As we left the apartment to head to some shops, it was obvious that things had changed. I was getting stared at. Normally when June and I walked around, he got all the attention with his reputation out there, but this time it was something more. I was getting looked at, and people were whispering, "Looks like I'm not going to be able to stay low-key anymore." I muttered as we passed a few TC gonks sitting on a set of stairs, and all of them jumped for June but ended up flinching when they saw me. "Well, you did start working with Hayato Nakagawa-sama." "Ugh. Don't call her that." I cringed, because it was hard to keep in mind Hayato was important when she was sort of a mess. "You should start speaking about her with respect. It could cause issues." "Nah. I punched her in the face too many times to do that." "Motoko. We spar together, June. What do you think? I just didn't touch her?" "No. But I forgot you sparred with her. Is she any good?" "She's a pain in the ass, with that Karen of hers. Not as good at grappling though, but if she can set the pace of the fight, she's solid." "Huh." June muttered as we reached the street and headed down the sidewalk. "Whatever happened with the 6th Street attacks?" I asked, and June winced, looking around a little before leaning in. "Higher-ups are spreading the word it was a false flag, and that 6th Street already apologized." "They didn't, but they also don't want to admit they were tricked. Apparently there was a big cleanup among 6th Street, so they are focused on internal matters." "Just like the Tigers then." I muttered, and June didn't comment, but it was what he didn't say that mattered. The reason the Tigers weren't retaliating was because they were dealing with internal trouble just as bad as 6th Street. So both gangs were apparently happy to just ignore the entire situation. Of course neither would admit weakness, and neither would actually apologize. Gang wars were bad for business though, and 6th Street had already long ago become a business rather than the protectors they tried to pretend they were. June switched to more casual conversation after that, as we entered the store and bought some stuff for the shrine for Yuto, mostly just new incense. I was driving to the gun range, planning on getting another session in, when the radio started a new song that made me twitch. My voice, singing this fire. It was so eerie that it kept happening, but I didn't change it. Just letting the song finish. And that was This Fire from Ghost in the Shell. Been getting a lot of requests for that one. So I hope all you chummers enjoyed it. I heard Ash say over the radio before finally turning off the car. I was here. So weird. I still wasn't sure what I was going to do about all that mess, but I did know that I would have to come up with something soon. I can't believe I was on the radio. Shaking it off, I headed inside and started shooting. I was focusing on my handgun skill today, as it was pretty low for one of the skills I used a lot, and I could get a lot of work done. As I was shooting, I noticed one of the other shooters eyeing me and I stopped and shifted so I was looking them straight in the eye. They flinched and looked away, and I glared. Tiger claw. So he was staring, because he had heard about me. Stupid rep, it was better when everyone just ignored me. 100 handguns XP gained. Handgun skill level up. Handguns just hit 8. I cheered internally even as I groaned and stretched my slightly aching shoulders. I had been at it for hours. But I really wanted that level up. Looking around for the first time in a while, I relaxed as I was alone and I took a moment to start packing up. Processing the odd sensation of gaining muscle memory that I hadn't actually done before. Slight changes in how to hold on point, a slight shift in how I would register when to fire while aiming. It was all good stuff. Packing up, I decided to grab some food and probably flop on the couch for a while. As I headed out, I caught the issue. Once again, a couple of tiger claw gonks were standing around my car. I shifted my shoulders, giving me easy access to the barrier, and stalked forward. Hey! Get off my ride! I demanded and watched the men all shift to stare at me. Weapons visible. Chill chum. The lead gonk offered and actually raised his hands, but his smile told me he was mocking. We're just here to talk. Talk to someone else then. Fuck off. I demanded. I didn't know who sent these fucks, but it wasn't anyone that I wanted to talk to. Everyone in the TC that I wanted to chat with had my number. Don't be like that, we are here with business. He explained, his smug smile still stretched across his face. And when I just stared blankly, he smiled like he won some game. Here's the deal. You pissed off some important folk, and in exchange, you need to work it off. See? He explained and I nodded. That was what this was about. I breathed in and out. My blood was boiling. It would take just a choice to calm down, handle this rationally, call Fujimura or June, and make sure these guys regretted trying whatever this was about. Or I could just not. I activated my Sandy. Everything slowed down, not because I expected trouble, but because I wanted to memorize the look on this smug prick's face when my chrome fist smashed into his face. My ankles gave me plenty of force to truly lay one on this guy. I moved on. Get you ass off my fucking car. I roared as I smashed into them. One of them let out a girlish shriek as I twisted and leapt, then landed a flying kick right onto his face, knocking him off the hood of the Quadra. Then I moved again. A gun was drawn. Subgonk number 2 drew a shiny Omaha. It was whipped out with far too much wasted movements. By the time the gun was clear of his pants, I had already rolled off the Quadra and lashed out, my foot smashing into his wrist and sending the pistol flying. Then I smashed another fist into the gonk's chest. I am so sick of this shit. I yelled out as I switched back to the leader. He was rising up shakily, holding his mouth, but I didn't care and slipped into his guard and reached up, grabbing the side of his head while my other grabbed under the Quadra's bumper, giving me all the leverage I needed to bounce his head off the solid titanium hood. Then I flowed into another move. The fucker that had been sitting on my car was getting up and I smashed a knee into his face, putting him back down on the asphalt. I drew a blade, not my normal knife, but a throwing dagger that was tucked into my little strap-on pouches, and chucked it. Subgonk number 2 had scrambled for his dropped Omaha and now had a knife in his shoulder. Ninjutsu made the throw so easy, I could have lodged it right into his eye if I wanted. His scream of pain was all the work I needed to do. Kind of hard to pull a trigger when you disable their arm. Wise words from a movie drill instructor. Walking over, I kicked the gun away. He had dropped it anyway, unable to grip it, and reached down, jerking the knife back out, earning another scream. I stared down at the 3 crying injured men. I should kill them. I wanted to kill them. Instead, I closed my eyes and made a call. Fujimura. You have about 10 minutes to send someone to pick up these tiger goons that just tried to have a chat with me, before I slit their throats and let them bleed out in the streets and carry on with my day. Here's my cords, asterisk. Then I hung up and sat my own ass on the hood of the quadra, my barrier visible and keeping the goons on the ground. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Motoko! Jun roared as he nearly jumped off his Kusanagi and rushed over. Akari, I noticed, had been riding bitch behind him. Heh, I'm fine, Jun. Just pissed. I explained calmly. The three men were sitting on the ground in front of my quadra, the fight thoroughly kicked out of them. Jun looked me over and seeing the only blood I had on me was my chrome knuckles, nodded. Then he turned slowly, practically looming over the three gonks. Hey, Sichil Oni, we were URK. Jun didn't finish listening. The man was lifted off the ground with one hand wrapped around his throat. You know, maybe I'll let Jun stay tall instead of cutting his legs off to make him more normal-sized. Because watching my ogre of a brother hold a struggling dumbass aloft with one hand was really funny. I tried to restrain my laughter. The man's legs were kicking in the air, unable to find the ground that was a good foot away. You dare. Jun rumbled, his voice deeper than normal, a rumble in his chest adding bass to the worse. Oh my. Akari whispered, faux shocked, but as I looked her over I noticed she was very much enjoying Jun's actions. Ugh. Gross. Kusanagi. The leader spoke in broken syllables, still holding his face. I might have broken his jaw. We sh at horaires. What orders? Jun rumbled, the guy in his hand still struggling, but I noticed Jun wasn't going easy on his throat. He was turning blue. Just a talk. The leader spoke quickly, hands raised as Jun looked like he was about to beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker. I watched inside, because Jun wasn't going to do that, or rip these guys apart. Honestly, I'd have been mad if he had, because they were my XP if they were just going to be killed. Fujimura-sama will want to hear exactly what your orders were. Jun finally said with a growl and dropped the other gonk, who landed badly and rolled into a ball as he gasped for air. Motoko, Fujimura-sama will be here soon. And we'll get to the bottom of this. Perfect. I'm out then. I decided as I stepped off the hood of the quadra. I've wasted enough time on this shit. Let me know what three dumbass were supposed to tell me later or something. I offered with a wave, and then Jun looked like he was going to say something but ended up nodding. Sure. I hesitated and sighed, turned around, and to Jun's surprise, hugged him tight. Thanks, Jun. I told him and ran away before he could get mushy. Jun was always mushy. I got home and took a shower, and as the water ran over my head, I came up with an idea. A sinister, evil idea. It was an idea for a quick hack. I considered it for a while. It wasn't functionally any better than Optic Reboot, but sometimes you just needed to utterly fuck with someone. I found myself in my room, Tachikoma beside me, going through a small series of digital testing grounds for it I had set up, while I used both my hands and my agent to program at rapid speed. The fact was, I was starting to build a rep. I had to accept that it was what it was, but I wanted something that made people think twice before ever, even considering messing with me. So I needed to start becoming something more than just an assassin. I needed the reputation of a monster. Optical hack demon, Onryo. I pulled the data for my stealth demon as the base, as the demon's carrier function was really good. Then instead of simply focusing on making me invisible, I had it carry a hollow image. The program came together without any issue, and by the time the sun rose it was done. I installed the completed hack and then just stared at the wall for a second. PFFTT, ha 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 ha. I broke in evil laughter at the horror I was about to unleash. Now I just needed to find some targets. Chapter 200. I considered going out and using it right away, but I needed to test it first, and I had perfectly good guinea pigs. I mean friends. Ichi and Malcolm were summoned. The little food place I had called them to was nice enough, but I wasn't inside. Instead, I was on a roof across the way watching the two boys arrive, look around not seeing me, and slide into a booth. I quickly hacked into both of them and slipped in the demon, making sure to set it to the lowest setting. I didn't want to give them a heart attack after all. This was just some minor fuckery teasing. Just minor teasing. Between chums. Watching the two, it didn't take long before Ichi jerked in his seat and looked around as if searching for something. Malcolm asked him a question and Ichi just shook his head and they went back to their discussion. Then Malcolm jumped nearly out of the booth as he patted at his legs and then ducked under the booth, but came up looking confused. The two boys settled back in, and then it just kept happening. Odd twitches, or slight movement. Closing my eyes, I opened it again, connecting to the demons so they'd send the data to me as well. I thought about the laughing man a lot when it comes to hacking. The ability to just remove yourself from someone's vision, or change how you look in real time, is incredibly powerful in a world where everyone has cyberware vision. I wasn't at that point yet. Altering someone's vision in real time was insanely resource intensive, at least as far as I understood it. Of course, that understanding could change as I leveled up more and more, but that didn't mean I couldn't touch on that sort of hack. Onryo was very simple. Slowly over time, the user's vision would have flashes of something, in the corner of their eye, or in the shadows of a table below them. A ghostly shadowed version of me with white hair and glowing red eyes, and claws and fangs. I had gone all out. If the tiger claws wanted to call me Onryo, then I was going to scare the shit out of my enemies. So I watched as a faint version appeared over Malcolm's shoulder, a hand reaching out, not in Malcolm's vision, but in Ichi's. He twitched and called out. Malcolm reacted, his hand slapping his own shoulder right through the image, making it vanish. Not that Malcolm saw it. Both boys looked at each other and then spoke. Then I got a call. Oops. I think they figured it out. I leapt off the building without answering and crossed the street before entering the diner. Motoko. Was this you? Malcolm demanded, and I raised my hands in surrender. Sorry. I'll pay for lunch, so forgive me, okay? I pleaded, giving the boys a cute look. You were already going to pay for lunch. Ichi joined in as I joined them and slumped. Dinner? And snacks. Malcolm added, and I nodded in surrender. I had been fucking with them after all. So what was that? My new quick hack. Version 1, anyways. While watching you all react, I realize it has some weaknesses. Shared network alterations are a must if this is going to work on a group of people, and I need something to induce a physical feeling. I muttered, already my vision was covered by the code as I started fiddling with it. Geez. That scared the shit out of me. Why make a quick hack that just makes you look like a ghost? Mostly to terrify my enemies. It's an Onryo. I explained, and both boys nodded. They had heard that nickname from me before. Basically, I don't even have to attack a group. I can just hack them, and if they don't have a Netrunner capable of realizing what's going on, they'll be too busy chasing ghosts to stop me from doing whatever I want. The boys both nodded along as I spoke, but then I revealed the truth. Of course, an optic reboot would be more efficient. Just blind them and get to whatever I need to do, but sometimes you just want to scare the shit out of a group of assholes. Hear, hear. Ichi cheered and the boys clinked their glasses together. Great, I was forgiven. Ah, there you are. June greeted me as I got home. I threw my jacket over the back of the couch as I leapt over to flop into the cushions beside him. Sup, June? Those fuckers that were trying to mess with you? Don't worry about it. Fujimura-sama made sure that it won't happen again. Yeah? The fuck did they want anyways? Nothing. Just stupid shit. Blackmail? I asked, because it had felt like I was about to be blackmailed. Not exactly. I think he wanted to try and weaken Fujimura-sama by stealing you away. I think he was trying to recruit you. What? Why? I'm pretty sure he hates me. Motoko Kusanagi isn't the sort of man that would allow his feelings to get in the way of his goals. June said, and I frowned a bit at that. He didn't seem that way when I met him. June noticed my disbelieving look and just rolled his eyes at me. Don't worry about it. I took care of it, and Murataka is getting talked to by Nakagawa-sama. He overstepped a bit this time. Especially since they started a fight with you. June said idly, and then threw me a wink. Ah. I see. Yep. They started the fight. Definitely. I assured him, having picked up the context. He smiled, and that was that. I relaxed, the irritation of it all sliding off my shoulders. I knew that I wasn't done with Tiger Claw nonsense again, but at least I could kick it down the road a bit more. That was the goal. Just keep pushing the things I can't deal with safely now until later, until I could deal with them. The fact lit a fire under me again and I hurried to my room. Time to get some work done. I scooped up the Tachikoma that was practicing something with its blocks and shut it down for a bit. I needed to do an upgrade. Luckily, I had the parts from when I made the directional mics. I popped off the out shell with a few screws and looked at the internals. Flashed my eyes at my laptop and accessed it remotely, pulling up the CAD software. As I worked, I rolled around my room, grabbing the parts from different places. A spare mic that had rolled under my dresser. Some wires in the top drawer right next to my underwear. The soldering iron was somewhere, and it took a minute to find it in my closet, hidden under some clothes. Grabbing everything, I rolled back to my work desk as I finished up the design. I really just had to make sure it had some room, everything else was already in place. An hour later I was done. The Tachikoma now had access to a microphone. Able to pick up sounds so it wouldn't be deaf. A few holes drilled into the case would let it hear, and it was done. Put back together. I set it on the table and started programming. Just because it had the hardware didn't mean it knew how to use it. Luckily, I didn't even really need to program the whole thing. Microphone software to let a program hear was old code. I ripped it from a few different devices just in the apartment, including the TV and my radio. Fiddled with the code so it was actually functional to my needs, and not full of garbage, and then updated the Tachikoma. I accepted the alerts that popped up over the little project. 100 engineering XP gained. 100 crafting XP gained. 100 technical ability XP gained. I got a few alerts for each one. But no level ups. That was fine. It was an easy project, and the system always liked when I finished something, but it wasn't exactly complicated. Just a minor update to the Tachikoma chassis. I wish I had the hardware upgrades for its mind. I hadn't heard anything from Hiromi about it since I brought it up a while back. Sure, the Tachikoma were functional as scouting drones right now, but if I wanted a scout drone, I'd have bought some off-the-shelf garbage. The Tachikoma were more than that. Shaking it off, I made a note to bring it up with Hiromi sometime soon, and instead rolled over to my programming laptop. I turned on the Tachikoma, and basically pushed it through some tests for its new mic. While I went to work on the Onryo hack. Like I had told the boys, it wasn't really that efficient. Blinding people would work better than just fucking with their vision. But efficiency wasn't always the right path in every situation. Now I had to figure out how to craft a hack that had another sense involved. Touch was difficult. Sure, if they had real skin, or other similar products, it would be easier. Real skin had sensors to transmit touch, but tapping into that and keeping it all in sync with the visual changes. No wait. I didn't need to have it actually interact with real skin. The flash of inspiration had me cackling as I checked my own hardware to make sure it was functional. Funny thing about neural links and agents. Agents had silent alerts and notifications integral to the system. Guess what it could do? It could make a buzzing, or a shock feeling on a palm, or something like that, but it wasn't really doing anything to that part of your body, it was just sending an electrical signal to the brain. I could co-opt that. Agents were touted as being pretty difficult to get into, but it just wasn't the case. The onboard AI wasn't really great. They were good at learning habits and behaviors, and assisting their user, but they weren't intelligent enough to counter a foreign install. I went to work. Watching over the Tachikoma with one eye as it ran around exploring sounds and registering them into its system. I winced as I noticed the file growing exponentially, and had to take a break to stop it and work with the Tachikoma to register an easier way to process sounds. I couldn't have it create a file library of every sound it heard. If the Tachikoma did that, it would bloat so large, the Tachikoma's mind would break under the weight of its own memories. Well, it would crash until I fixed it, but the point remained. So instead, I needed it to process sounds not as a copy-pasted registry, but as an inquisitive module. Take in the sound, look to register what it was, and process accordingly. Except for speech, which would be in a registry library. Those were pretty small though. People were more than capable of fitting in entire language software in their agents alone. I should probably get more languages myself actually. It almost made me stop working, but I shook it off. I'll make a note to pick up a few of the common ones. Japanese would probably help a lot when dealing with the weebs. Hey, Motoko. Your song is on. June called out suddenly, and I looked away from my programming to faintly hear my own voice coming from the living room. Rising up, I stepped outside, and indeed it was true. This fire was playing. And June was doing his proud older brother thing as he looked from the radio to me. It still felt weird to hear my own voice. June was quiet as the song played through, just looking all proud that it was on, and only when it was over and ash came over the air did he turn to me. So? What do you think? I think it still sounds awful, and I hate it. I told him, but that was actually lying, and he caught that. Giving me a look. Come on, don't be like that. It's weird. I answered truthfully. I should probably do some more songs soon. Oh. You have some more ideas? He asked, sounding interested, which made it a bit awkward when they weren't exactly ideas in the creative sense. Yeah, something like that. I'm sure Hiromi is going to bug me soon about putting out more songs. Or doing more gigs. I groaned at that idea. Heh. June just chuckled at me and stood up, throwing an arm over my shoulder, pulling me in for a hug. I think you'll somehow live. He teased, and I gently elbowed him, but didn't really pull away. Shut up. It's not like I want to come up with an entire new set list or anything. Even though I have some ideas. I mumbled, and that was my mistake. Talking to June. That was the mistake. Hee hee. He said, and suddenly I was lifted up, hands under my armpits as June spun me around in the air. I look forward to hearing it. When are you going to be done? Need any help? No. I groaned as I kicked a little, but June was lifting me up, and it wasn't like I wanted to really kick him or something. So I could only really pout and look away from him as he hefted me up like I was a toy. Stupid light body. I was going to get a full body conversion and weigh a ton or something and laugh as June failed to mess with me like this. Then June put me down and sort of looked embarrassed. I was talking to Alice the other day. She mentioned that she wanted to ask if you wanted to play a song with her band sometime. He offered, and I blinked. Really? Really? Her band, Violet Hemorrhage, is going through some shit. So she's looking for people to play with. You know? Violent hemorrhage. I corrected him, and shook myself a bit after he put me back down, adjusting my clothes. And I don't know June. If they are having band trouble, I don't want to stick my nose in it. Maybe just a jam session then? I bet she'd be happy to help you play some of your songs. I narrowed my eyes at him. You just want me to focus on rocker boy stuff, so I'm not getting into fights. I think you have an amazing talent, and want you to be happy. And I want you to focus on rocker boy stuff, so you aren't getting into fights. He said, and I scoffed, but couldn't help but chuckle. I'm pretty sure I had used that one on June before. Tell her, I don't mind jamming or maybe doing some stuff together sometime. I guess. Preem. I'll call her and let her know, but before that. Tell me about this new set. Ugh. I don't. I haven't really thought about it. I said truthfully, but now that I could pull something together. Or I could fuck with June. I'll write some love songs. All about love and sex and irk. No love songs. June demanded, grabbing for me, which I ducked and dodged. He swiped at me, getting more serious as I started humming a tune as I slipped around, and then jumped flying over his head in a flip. You can't stop me. I called out, and starting singing. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like magnet do, although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. I sang, running around and struggling not to die laughing as June groaned with every line chasing after me. He was far less nimble over the couch. Motoko. Come on, June. You know, I'm not really interested in doing a love song. I offered, laughing, and June sighed out, seeming to relax a bit. Thank God. But I'll likely put one out eventually. I mean, love songs are super popular. I admitted, and June just glared at me, but I laughed at his look. Relax, June. Maybe I'll get someone else to sing it, and I'll just give it to someone. No love songs. He grumbled at me, which made me cackle, and I shook my head, refusing to accept his demand. Not that I had much interest in them. All right. I'm getting back to work. Talk to you later, June. I waved him off, laughing at our little rough housing as I headed back into my room. I pulled up to the parking area near the straight lane apartments, and hummed the first few bars of a random song. I had spoken with Hiromi about formalizing stuff, so here it was. The first official gig day of Section 9. Grabbing some gear, I headed down the street humming all along as I reached the entrance, and noticed some familiar faces hanging around. The girls that tried to get overly protective of their gang leader. They noticed me and sort of looked away. Preem, not dealing with that today. I walked past and to the elevator heading down, not surprised to see Hiromi already there, along with someone that did surprise me. Rebecca. Hey Becca. I greeted happily, and she looked up from where she was sort of looking over Hiromi's shoulder at the laptop she was working on to wave. Hiromi quickly looked up and smiled. Motoko. Great timing. We got the work details. This should be something fun. We are retaking some data that some maelstrom stole. Hiromi offered, and I perked up. Hey, that sounded like fun. Also fuck maelstrom. I walked over and stood behind Hiromi to look over her other shoulder from Rebecca and see. That's not a large group either. Oh, of course. They brought a lot of heat on their heads. So they are hiding out. We can move in and clear them out and make some good eddies. Preem. Who's the fixer? I asked, and Hiromi went a bit quiet, so I looked away from the computer to her. Hiromi? Regina. Hiromi finally said, and I blinked in surprise. I didn't think she wanted to work with me. I don't actually know. I didn't tell her that you were involved. Hiromi admitted, and I shrugged. Okay. That's fine. I don't like dealing with that part of the gig anyways. I'll leave it to you. Yeah. You can leave it to me. Hiromi said with a big dopey smile. I smiled back and heard the elevator start up. That's the boys. I confirmed it with a quick check of the lobby camera. Good, I was about to start puking. Rebecca said, and I shifted to her. What? Are you sick? I asked, worried, and Rebecca stilled before looking away. Nah, just I'm good. Don't worry about it. We're about to kill some gonks and make some eddies. Rebecca cheered, sounding normal. She didn't look sick. I shook it off as Ichi arrived, with Malcolm in tow. Both of them looked ready. Already mostly kitted out. Perfect. Everyone suit up. I'll do an initial sweep of their system before we hit them.